Inflotail. We're back to Inflotail, east of it. Beaver sail. Doing good. Let's go over the Mississippi now. Yep. Bass Pro. There's Bass Pro Shop.
Well, looks like it's starting up.
6 miles till 51. We're going to hit some lights up there. Be in Millington in 20 minutes. Got it. Downtown Memphis on the right. Bass in north of Memphis. North of the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. We got a fishing rod strapped to the roof right now. Yeah. Peter, oh yeah. It's gonna cycle maybe. Looks like the Supercell is cycling. Might have produced right over the river. Yet, guys.
No, I don't see
Maybe right over the river, vaguely, but I can see the front edge of the Wampa, I think, right over the river.
You could be watching it from that observation tower up there right now.
Yeah, come up there. We could have just hung out at Bass Pro all day. Go to the Wahlburgers. That's wild.
Looks like the bad weather's incoming. This one's already tornado warned.
That's wild. That's wild.
Take a 3D view of it and see what we can see.
3.7 till 51. I think it's cycling over the river. Hear the sirens? Yep.
Kind of close to the radar, so it's kind of cutting the top of it off.
Maybe that's the wheel bearing. I think that's sirens.
Pretty beefy looking storm.
Either sirens or the wheel bearing, yeah.
Where rotation is funneling up. Now you can see it's stretching out. It's rotating from about here to here.
Oh, guys, that Bass Pro Shops is safe. It was built as a sports complex.
Yeah, look at it reaching down. Oh yeah.
2.7.
They definitely warned that for a reason, huh?
2.7.
The only one streaming right now is Reed Timmer, it seems. He's chasing it.
Got to get it back in some rain to cool it down.
It is a big boy. Let's see where it's heading.
We're now facing north toward the front side of the storm, folks.
Oh, wow. We're just north of Memphis.
About to get on 51 here in 2 miles.
Memphis, Tennessee. like it's going directly east.
Trying to sink it, get a little closer.
Taking a charge?
I can look. Yep.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can you just straighten it out a smidge? Perfect. Lovely. Right there.
About that. About this.
No, it's good.
Here's 51.
Yeah.
How about that?
Great.
Will you just look at it?
That
Wow.
3D view sure is showing though.
No, they're not in the rental. They're in. Whoop.
So we're trying to beat this rotation right now. We're on a tornado warning, and we're heading up to Millington, Tennessee, and we're going to be in the tornado warning here. In just
Anybody here live in Memphis?
We are racing north right now.
All right, max velocity's
Get
low.
on it.
So
We hit that differential heating boundary and went, and now we got all
the
this
last few minutes near Highway 4. You can see the velocities are starting to come together as well. This might be something to watch for as this goes towards Florence in northwestern Alabama. I do think a tornado is a possibility with this storm as it continues to track into northwestern Alabama. So definitely a
this
concern
tornado is
there.
definitely
Further down
possible.
to the south and west, we also have multiple other storms that are firing off right now. One in northeastern Louisiana near Oak Grove and Lake Providence. This one's producing some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, in addition to 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's also now storms firing up just to the south and west of Jackson, Mississippi, that are also now producing some large hail and damaging winds. So a lot of different storms right now firing up here across Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and as well as Tennessee. But the most concerning one as of right now is this one that is right now north of Memphis that has the capability of producing a tornado. Once again, the rotation on this is a little bit weaker than just a few minutes ago, but it very well could intensify again as it continues to move to the east. Let's go over to a live shot. This is back over live currently in Memphis, Tennessee, looking at this Supercell on the Radar Omega camera. We also have a storm chaser.
Holy
Ryan
moly,
Scholl,
look
who's
at the hook on
currently
that.
approaching this storm as well. We're going to go to him in just a moment, but this is again
Man,
looking
today's
at this
popping off
particular
quick.
storm just from a little bit more of a distance. Not really a great view since we're still a little bit further out, but if we go to this camera in Millington, this is actually looking directly at where we would be looking at a lowering, which
This
it
is
looks
getting
like
serious
kind of in the
really
middle right of your
fast.
screen.
Wow.
I believe that might be the lowering right there. So this storm might still have a wall cloud with it, despite the velocities being a little bit weaker over the last few minutes, but it does look like we do have a lowering back there just beyond the tree line. And if you look bottom right of your screen, this is the storm. It's going to be moving right towards the camera that I just circled, so it's going to be like right in the path of it. So if we have a tornado or a lowering or a wall cloud, we'll be able to see it here in the next few minutes as this storm approaches Millington in Tennessee. So definitely a bit more of a concerning storm right now, especially if it's able to cycle, which right now is not producing a tornado, but might here in the next several minutes as the storm itself, a little bit of divergence right now, but once we start to see the velocities increase again, we may see a tornado drop out of this as it moves towards Arlington and as well as Millington. I didn't expect you to go live today. I did mention that today we definitely could go live, and I think it warrants a live stream. The tornado risk today is just a large 5%. We don't have a hashed tornado risk, but it doesn't mean we can't see strong tornadoes. So definitely don't let your guard down today. Let's go to this. We're going to go 3-cam view, and my face cam is not on here. All right, there we go. But this is our 3-cam view. Ryan Scholl, bottom right of your screen. He is right now approaching this storm here in western Tennessee. But again, tornado warning is currently in place. One of the things that I think is going to determine our tornado risk today are the low-level winds. They aren't overly strong, but over here in Tennessee and northern Mississippi, our winds are a lot stronger in the low levels. So I do think our tornado risk is a bit more elevated across Tennessee and northern Mississippi, and especially even this storm that's going towards Florence right now in northwestern Alabama. I think these are going to be the storms that are going to be capable of the more significant risk of hail, wind, and even maybe a tornado or
Severe
two.
weather
So
checks
this is
live in
really
your
going to be the
area.
general area that I think the most significant risk happens in today. But we do have a cold front that's going to be crashing down here across the deep south that also could spawn a few storms with damaging winds, hail, and even tornadoes. So first off, we have some discrete cells out there, many of those currently already in progress across Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. But as we go later into the evening, we'll have a line of storms that'll be pushing south and east, and that'll also be capable of that same sort of risk of damaging winds, hail, and embedded tornadoes. And this is the latest over the last few minutes on the velocities. Looks like we have a little bit of rotation, maybe developing northwest of Millington. So that'll be something to watch for. Let's go full screen to Ryan Scholl, who is, again, currently on this storm. This is his live view of this.
Supercell.
This is north of the Memphis metro area.
Listening to Shoal
heading
here.
for Millington, and that is where the radar site is for this storm.
Also, the storm in northeastern Mississippi is ramping up very quickly. Bottom right of your screen. Velocities are intensifying near Marietta.
I'll take some ping pong ball sized hail to the dome right now.
So again, this is Ryan Shoal, who is approaching this storm in western Tennessee.
Yeah, I agree. These clouds look really cool. I'm trying to get a video of this.
Once it gets past the trees, we might see something.
You guys are concerned about your area, just type the city and state in chat, and I can pull up where you're at.
This is
you
live. We are
concerned
live.
about an area I live in. I can take a close look at it.
I don't know if the tree line's ever going to end, but there might again be a lowering back there. This is the camera in Millington, which is where this storm is currently approaching. I'm going to go back. Bottom right of your screen, this is what the storm looks like. Camera is right over Millington. So storm is currently approaching. This is what it looks like from that camera view.
My goodness.
Which, again, not really seeing much right now. Maybe a small little lowering on the left. There was a wall cloud with this that was a lot more organized about 15 to 20 minutes ago. But
classic,
the velocities
iconic
were not very strong. We didn't have
Supercell
much
right here.
wind in the low levels. But again,
Looks
it could
like
intensify
a
again here in the next few minutes. We're going to go back to the
Supercell to
3
make
cam
a
view. We'll keep
tornado.
Shoal bottom right.
It's got the hood,
As he is
perfect
currently
shape,
approaching the storm near
everything.
Millington. But I do want to draw your attention back over to northeastern Mississippi. This storm has become a lot more concerning. We don't currently have a tornado warning with this, but the velocities are rapidly intensifying right over
Rotation's
Bay Springs
really
Lake,
weak, but
approaching
you see it's
Tishomingo, and will
reaching itself
eventually
down
go to
slightly here.
Florence, Alabama. We are starting to see convergence here right over Highway 4, which means that our velocities are starting to come together. We almost have a couplet developing
Assuming
right where
Max
this
will
hook
keep a
echo is.
close look on it.
And so this storm definitely could become a concern. I think we may have a storm chaser on that storm, but I'm going to double check here in a second. They have just updated the tornado warning, so this no longer includes Arkansas. It's only in Tennessee.
That's so
again,
close
that's
to the
gonna be for
radar now.
Millington. So be in your safe place again if you are in this
I need
tornado
to
warning.
open up another
I do think Ben Williams is actually on the other storm. I need to figure that out though.
GR.
He's not, I don't think,
Try to
live
get the
yet.
look at the storm from another radar.
But whenever Ben Williams goes live, we are definitely going to go over to him because he's on that storm here back over near Boonville. But again, this storm's really rapidly organizing. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a wall cloud with that. Again, eventually going towards Florence. So if you're over in Florence or northwestern Alabama, stay vigilant. We could definitely get a tornado on that storm here very soon as that continues to track east. Again, this is not the most favorable environment for tornadoes today, but this is a very high instability environment, very unstable atmosphere across the deep south in the Tennessee Valley, which is going to lead to a lot of different thunderstorms that are capable of producing severe
We're
weather.
in two
Our
different
biggest
states right
concerns are
now.
hail
We
and
have
wind, with
Tennessee.
potential
The
also
tornado
for
warning is in
tornadoes
Tennessee, just
play.
north of Memphis. But we have another storm down
Let's go
here.
back to Shoal. I think
See
you
where
might
that
have
one's
a
at.
bit more of a view of this now. Nope, never mind. Still a lot of trees, but Shoal is currently located near Millington. He's on the north side of Memphis. He's coming into the south side of Millington right now. So he's on the south side of town. While he gets past
I'll show
these
you
trees, this is a
what the
live
severe
shot right
weather's
now from
supposed to be in
Memphis.
today. Okay, this one is in
So Memphis right now looking very ominous. Memphis, by the way, you're probably
right
going to
near
barely get missed by
Alabama.
this storm. It is just barely to your north right now. So good news if you're in Memphis, you're probably going to avoid the worst of the hail and wind, but you do still have a risk of severe weather for
Cherokee,
the next couple hours.
Tuscumbia. Let me go ahead and pull up the SBC outlook for today, where the severe weather is expected. Okay.
How long is the
So this here pivotal
This is
weather.
going to probably run through about
These
1
are our
or 2 a.m.,
chances:
but our
a
most
2% in the
significant
green,
risk
5%
for
in the
severe
red for
weather
tornadoes today.
will run
So yeah, that
through,
one nasty storm right here
will probably run
near
through about
Memphis
9 or
is like
10.
heading right into the red area.
So we got about 4 or 5 hours of the more significant risk,
That's
and then
what
there'll
we're
be a
looking at
line
for
of storms
severe
late
weather
tonight
today.
that'll produce wind and hail, and perhaps an isolated tornado, but it won't be as substantial of a risk. I mean, even this is not quote-unquote substantial in my opinion, but it is enough for us to be live, and you know, we have 2 storms that definitely look concerning, this is being one of them.
The flow of traffic right now? Crazy, so.
All right, so that's again, we're on this is the south side of Millington, Tennessee. So he's currently near where we would have a lowering, and assuming that might be it back there in the middle. We're gonna go back
Yeah,
to
this
Millington.
one's
This is what
crossing
it looks like
Mississippi
right
to
in Millington.
Alabama. I mean, we do have multiple
Which again, I'm not seeing anything definitive. If we had a lowering, it might even be
severe
rain wrapped at this point.
thunderstorm warnings right now. All the way
Going
down
right
here
into
at the
town
bottom
of
of
Millington,
Mississippi.
Tennessee. We're gonna go back to the 3-cam view. We'll keep
That one's
shoal bottom
going into
right
Louisiana to
as he approaches this
Mississippi.
storm. Again, this is currently tracking to the east. Main concern at this exact time is damaging winds. We've seen a lot of divergence when it comes to our velocity signature. We don't have as much spin in the atmosphere. Again, if we go back about 20 minutes ago or so, you'll be able to see that the velocities were much more intense. Like, this is obviously very close to even being a tornado near Turtle, Arkansas. Again, this was back at 5:10, so about 23 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're so close
And
to
now the
radar on this
velocities
one
have
near
really
Memphis. We
weakened,
can't
but
even
definitely
really
could
see
this
what's going on.
recycle
So
as it continues
I
to
gotta
the
try
east.
to pull up
But
another
the
radar.
storm that's over near going towards Florence, once again, has my attention because this one is very discreet.
Maybe this
The
Fort
wind shear
Campbell
is
one.
definitely favorable for wind and perhaps even a tornado. And the storm
Yeah,
itself
it's
even
too
has
far
hook echo
away.
right over Bay Springs. Big hail core as well, moving into Tishomingo in northeastern Mississippi, and it's about to cross into Alabama over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So if you are in this
Try this
particular
radar.
area, definitely stay weather aware back over near Florence, Muscle Shoals, I think is how you pronounce it, Russellville, and Cherokee. Again, currently moving to the east-northeast. We have some severe weather ramping up as well near Jackson, Mississippi right now. The main concern down here is damaging winds and half-dollar-sized hail. The storm just south of Jackson is actually producing
Yeah, that's
hail
just
up
really
the
hard to
size
see
of
with where
hen
it's
eggs,
at.
which is, again,
It's either
2
too
inches in
far from all the
diameter.
radars
So a bit more
or
of a
too close.
significant supercell that's
This
gonna be
one's just
heading
like the
into
local
Jackson over the
airport
next few
radio
minutes.
or the
Alright, a couple
radar, so
live
it's not
shots
going to
here,
like
but
show all the
nothing, currently looking at the
velocities
storm, it
and
looks
stuff,
like.
most likely.
But if we had anything there, we'll obviously go to it.
Yeah,
And
you
then we
only
also
get
have a
the
storm
base
near Lake
reflectivity
Providence
on
that is
this
beginning to
one.
ramp up. This one even has a small meso forming on it, little mesocyclone near Forest and moving towards Lake Providence, just to the west of Rolling Fork. So what that means is that we have a little bit of rotation here developing in the low levels, and so that'll be approaching Rolling Fork over the next 30 minutes. Current concern is
Go
2-inch
back
sized
on the
hail and
Memphis
60
radar,
mile per hour
the big
damaging
one.
winds. So we'll be watching that closely.
But yeah, that 3D view of ahead of this
Let's
storm
go
a while
back over
back, it
to,
looked
let's go back over to Millington.
very
That's what it looks like in
tornadic.
Millington right
See
now.
if I can still
Look
get
how
a decent
calm it is,
look
by
at
the
it.
way. This is a live view. This is not a picture. It is a
Oh,
live
no.
view, and it is
You can see
eerily
where
calm. There's
how the
nothing
radar,
moving
it's so
right now.
close
The
to radar,
clouds
it
are
shaves
barely
off the
even
top
moving.
of the storm.
Very calm, and then this is back over
But
in
if
Memphis, where we do
I
have
I
a
can't go
little
back
bit of
in
an
the scans
outflow
on it.
boundary moving in, which will probably bring at least some gusty winds into Memphis. But I wouldn't anticipate anything severe at this point, at least for now. This is, again, Shoal, who looks like frozen. I don't know he's back. So Shoal is right now in Millington. Again, we're not seeing
Shouldn't have
a
changed
lowering
radars
as of
because
right
I still
now.
had the data going back about 20 minutes.
He is driving through this tornado warning cell.
This
It's
storm
also
is just
capable of
north
hail
of
to the size
Memphis.
quarters. Quarter-sized hail is also
Alright.
possible on this.
Here's
Thank you,
Memphis.
Marsha, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And
It's
also
just
thank you,
north.
OTR.
So it's
for the
completely
super chat.
outside of the
Jackson
highway that
currently,
goes
I'm not
around
sure
to
what's gonna
Memphis.
happen there yet. You don't have a storm
I'm not
really
sure what
online
highway
for you,
that
but
is. Let me pull it up.
in about an hour or so,
If you
there'll
live
be
there, you
storms in
guys
your
know the
vicinity.
area better than me. I'm up in Cincinnati.
Bye, Reed.
It's Tennessee.
Hey.
So that's 240 that goes all the way around, or 40. I can't
Memphis here,
tell. There's
tornado
so many
sirens been
different
going off
names.
for the
So.
last 30 minutes.
Yeah, there's Memphis. So it's
You
like
must be
up
on
in
the north side of
Millington, I
Memphis,
think.
because there aren't any warnings right now in
Yeah, it's
Memphis
like it's
itself.
hitting Millington dead on right now.
All right, Shoal's still having a little bit of connectivity issues. We'll
It's
go
just
back to this,
tornado warned at the
3
moment.
cam
There's
view for
no
now. He's gonna stay
confirmed
bottom
tornado
right. I think there
at the time
might
being,
be,
but it was looking really
tornado
bad
Fiji
about
might be near
15
this
minutes
too, so we
ago.
might pull them
So
up as well.
National Weather's
Also, we
keeping a
just got
close
a
look at it.
report of up to half-inch sized hail north of Tupelo near Boonville. So just a new report coming out there. But hail risk is definitely starting to ramp up. We got some big hailstorms right now ongoing. And I think really one of the biggest concerns today will be large hail. Oh, actually, let's go to Millington. Not sure, right? Let's go Millington. Right side of your screen, that might be a small little lowering, but it's kind of off the camera. This is, again, right in the center of Millington on the radar mega camera. But again, on radar, I'm not seeing anything that looks overly concerning when it comes to velocities. We've seen a lot of divergence over the last several minutes with our winds on
This
radar.
one's the one that looks concerning to me. because the shape of that
Yeah, right side of your screen might have
Supercell,
been
I mean,
the
looks
small
like an
lowering there
iconic
that whatever might have been left
tornado
from our
producing
stronger area of circulation on this storm.
Supercell there.
Which,
I'll
again,
pull up
over
a
the
3D
long
view
term
of
is
it
going
again.
towards Interstate 40 and will eventually go towards Whiteville, Henderson,
I mean, look at that.
Bolivar, and Bethel Springs. Those will be the long-term areas to watch for with this supercell. It could go a little bit further north or south, but it's mostly
I mean,
taking
it
a
goes
track
higher.
to the
I
east
have
and
like the
east
weaker part of
southeast,
the
so it's
storm
not
cut
really
off.
going
There
in the
you go.
direction of
Yeah,
Jackson right now, but that could definitely
complete
change.
clouds and everything. It's kind of what it's looking like.
All right, here is the latest on the storm in northeastern Mississippi. We still have a very organized supercell here near Belmont.
Oh
Going
yeah,
towards
and that's
Russellville
really
and
shaping up.
Florence,
Look how
Alabama.
the
We have a hook
rotation's
gecko on
like
this storm.
working
It
its
is
way
not
all
far,
the
I
way
would
down
say,
now.
from producing a potential tornado risk.
This doesn't mean
A lot
it's
of
on
things
the
have become a
ground, but
little
it's
bit weaker over
definitely
the last several
rotating
minutes.
all
We're
the way
over
up
the
like
Bay Springs
40,000
Lake.
feet now.
We'll be going towards
Or
Highway
40,000 feet up in
247,
the
but
air
it is
now.
still something that is of concern, as it will continue to move
This
east.
one is
We also
in
got a few storms forming up
Tishomingo.
behind this that are starting to organize a little bit.
This
There's
one will probably
actually a
get
train of little
tornado warned
discrete
very
cells that have
soon.
formed. None of them severe at this time, but between Boonville and Grenada, one that is standing out to me a bit more is the one west of Tupelo that has a little bit of a hook on it. It's very early stages, so I don't think this is going to imminently produce a tornado, but it could be something that does in the long term. So we'll be keeping an eye on that storm as it continues to track east-northeast
Really out there in
and
the middle
northeast
of
over the next several minutes.
some really country area.
We'll
Let
go
me
back
pull
to
it
the
up.
Tennessee storm.
Tishomingo,
Stay here for just a moment.
Alabama. I believe it's Alabama,
Pull
right?
up the
Oh, no,
Tupelo
not quite.
camera.
That's still
This is
Mississippi.
going to be. We're going to put this
Let me pull it up on
bottom
the Google
left.
Maps.
This is back over in Tupelo, Mississippi. I'm actually going to go full cam to it. Tupelo is an area that is not under any
That's a
warnings right now,
weird
but back
city
out to the
name.
west, there are some storms forming,
Tishomingo, MS.
which for some reason it's not loading, but all right, there we go. This
Oh,
is what
wow,
it looks
that's
like right now in Tupelo.
decent sized
And
city.
keep in mind, sunset, we're only about an hour or two away from sunset here across the deep south.
So it's like right in
gonna get
here, this
pretty
big
dark pretty quickly,
supercell.
but this is a look right now at some of the storms that are back off to the west. None of them very organized as of right now. Ominous conditions for the time being, but we are expecting some storm activity all across really Mississippi tonight, including the Tupelo area. And
This
here's
is
a
our
live shot
normalized
also right now in
rotation
Millington,
right here.
Tennessee. This is
Basically, it's just a
right
quick way
over
to see what's
where the core
rotating.
of this storm
You get
is.
your green and
And the
blues
current
together. That's
risk
where
is
you know you got
quarter-sized hail, 60
rotation.
mile/per-hour damaging winds, and still a tornado warning on this storm for Millington. The rotation itself, if we still have strong
Oh,
rotation,
wow.
it would be right over the radar site, so it's
That
not
next
visible
scan
anymore
just
on
came in.
radar. It will be approaching Arlington and Galloway over the next several minutes.
I'm surprised they haven't tornado warned this yet, to be honest.
Getting a report from somebody
It's
in the
not
chat
the
that it is
strongest
now hailing in
rotation, but it's
Millington,
rotating
so,
all
we
the
may
way
start
through
to
the
see
entire
hail in the next
storm.
couple minutes on this camera. If not, though, there's probably going to be hail with this storm on the north side, if I had to guess. On the north side of Millington, near Kerrville and Berryville.
Yeah, look down there at the
going
other
towards
radar
Rosemont.
down South Mississippi. See what's going on down there.
Wausau, Wisconsin in a winter storm warning. Yeah, we
warnings
actually,
down
this storm
here.
is pretty dynamic. It's a large storm. I didn't make a video this morning, but we talked about it yesterday. This is a big storm. It's not just producing severe weather. It's actually still producing snow. I mean, keep in mind that we are in mid to late March. Snow is not uncommon in the Midwest, but this is a relatively large storm system that is bringing multiple different threats. And if you look at the full radar view here,
These don't
we
look
have
too
snow
threatening
that's
at the
falling all the way
moment.
back over in the upper Midwest, and then our severe weather down in the deep south
There's
and the
really no
Tennessee Valley.
rotation
So
going
there's a
on
lot of
really
different
here yet.
components to the storm system. Once again, this is not, in my opinion, anything like what we saw last week. The storm system in general is way further off to the north, and the jet stream is essentially lifted into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. So we have a big dip in the jet stream, but it's way up here to the north, and so we are starting to
One
actually
of
see
Memphis
some of
is
those
it's
low-level winds and
directly
even
on
a
top
small
of the
jet
radar
stream
now, so you
that is
can't
in
even
place
see
in Tennessee and northern Mississippi, which is
middle of
going
the
to
storm.
lead to a slightly more elevated but also conditional risk for tornadoes this evening in the Tennessee Valley and even in Mississippi. So our setup is vastly different from anything that we've seen so far this year, but it is not nearly as favorable for a tornado outbreak per se. But we could definitely
Take
still
a
see
look,
a few
see if I
tornadoes
can
today.
pick it up from this radar.
But it is a very interesting setup. It's, again, very different from anything that we've seen so far this year. Hey, Florida, appreciate that.
So far away from the
Yeah, going to
radar, but I mean,
Huntsville,
you can
Alabama.
kind of see the bulk of the storm.
Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Look at this. All the way back over near Nashville. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for some large hail and damaging winds just to the southwest of Franklin. This storm kind of popped up. Wow, look at this. This is actually a live shot right now over in Centerville. This is in Centerville, just to the west of Franklin. So this storm, more of an elevated
It's so
hail
far
risk, but we
away.
definitely have a
I mean,
very
we can see it's obviously a
interesting
big
little
giant
taste of
supercell
this
from
thing.
there. But
Scuddy, just southwest of Nashville.
I mean, if it was rotating really bad, we would be at least be able to see it here somewhat. Even if it's that far away, it should
Hayden, by
show
the way,
something
I don't
up.
think Centerville's working. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. So this is a storm again. Just
But yeah, all three of these radars are about the same distance, and then KNQA is literally directly right on top of it.
Change the bottom right camera here. There we go. Guys, the pronunciations isn't that big of a deal unless I like ask for it. Like Tupelo, I get it. I'm probably not going to pronounce it right. I'll figure it out after the stream though, because I apparently have mispronounced it every single time. This is definitely an interesting view. I mean, that storm right here just southwest of Franklin is definitely organizing. But it will likely stay a hail risk because it's moving more to the northeast, and it's also a storm that
They
is
canceled out the tornado warning,
more elevated.
so that's
it's
good.
not as much of a risk for tornadoes at this time. By the way, tornado warning has just been canceled, so back over north of Memphis, no longer have a tornado warning. We are back to just a normal severe thunderstorm warning for right now, but keep in mind that this storm is going to be capable of producing hail, wind, and perhaps even a tornado. They will issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on this in a moment, if I had to guess. So we should have that here momentarily in western Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't trust this storm at all. That looks very prime. Which you can see here if you're not familiar with these radars, but red's going one way, green's going the other. So this is where we know we have the rotation because it's spinning one way then the other.
Hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that will be possible with this storm as it continues to track to the east.
And this one too. This one shows the miles per hour. So like right here we got orange. So we know it's rotating one way, 70 miles an hour. But this is like over 5,000 feet up in the sky. It's not what it's doing on the ground.
And I do think that a tornado is becoming a much stronger possibility with this.
And then yeah, the other direction, it's going about 40 miles an hour.
It's going to be tracking towards Florence, Alabama. The velocities are picking up very quickly. Big hail core as well, just south of Cherokee. And so this is definitely a storm that could produce a threat for a tornado as it continues to move east-northeast.
Oh, wow. Look at that. The normalized rotation. Ooh. They need a tornado warning that right now.
That is rapidly organizing. And I think, again, we have a storm chaser not far from here, but I'm not sure if he's going to go for this.
Pull up the 3D view of it again.
Williams, but I think he's going to be going south, so he's not going for this supercell. But if you're back over in Florence, definitely a storm that does look a little bit more concerning right now. And there's also one west of Tupelo, west of Verona, that could also produce the threat here for a tornado.
Can't deny that. I mean, if it's funneling down to the point of rotation, it's just classic rotating supercell right there.
Is it Tupelo or Tupelo? Is it Tupelo? I can't even pronounce it.
It's rotating even faster as I go up. The more I move this to this direction, that's like the faster it's rotating. So
tell me how to pronounce Tupelo.
I mean, it's still reaching all the way down at that speed.
Mississippi. Tupelo. Tupelo.
You got it.
Oh, okay. Apparently I got it, according to ChatGPT. All right. I don't know if you guys heard that. Tupelo? Tupelo? Tupelo. Okay, I think we got... I'm never going to get it right. Tupelo.
I think that's right in our red zone, too. Let me pull up
I gotta say it slow. Tupelo. Tupelo. I got it. All right. I might get it for the future, or I might just mess it up again. That was cute.
SPC Outlook.
That's definitely the goal.
Yeah, it's like right here. It's like leaving the red area, so maybe that's going to make it less favorable for tornadoes.
By the way, this is what it looks like now in...
It's like right here.
in Millington. Millington, this is where we just had a tornado warning. It's bright and sunny now, so there's actually nothing happening here. But if we go over to Tupelo, Mississippi, this is what it looks like. So we got some storms again developing back off to the west. It is getting a little bit more ominous there. We're going to go to the 3-cam view with those 2 cameras. And let's go. Actually, I might go.
They may not have tornado warned this yet, but man, if I seen that storm coming at me, I would be scared.
Going back to the full cam shot of the Franklin storm. This is just southwest of Nashville right now. And there's actually a pretty decent base with this. It's a little bit more elevated of a storm, but if we actually see this organized with a wall clad, definitely has a chance for a tornado.
Like
there isn't really much rotation on this.
Taking a look at one of the storms here.
More of a hail and wind risk for the Nashville area.
Hickman, Williamson, Tennessee, Maury.
In Nashville or Franklin. Definitely stay weather aware. This storm may become tornadic at some point. I would say it's a low chance, but it's not impossible. It's also starting to get ominous over in Columbia, Tennessee. Again, another radar mega camera here.
It's sharpening up there.
And here's that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So just back off to the north of Memphis. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds currently a possibility. That's what it looks like in Bartlett right now. Bartlett, Tennessee. Got some very puffy clouds here.
Anybody concerned about their area they live in? If you want to, you can type in the city and state, and I can pull it up for you.
But as of now, this is not looking very tornadic.
Kind of give you a forecast on what's expected tonight.
For the last several minutes, but still something to watch for. Man, oh man, look at this supercell. This thing has been blown up in size too. This storm's been organizing very quickly. Just southwest of Florence. By the way, a little cool thing I want to show you guys. We have been working on this behind the scenes.
There's a slight risk of severe thunderstorms from east central Texas into the lower Mississippi Valley and Mid-South. Summary. Scattered severe weather storms are possible this afternoon and evening from East Texas into the lower Mississippi and Tennessee valleys. Large hail and damaging gusts are the main hazards, but a couple of tornadoes could also occur. The lower MS Valley. A strong upper trough is passing across the Midwest states today with a 90-plus knot mid-level jet over Illinois. To the south of this feature, southwesterly low-level winds are transporting Gulf moisture northward, with 60 dew points now into the southeast AR. As continued daytime heating, mixing, and moisture advection occur, sufficient destabilization will result in scattered thunderstorms. Development by mid-afternoon across eastern AR, West Tennessee, and Kentucky. So yeah, right here they're basically just going into like all the high-tech stuff that all the weather junkies like us read. But basically, yeah, they're just saying this is what we're looking at, you know. Bad weather, possible tornadoes in this area. For this evening. Finland? Are you talking about Finland, the country? Or is there actually a Finland?
Stay weather aware. Lots of lightning.
Finland in what state?
But once again, this storm honestly is not far from producing a tornado. It only needs a little bit of wind shear, and this thing's going to kick into gear.
Pull it up.
It is a dangerous looking storm on radar. And again, even if it does not have a tornado,
Finland, Minnesota,
have very substantial hail heading in the direction of Florence. Currently warned for tennis ball sized hail.
Oh, oh, buddy.
Over, south of Florence, so once
I don't know about Finland. Do you guys even get tornadoes out there?
Also, we do have a new.
I don't think my radar goes out there, man.
It's also severe near Batesville in Cortland in central northern Mississippi. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. And there's also another storm that's severe. We got a lot of severe.
I'm getting lost, buddy.
Up now. Another one near Arkansas.
There's no radars in Finland.
We were watching the
Well,
storm
it gets
also
cut
out
off right
west of
here.
Rolling Fork. There was a little mesocyclone.
Oh, there's
this, which
Alaska.
means that there's a little bit of rotation associated with this storm over Lake Providence approaching Rolling Fork, but the velocities on this have overall become a lot weaker over the last few minutes. It definitely could still organize. Keep in mind that any storms that form out in front of our cold frontal boundary, so these like discrete cells all in this region, are going to be
Take a look at that one
more
that's near
elevated risk
Memphis,
for
see
both
if it's
hail,
far enough away from
wind,
radar
and
yet.
tornadoes. So there's really 3 risks that are more associated with this. I mean, any storms could produce any of those threats today, but our line of thunderstorms that'll form here in just a few hours, that'll be more driven towards wind.
I
with
actually
lower
have a
risk
friend
for
from
hail and
Finland.
tornadoes today. And so if we go over to the future,
Known
radar
him
for the
for
next
like
several hours, just to
13
give you an idea
years.
of what we're talking about here, you'll notice how we'll have a line of storms forming right around 8 to 9 o'clock, anywhere from Texas all the way back over into central Tennessee. This will be a really short-lived threat of damaging winds, hail, and isolated tornado risk. I think really the
Well,
most
you see
substantial
the
threat for
radar,
severe
it's
weather
cutting
is
off
between
about
now
half
and
the
9
storm
o'clock.
now, but it's almost far
So
enough away to see what's going on
we'll
with
probably
it.
at least be live until 9 or 10. This is over in Tupelo. There's actually, it looks like a lowering of some kind. Look at that. Actually, 2. There's 2 lowerings, I think. One on the left and one on the right in Tupelo. The question is this facing... I think it's facing towards the Pontiac storm. We got 2 wall clouds on your screen. We got one on the left and one on the right, which is very interesting. I believe this is looking west.
Where is Tupelo? Okay, it's just southeast of Memphis.
How do I pronounce Tupelo in Mississippi?
Oh, it's over here.
It's pronounced Tupelo.
Tupelo. Right.
Tupelo's right here.
I wish I could draw on this, but we literally have 2 different like little lowerings, one on the left and there's one on the right, which is off the camera. I'm going to go ahead and try to pull this up though on
Right here, Tupelo County.
Go full cam to this.
Might be just the city. That'll be our best radar for that. KGWX.
Max, this is cracking me up. Guys, we literally got AI involved.
Yeah, I've played Path of Exile, this game. This PC game for like the last 13, 14 years. And I have a really good friend from Finland there.
Hey, Hayden, do we have Florence cameras on here? Apparently there's Florence cameras on Hascams that I have on here.
Alright, yeah, there's our Tupelo. He said something's going on here.
If I can.
Ooh, there we go. There's the rotation.
2 of them.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that hook.
Just add them to the map and I'll pull them up. Once again, left side of your screen, there is a little bit of a wall cloud that's trying to form there west of...
Not even thunderstorm warned yet. Let's take a look at the 3D view.
I'm never going to get it. But, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, max velocity is my main man.
I think that's one of the cameras. I think there's one more, but I don't know where it is.
I'm watching him.
I found it. Okay, I sent both of them to you. Just, you can add them and I'll gotta refresh this anyways. Also, going to Ryan Scholl.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love Ryan Hall too. If you look in the comments, I have all like streamers listed in my comments. I don't know how it's showing up on this because I'm like actually streaming on Shorts live. So I don't know how or not the comments, but the description. I don't know how the description pulls up on 9x16 live shorts, but I have them all listed in there.
Not really much rotation on radar, but...
Oh no. Oh, I messed up my radar.
It might receive a little nudge back there. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're watching this lowering here.
That's the one by Tupelo.
Very isolated risk for hail or wind.
To the west of Arlington, Tennessee.
Try to see how much it's rotating.
This is my first time chasing in Tennessee, by the way. Pretty cool fact. Literally my first time chasing here. Pretty interesting.
Well, there's our basically rotation in the storm right there.
You have time to tell me what discrete is? So what discrete means is that we have some sort of storm that's on radar. This is really a good example. This right here, it's essentially a storm that is separated from everything else. It's basically its own individual storm. So it's basically like saying you have, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I figured
You have a
I start
let's
up
say.
and start streaming some
And
weather
instead of
here and
having
there
them all
just
next
to like,
each other in 12 different
because you know
slices,
each one
which
they
would be more
both
of like a
Ryan
linear
Hall
live
gets like
form, instead you have
200,000
one slice of
viewers
cake.
and
So it's a
Max
stream.
gets like
There
30,000,
you
and
go.
you know,
My
like random
analogy for
people
today.
want to come in there and they want to
That's
know
like the
about
best
their
way to
area.
describe
And
it.
they can't
We
ask,
do now have a new
you know, they
severe
can't help
thunderstorm warning for
all 30,000 people. So
Tupelo in Mississippi, going towards Verona.
I don't know,
This is
maybe
currently
they'll
for motor-sized hail and 60 mile per hour
together they'll
gales
start up a
this
network
weekend. We do have
where
a small
they can have a
lowering
bunch
on
of
the middle
people
of your screen.
helping
You can
out
see very
people
far
just to
left of
check
that
their
camera.
areas.
There is a small lowering, a little bit of a wall cloud that was trying to form there just a few minutes ago. It might still try to produce here. It is in a favorable environment, plenty of wind shear to work with, and definitely could produce a tornado as it moves towards Verona and Tupelo in eastern Mississippi. Let me go back to Shoal. Looks like Shoal actually has something organizing here. Kind of looks like a wall cloud is coming together right now. This is over in Tennessee, near Arlington.
I streamed the other day, and I looked at the end of the stream, all the live stats for them. It said 92% of the people that came to the stream were all on YouTube live shorts.
Thank you.
Their downburst. I mean, I heard it's like possible to have some tornadoes in Europe. They're really rare.
Okay, chill, we get it.
Good to see you too, Hudson.
It's crazy as all these storms look like they're classic tornado-producing supercells right now. I mean, it's the perfect shape. It's got the hook.
All right, so once again, there is a little
got
bit
the
of a lowering
swarm.
here on the storm that
Where's
Shoal
the
is
other
on,
one?
even bottom right. I honestly want to go
Oh,
back
this is
full
down
cam, though,
south
to
more.
Tupelo storm. There is a lowering
Back
left side
up
of your
north.
screen. There is a legitimate wall cloud that is forming there. Just off to the west
Memphis.
again of
Yeah, that one moved off a little further.
Tupelo. So that is a wall cloud.
Still
that is
pretty
currently
far
forming.
away or close to
There's
the
no
radar.
tornado possible label on this storm, but I feel like
Well, it's getting away from it.
one could be issued for this.
Let me try to get a 3D
And
view of it
there's
now.
nothing on it, so there's definitely a lowering here. Hey, and did you have the cameras? If so, can you make
Still
it like
cutting
a
off most of the storm, or at least the back half of it.
cams? I don't know if they automatically update or not.
By the time it hits Chattanooga, let me
Yeah, we
look.
definitely have a wall cloud here on the west side of Tupelo. Tupelo. Oh my goodness. Dude,
I've been to
ChatGPT is gonna help.
Chattanooga quite a few times, driving to Florida.
How do you
It's
pronounce
Chattanooga.
Tupelo in Mississippi?
That's close to I-75, isn't it? Chattanooga. Let me pull up the map.
Why does it sound so weird?
No, you're doing great. It can feel a bit odd at first.
Okay, let's chill out. All right. Tupelo. Does Tupelo work? Is it Tupelo? I'm literally gonna like write.
Yeah, I-75 goes right through.
Because like
Chattanooga,
I swear
thought
we've
so.
covered this place.
Okay, so you're right here. So I can leave that there, and let's see where that's at.
No? Okay, Tupelo.
Yeah, look at this. So you should be good in Chattanooga. You're
Once again, if you're just
outside
tuning
of
in,
the
we do have a
threat
wall cloud
area.
forming here in
So
Tupelo.
pretty much anything.
On the west side of
I mean,
Tupelo.
that's not 100% guaranteed, but pretty much anything outside of this green area, it's probably just going to turn into rainstorms by then. So you should be in good shape in Chattanooga.
Tupelo. I'm just going to say Tupelo. I think that's...
I mean, weather can be crazy. Like, the way they get this right here, the way they set this up, there's like 300 spots they send up weather balloons a couple times a day. And as they go up, like, it measures, you know, the temperatures and the winds and everything, and that's how they predict the severe weather. So
I don't know why I can't
basically, yeah, the
like the one city
weather balloon in Chattanooga favored no bad weather today. So
once again, a wall cloud forming here on the Tupelo storm. Give me 1 second. Make sure my cat wasn't doing So as this little wall cloud is forming, we do have a little mezzo that's forming on radar. So we are starting to see the velocities coming together over Pontiac. Again, it will be approaching Tupelo over the next several minutes. We have a lot of other severe storms that are now popping up as well. We actually have a brand new one now for the south side of Nashville. So in Tennessee, near Franklin, Smyrna, and just south of Nashville, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there's also quarter-sized hail that is possible with this storm. So we are beginning to see an uptick right now in activity with our severe storms. We now are up to 12 different severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is more capable of hail.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Low tornado risk with this as it continues to move
Even
northeast.
got the little red and green in here.
Wind, hail, and lightning. And then back over near Florence, again, big supercell that's been moving into northwestern Alabama over the last several minutes with a big hail risk right now approaching Muscle Shores, Russellville, and just south of Florence. Tennis ball-sized hail is still a possibility as that continues to move northeast, and we are also now getting some storms firing off in central northern Mississippi near
it's up to like almost 100 miles an hour, one-way direction winds up there up in the sky.
I want to go back to this. We really have a rapidly organizing wall cloud west of Tupelo, Mississippi.
Yeah, Max is talking about this one too right now.
Rapidly
that Tupelo's right here. We're just west of it.
Velocities haven't quite come together yet, but
let's get a 3D view of it and see if it's rotating all the way through.
Definitely a storm that is rapidly organizing.
Textbook supercell right there.
And in northeastern Mississippi.
It's like it stops right about here. It's rotating from here all the way up.
I do not see them on my end.
From about 20,000 feet to 40,000 feet, it's rotating really good. I mean, it does continue to go down, but the rotation's much weaker.
Shout out to Robin with the $10 Venmo. Tupelo.
Looks like we have two rotations.
Tupelo.
I was wondering, look, so you got the red dot and the green right here, and then you got the regular. There's two funnels going up in this cloud.
Wall cloud's still trying to organize.
That's neat.
Again, velocities on radar currently
one here and then one here.
Impressive, but I do think the storm is organizing.
You can see it on the radar too.
Again, a wall cloud visually forming. Again, the low-level winds are one of the biggest problems with today's setup, but if this storm is able to overcome that and we start to see some strong winds, definitely could.
Yeah, you got one of the funnels here and then one up here.
Another thing to keep in mind with these sorts of supercells, like the one we have right now near Pontiac, any storm mergers that happen, any favorable storm interactions, could also increase the amount of low-level wind shear that we have with these supercells. So this is kind of one of those that we need to watch for, which is again.
Oh, you live near Tupelo? Yeah, let me look.
In northeastern Mississippi. We are getting a bunch of new severe thunderstorm warnings. We even have one now in Kentucky, east of Paducah, and this is quite the storm. Back over east of Paducah, near Calvert City, and going towards Eddyville. Look how fast these storms have blown up. This is just over the last 15 minutes or so. Storms are blowing
Bolton,
up right now,
Alabama. Or wait,
main concern
we're still in Mississippi.
Hail and wind. There is a tornado watch in place, meaning that there is at least a low-end threat for an isolated tornado or even two this afternoon and evening. The storms that have been ongoing back over in western Tennessee, these are honestly struggling right now, but I do think there's some time for them to organize again, going towards Whiteville and eventually going towards Bolivar in southwestern Mississippi.
Oh wow, yeah, you're right in the path of this storm.
In Hinds County in western Mississippi, I believe. Or no, this is back over near Jackson, has just been upgraded. It is now up to golf ball sized hail just south of Jackson. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds also possible. Our tornado risk further down to the south in Mississippi is lower, but it's
you're right.
Zero.
Okay, you're just east of Tupelo.
Today is the most elevated across western Tennessee.
Honestly, I mean, if you live there in Fulton, I would definitely
Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas, where we could see
prepare for shelter, or
isolated tornado risk.
If you're in a big house, you want to go to the innermost room, go to the basement or something. Like right now, it's not tornado warned, but I just don't trust the storm the way it looks. So I just pay really close attention to the weather right now for like the next 30 minutes or so to see what happens with the storm. I just pulled up the 3D view and we have two rotations in it. Got one here and one here. I mean, it's spinning, going from like 40,000 feet all the way down to about 5,000 feet. It's just not. It's not put a tornado on the ground, but it can.
The biggest thing right now is that we need the wind shear to kick up if this thing's going to try to produce. Which for right now, velocities are still on the weaker side of things, but this is definitely organized. Nice organized base to it.
Man, Max here's rooting for you guys to have a tornado. He wants to see
one.
one.
I don't think this is going to produce in the next like 2 or 3
Hopefully you
days.
don't get one.
Now, granted, if we had something like this last weekend, we would have probably a wedge.
I get scared really easy, man. So if I seen this thing coming at me, I'd be freaking out. But yeah, I'm gonna probably be here for the next couple hours too. So Max, so I'm gonna keep an eye and see what happens with this thing. Oh wow, look at this one over here now. Whew. I can't believe how crazy these supercells are right now.
Tupelo. Appreciate the super chat. We're never gonna get the pronunciation. Thank you, Joe Hoff, for the super chat.
This one's heading towards
Rain in Ohio, power out my village.
Russellville.
A car hit a pole south
Both
of
of these
my
have
area.
2 rotations. Both storms have 2 rotations. That's crazy.
By lines in car, but is currently okay. That is scary, but hopefully everybody's okay. By the way, I think some of you may have actually seen this on screen.
You ever seen one of those videos on YouTube about twin tornadoes, man? These are the storms that do it.
Later in the stream, probably in a couple hours or so, or maybe even an hour, we're going to try out a little new feature, which is going to have basically somebody relaying reports to me that I might not have already seen or said. So that'll be kind of cool. We're going to see how it goes here in about an hour, or if there's anything concerning, they might point it out. We're going to try that out an hour and see what happens.
It's one and that's the other.
Thank you, Kelly, for the Venmo donation, saying happy 12th birthday to Aikman.
Looks like the inside rotation's much more connected.
Wow, this wall cloud has really gotten large. It's a large wall cloud.
Second one comes down right about there.
Tupelo. In northeastern Mississippi. Once again, this storm is not currently warned for anything aside from quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But it definitely has a large lowering, and you can actually see it right now spinning. Look at the
Both of these storms are in the red zone, I believe, as well. Let me pull it back up. You can see that
spin right there. This storm is definitely spinning. I do want to go full screen to this if I can. I'm going to try to go full screen to this because I want to outline this more to you guys.
Looks like they're both making their way out of the red zone. So yeah, the further east they go, the less juice they're going to have to
so I can outline this
spin up
quickly. But you can see it right here. It's kind of spinning a little bit. I got a little bit of spin kind of in this general area, and a lot of lightning too. A lot of cloud ground lightning on the North Mississippi storm chasers.
I've never seen a tornado in real life either. My mom's house got hit by one when she was a kid.
And now it's become a lot
back in like
more scuddy. It looked really organized about
1968 or 69 or something in Ohio.
Not as organized. There's plenty of cloud ground lightning with this storm.
I've been near lots of tornadoes, but I haven't actually seen one with my real eyes in real life. I sure have seen enough of them on the
quick update as that storm continues to try to cycle.
The YouTube channel, though.
South, beginning with Kentucky.
There's so many people out there chasing them now, and how popular YouTube got. Just everybody's getting the best tornado footage possible they can get.
Evansville in northwestern Kentucky and southern Indiana. Main concern with these storms currently is damaging winds and isolated quarter-sized hail. We have one severe thunderstorm warning on this line right now east of Paducah. So we'll be keeping a close eye on
Keys,
that.
this storm's coming towards you.
Activity as well. Back over near Nashville, we do have a significant storm right now moving into
Franklin. This is the storm right here. You're east of Tupelo. This storm's probably going to be hitting you in the next 15, 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. It's going to hit Tupelo first, and it's coming for you.
Bring your car into a garage. You may want to consider bringing your car, at least trying to protect it. If you have like some sort of blankets or something that, you don't really care about, might not be a bad idea to put those over your windshield, just in case there is actually some hail going into Nashville. And then
right now, they don't even have a tornado warning.
We had several storms.
It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is rotating.
Organized, but we actually have a little mezzo on this storm near Summertown, so a little bit of rotation.
I mean, this thing could completely fizzle out by the time it gets to you.
It's a low chance, not really in the right spot right now.
Like the rotations aren't that strong right now. Everything's kind of mush and all over the place.
A severe thunderstorm warning in western Kentucky for large hail and damaging winds. The storms in and around Memphis, they have died out so fast. I mean, there's just not much happening here at all. It's mostly just some isolated lightning, a little bit of wind.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry.
Hail,
just
that's really about it. We got a lot of severe.
Just see what happens in the next 30 minutes.
Mississippi. Got plenty of discrete cells that have fired off. Main concern with all of these is quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We are watching the storm near Tupelo for maybe an isolated tornado risk. Back over in Jackson.
I just worry too much.
I'm a little. Currently north of Georgetown. So
I could be 2 hours east of this, and I'd be like, "Oh man, I hope it's gonna die out now."
This one could actually become tornadic, and that'll be going towards Interstate 20 in Morton, Mississippi, over the next hour. So that is a storm we need to keep a very close eye on. And we are also seeing some severe storms ramping up right along the Mississippi River Valley, back over near Greenville and near McGee. And these are currently producing the risk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour.
Check some of these other radars. I'm going to look at the one up by near Memphis.
Let's go back over to Tupelo, which, again, this is a live shot. Look at the rain shaft on the right. That is a incredible rain shaft. Very heavy rainfall for sure.
So where's Memphis now?
There might even be a hail shaft back in there.
Oh, no, this is down south where we're at.
The storm is currently warned for quarter-sized hail, but there's a lot of black and kind of
Here's Memphis.
some white reflectivity colors popping up right now going towards Tupelo.
So it's pretty far northeast of Memphis now.
Significant risk for hail. Might even be as large as the size of golf balls. Maybe even hen eggs moving into Tupelo.
This thing's just kind of falling on apart, so that's good. Let me take a look at that 3D view, see if I see anything going on.
Again, a very impressive shot of this storm. Northwest Alabama is concerning. This storm has been concerning. They actually just issued a tornado possible label on it near Florence. I did kind of oversight the Florence storm, but the Florence storm right now near Russellville has a huge hail core. And this is definitely going to be capable of producing a
little
tornado.
something rotating right there. But this one's really kind of scattered apart. That's pretty far northeast of Memphis. This doesn't even have a severe warning on it anymore.
Back over in Florence right now.
Everything severe is like right down through this line right here.
Top of your screen, very ominous skies to the left.
Maybe like north of Mississippi, and then a little corner in Alabama, and coming all the way up here into Tennessee. Where's that at? Nashville.
At some point here soon. That's the. Did you add both cameras? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, here's the other camera.
How can I tell if stuff's rotating? Let me show you.
Also in Florence, so again, very ominous skies.
Well, one thing too, like
producing tennis ball-sized hail potential.
This thing was all like bunched up together, and it kind of had like a hook on it. Now it's just kind of all spread out. But right here is our base velocity.
Let's go to Corey.
So if something's rotating, we're gonna see like red and then green. But right now it's just because green's one direction, red's the other direction, and also the faster it goes, like yellow up to white and then blue.
And let me try to get Corey up on here.
So you want, if it's rotating, you'll see two different colors. Let me go down to where we were down south, and you can see a better version of the rotating.
He does anymore, but if he does, he might. Okay. Let's go here.
Here's the one by Tupelo. See, this is where you can see rotating. See, like a green and red. So that right there, it's going this way, like 50 miles an hour, and going this way, like 50 miles an hour. So when the red and green is mixed like that, that's where you can see where it's rotating with the velocity radar.
Does he have something?
What? Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Well, this is Corey Gherkin.
And basically what happens is it's just like a normal thunderstorm, right? But then you got where the hot air meets the cold air, it basically just turns the storm sideways. And then the rotation gets forced down to the ground. That's how tornadoes are made, basically. And this is how they've been able to predict them now with all these radars. The velocity radars. You know, it's like, 30 years ago, we didn't have any of this stuff. They weren't really able to predict tornadoes that well.
Surface-based instability and inflow.
Happy birthday, David. Happy 75th.
I mean, not only just we have the base velocity one, we also have
Tuning in from Franklin.
this one. I like to use normalized rotation, like especially if you got a lot of storms. It's like real easy to pinpoint. Like you can see this right here. You can see this shiny over here. See, that's some pretty good rotation right here from the normalized rotation radar.
Look at that hail, Corey.
All right, let's go to Corey Gherkin. He had a pretty good view of that storm. This is what it looks like right now in Benoit, Mississippi.
This is probably the most concerning looking one right now near
Did
Russellsville.
report a wall cloud just moments ago. This is a very nasty looking storm. This is all the way back over north of Greenville, Mississippi for reference. So we're near the Mississippi River right now on this storm.
Yeah, but if it turns any bit to the southeast, we're going to be way out of place.
There's a ton of hail in that monster too. Holy crap. There's a lot of hail.
No. I mean, if we go that east option, I mean, yeah. See, we've got our roads. We don't have much work, but this is the one I was wanting to take right here, southernmost.
This is definitely organized.
Because it's been trending more east south turn.
A little spin there.
You see the red and green right here. That's your rotation coming down through here.
Mornings, by the way.
Yeah, this is the most threatening looking storm right now, I think.
Arkansas and Texas back into Kentucky.
Here near Russellsville, Alabama.
It is.
Yeah, the pink's hail. There's also another thing we can use to see if tornadoes on the ground. Wow, that's a lot of rotation. The correlation coefficient right here. Like if we see like a big blue or green circle, that's basically showing debris being lifted up in the air. This is what this correlation coefficient shows. But it also picks up hail. It's like you see the pink and you see all these brighter colors here. Like correlation coefficient's picking up a lot of the hail from the storm.
And I don't know why my radar just went really laggy. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to refresh this. Let's go back to them and 1 second.
This can also get contaminated too, like because you're shooting the radar out from the point from right here.
Risk in northeast Houston tonight. It should be mostly wind.
So if we got like a big hailstorm right here next to the radar, it's going to be all screwed up right here, so it won't read it properly.
Let's go here. What one's Corey? All right. A little bit of a radar update. Again, we got a bunch of different severe thunderstorm warnings currently going on right around across western Kentucky. We got severe weather. Currently, mainly the main risk right now is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds anywhere from Mayfield, Kentucky.
Where were you at again? Let me go back.
This is again
You're
our
in
line
Fulton,
of
right?
So this will have a lower-end tornado risk, but it's definitely not zero as this continues to move east and as well as southeast.
Oh, I can see Fulton right here. Here it is.
Back over towards Nashville, we do have a severe storm just to your south that is producing some quarter-sized hail.
How quick it too, and each scans every like 30
seconds
seconds or so.
Significant hail core right now near Nolensville, moving towards LaVerge. So that storm is actually ramping up pretty quickly.
So this is where
in this area,
actually it's
definitely
probably
make
going to
sure
start
that you're
sprinkling
doing
any minute
your
now.
part, staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Hail could definitely be wind-driven in this environment.
There's
the
Fulton,
wind threat is around
and there's
60
the
miles
rain
per hour,
starting.
So hail could actually go into your windows if it is large enough, and I do think that this could be larger than the size of quarters right now, moving into Nolensville and just the south.
Looks like hail's coming dead on to Fulton.
A view on
all
the
that
UT
pink,
camera, but
it's
doesn't
coming
look like we have a
straight
view
to
of
you.
anything right now. But there is a camera there. If there has something, we'll go to it. Back over northeastern Alabama, lots of hail and wind.
Generally,
Two
when the
different
storms like
storms
this,
are
this is the
concern.
hook
One
part
north
coming
of
out. The
Florence, and
rotation's
then
going to
one
be in
south
this
of
area.
Florence. The one south of Florence is honestly pretty impressive. Again, that one's producing up to tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We've been watching a storm over Tupelo over the last several minutes that has been producing some large hail and damaging winds, but the rotation has become a lot weaker. But I really want to go back to Corey. Corey has a huge lowering. Corey has a huge lowering west of Cleveland and Broyle in western Mississippi.
Yeah, and if it does that, it'll come right for us.
That is a
Alrighty.
large lowering. Could definitely produce a tornado in the next few minutes. It's a discrete supercell. Sorry, I was going to go through a full radar breakdown, but this is pretty crazy.
We'll turn south up here, but not for long. It's just like a
I can't believe they haven't tornado warned this yet. I hope that's not a debris signature starting right there.
I think it's trying to tighten up. That's all it's got to do is just make that southeast turn.
Yeah. And it has been doing that on radar. It's
Wow.
definitely done that.
This right
Bad
here
thing too is there's
was
so
moments
much.
ago on the Tupelo camera.
The purple is like interference, so we're not even getting proper readings in this storm right
looks
now.
like a tree. That is an unbelievable shot right there.
So much interference coming through here, all the way up
this
to
is
here.
a camera. This is not even like a photograph. A camera was able to pick this up. That is incredible quality. I don't know how in the world a camera could pick that up like that. That is wild.
Got another radar to look at that
Maybe
from.
one of the craziest lightning shots I've seen this year.
KTHX maybe.
Probably is actually.
Mark is 29 knots. Well, the other one is too. It looks like it's moving faster. Definitely is. We got a cell behind this. That'll be coming up through Lake Village, Arkansas. That and another one.
Put that in a picture frame. Honestly, that was an incredible lightning photo.
There's so much interference everywhere. Like this whole area has interference. It's completely all
This
purpled
looks
up
like a
around
spaceship
Russellville.
right now. To put it in simplistic terms, it's like a spaceship out here in western Mississippi. And once again, this is going to be right over north of Greenville. By the way, by our next live stream, we will have location trackers for all of our storm chasers, so it'll be way easier to know where they are without me having to like say it every time. Also, we have an update in a second. Give me one moment.
Come on, baby, get me.
Okay, new update. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. This is for southeastern Arkansas, eastern Texas, and Louisiana, where damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, scattered tennis ball-sized hail, and a couple of tornadoes are going to be possible. This goes until 1 a.m., so keep in mind that we are talking about severe weather for upwards of the next 6 to 8 hours. It is going to be a long risk for severe weather. And we are now up to 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. We might not have any tornado warnings, but we got a boatload of severe thunderstorm warnings right now, lining up across many different states. We have a couple over there west of Austin. We have a lot of storms actually beginning to fire up here. These are very scattered, or really isolated, I should say, supercells that are forming out here in Texas. Main concern will be hail and wind. The tornado risk in Texas is very low, but we should see an explosion of storms here very soon across Texas. One of the bigger concerns that we have right now are the supercells that are forming near the Mississippi River Valley, specifically this storm that's west of Broyle and east of Arkansas City. The one that Corey's on is this one right here that is producing
Holy
pretty
crap.
much just hail and wind for now, but definitely has a
Look at
low
this
rain.
one.
Even looks like a little inflow tail there as well.
This is
So this is a live
Loudsdale,
shot of the storm
Alabama.
right now.
So we've got.
It's basically a spaceship out here in western Mississippi.
That's gonna put you. If it continues.
He says it's a spaceship. Oh man.
Is there another option east up here? If you jog south, this is the way I'm routed. Right. If that way, if it turned right, then we're en route to it, or in the way.
Do you want to go back to Tupelo? This is what it looks like right now in Tupelo in Mississippi near Verona. Bottom right of your screen is that storm. And this one, again, had a large wall cloud moments ago, but you can see all the rain that is currently coming in. Huge rain shaft. And likely hail buried in there. I think the town of Tupelo is definitely dealing with a pretty significant hail threat over the south and west side of town. The correlation coefficient is showing big hail near Haven Acres, Lee Acres, and Confederate Park on the southwest side of Tupelo.
This is our Tupelo
And
storm.
now you can see the camera is getting buried by rain and some hail, more than likely buried in that rain. And again, that camera that we're looking at, this is where the lightning shot came from. That was, again, just unbelievable on the Has cam. But hail core right now is moving right through the south side of town and will be approaching Priceville and
it's a
Lakewood
rotation.
Park and Moorville. Again, there's a lot of lightning out there, but if you have your car for some reason out and about, I would definitely recommend that you...
It's not a
bring it
very
to
strong
garage
rotation, but that's
if
a
safe to do so.
rotation.
Again, you should be doing it if there's not really much of any of lightning. Back over near Littleville, we do have a little bit of a little area of rotation near Russellville and Littleville, just south of Florence,
It's like a big,
Alabama.
fluffy,
This
soft
one, I think, will stay
rotation.
mainly a hail risk, very low tornado risk as that eventually moves towards Decatur in Alabama. And we also have a storm near Lexington that's also producing some hail. Just to the south and east of Nashville, we still have a significant hailstorm that's moving into Lavergne and Smyrna right now. So big time storm here that is moving into Lavergne and Smyrna. And I'm going to check and see if we've gotten any reports on this particular storm. But if I had to guess, we have some big hail here. I'm going to get you guys that update here in a second. Let's go back to
East
Corey.
Littleville's about to get hit by a iceberg. Giant, massive hail core.
Oh, actually, no, we do. Reports of hail up to the size of quarters right now in Franklin, as of about
my goodness
5 minutes ago. So Franklin,
there's
Tennessee,
so much hail there. It's
hail
like turning radar green here. So much hail from Littleville, it's contaminating the radar all the way through. It's like
this is Corey
making a beam of contamination.
As well. We're up to 23 severe thunderstorm warnings now. This is one of the more significant ones.
I know, it's really getting that characteristic.
Which might become a tornadic supercell very soon.
If anybody's concerned about an area they live in, just type in the city and state in the chat and I can pull up your area and kind of see what's coming towards you tonight so you can have an idea.
That's dust or precip up there.
Yeah, it's precip. It's white.
Got a big storm also right now heading into Greenwood. This is Greenwood in Mississippi. Big hailstorm, 2-inch sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds about to move into town just to the west of Winona. We got plenty of storms also in and around Jackson, Mississippi. None of these tornadic, but we definitely have plenty of hail and wind across this entire Interstate 55 corridor from Canton back towards Hazelhurst. The storm again may become tornadic at some point, but it's not really. It hasn't had a favorable storm interaction.
Laverne and Smyrna, Tennessee is getting annihilated by hail right
so
now.
after that storm merger is complete, we may see that tornado risk go a little bit more bananas. But for right now, it's not really too much of a concern. We also have now a severe thunderstorm near Bernice and Farmerville in northern Louisiana. This can be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Excuse me, half-dollar-sized hail. All right, let's go back over to Corey.
It's like the inflow's trying to pick up again.
I mean, we got a big low.
Holy moly. 17. Look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings they got over here.
Very low.
Holy.
It's a high cape environment. And there's a lot of veering winds.
So many.
A lot of spin in the atmosphere despite the winds being weak.
This is way too many
It's going
storms.
to take a lot for us to see a tornado today, but this is definitely the type of storm that could produce
Let's go back over here and we should be able to see most of them. I'm gonna need a fourth radar to pop up.
Severe warned. Just saw CG way over there.
I'll open up another one. So many storms.
Quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings scattered all over the place at this point. Just a mess of severe storms.
Just a mess. Now see all of a sudden a lot of motion on the front.
You are seeing one?
Alright.
Yeah, the front edge of it. They're starting to get that rolling motion.
KGDX.
Yeah, I see
Let's
it.
get our severes online.
Do you think the half-dollar hail rating still makes sense? Not many people under the age of 40 have even seen one in person.
Yeah.
Okay, we already got KGDX.
I gotta find it.
Bit of rain.
Yeah, it's trying to tighten up again.
Got severes down in Texas too
Come on,
now.
baby dropper.
So, fun fact, I got fan mail a while back, alright? Like a while ago. This was probably, I don't know, almost a year ago now. A person named Earl sent me fan mail, and they actually sent me a $50. So this right here is a $50. I've never actually seen one in person. Like this is the first one I've ever seen. So it's actually kind of cool.
Let me
$50
pull
sized
up
hail,
this,
I mean, it's just barely larger then
SBC outlook
it's
again
just
real
barely
quick.
larger than a quarter. I mean, $half
So
sized hail, like
about
it might be kind of dated, but what
top
else are you gonna
northeast of
replace it with? I don't know
Louisiana
what
is
else
where
is
the
a
red
half,
zone
like
starts.
it's
All this is
1.25
possible
inches in diameter.
tornadic in all of Louisiana up north.
We go back to Corey here. Again, Corey's right now west of Cleveland in Mississippi with a large lowering. What is the same diameter as a $half?
My goodness, there are so many storms for me.
Okay, didn't want to answer. Never mind. Let me go back to Corey.
Back to the best one. KGWX.
Yep.
Apparently an Oreo. Apparently, if you guys want to do Oreo cookie-sized hail, that's about golf ball-sized hail. This is live in Tupelo right now in Mississippi. Wind has been picking up over the last few minutes. The rain is actually blowing into the camera. I want to bring your attention to this storm. This one has not been really too significant when it comes to the tornado risk by any means. We did have a large wall cloud at one point, but it is producing some hail. So we saw the hail core right now over the east side of Tupelo, moving towards Fulton. We still have a small mezzo near Russellville, Alabama, so we're keeping an eye on that. We just got a new
Pretty much
severe thunderstorm
every
warning
single
from
one of
Lebanon
these
and
thunderstorms
Watertown,
out here
just
that are
east
warned
of
are
Nashville.
all
That is gonna be for
rotating.
quarter-sized hail and as well as 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We are
Just
now up
because
to
they're forming in the
25 severe thunderstorm
hot cold line.
warnings, which is as many, I think, as that we had in the Friday tornado outbreak. So back on March 14th, about 9 days ago, we had about this many severe thunderstorm warnings at the peak of that event. So definitely interesting.
That's Spanish,
Not
isn't
saying that
it?
this is, you know, a repeat because we don't have any tornado warnings, but we do have a lot of severe weather, plenty of hail, wind, and tornado potential as well.
I'll try to translate that for you, buddy.
This is in Tupelo. We're gonna go back to Corey. That's Ben Williams.
State Park with a bunch of like.
Slow, but it's there.
All right, here's Corey. Corey again is in western Mississippi, near the Mississippi River Valley, just north of Greenville. There's been a large lowering on this storm. Oh, my bad, guys.
Making the southeast turn, darling.
I'm in the double echo.
Jay called the intensity right now of 31,000 feet. The intensity of the downpour, intensity of the rain. I want to see that intensity of how vertical the intensity of the rain has what.
Aiden, I don't know. Let me look.
What part are you talking about, Jay? You give me a city and a state?
I don't see it, so probably not. All right, we're going to go back to the full cam radar. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning back over near Greenville. So Greenville, Metcalf are in the track of that. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. I mean, guys, we got a slew of warnings. We're up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not the most,
28
now
severe
28.
thunderstorm
I've
warnings.
for up to 40 before, but this is obviously quite a bit. You know, there are
Puerto Rico
storms right now that are severe anywhere from Kentucky all the way back into Texas. And honestly, we are still far, I would say, from the peak of the threat. I think really around 7 to 8 is when we're going to peak with severe weather. But back over in
I don't
Texas,
even know if the radar goes to Puerto Rico. Let me see.
Near Fredericksburg, golf ball sized hail possible. Again, tornado risk in Texas is very low to 0. We also have a severe storm near Corsicana moving towards Athens that is also producing some large hail and isolated damaging winds. And then back over in Louisiana, just one warning for now, aside from the one near Lake Providence. The storm west of Rolling Fork near Lake Providence is mainly a hail risk, with maybe a little bit of quarter-sized hail to maybe a little bit of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour.
Is this Puerto Rico right here?
Here of different severe thunderstorm warnings near McGee, Greenville, and Indianola between southeast Arkansas and western Mississippi. And again, this one right here is the one that Corey Gherkin's been on near Boyle and Cleveland. And so once they get back out in front of that, we'll go to them. But they've had a large lowering on that storm for quite a while. We got a huge hailstorm also heading right towards Greenwood. big hail core right now near Ida Bena, and it'll be approaching Greenwood in Mississippi over the next several minutes, also going towards Sidon. And then between
we
Jackson
can reach
and
down that far,
Canton,
buddy.
we have a slew of different storms here. Only a few of them are actually severe. Main concern right now is quarter-sized hail and 60
Where this radar you can
damaging
connect
winds
to is
and
right
frequent
here down in
lightning. These
Miami.
are all mostly moving to the northeast right now.
It's not showing me
And
anything,
the Tupelo
buddy.
storm has gotten some reports over the last few minutes. We do have a report of quarter-sized hail that happened on the southwest side of town near Thomas Street and Cliff Gookin Boulevard. So there has been confirmed hail in Tupelo here in northeastern Mississippi. And then back over west of Okolona, that storm is also producing some large hail. And once again, the storm did have a wall cloud at one point. If you guys were here about 20, 30 minutes ago, you would have seen it. There's been a large wall cloud on this. There was at one point. It went away in the last 20 minutes, but we might have a new one forming if the storm's able to organize. It will be tracking right along Interstate 22 and eventually towards Hamilton and Alabama. So that'll be the next place in line for that storm. And we still have a significant hailstorm just south of Florence, Alabama. 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And then Nashville, Tennessee. This storm is moving quickly towards Lebanon. Which again, the main concern here is wind and a little bit of hail. Very low tornado risk with that storm as it continues to move east. There are a couple cameras over here. I'm going to try to get one up on here. Let's go back to Corey, because Corey has still a view of a little bit of a lowering there in western Mississippi near Cleveland.
Man, it seems like it's getting more moisture coming in now. Does it feel like there's more moisture in you?
Yeah, some.
I don't know if Keys is still here, but it looks like the heavy rain's starting to hit you in Fulton now.
Left side of your screen, again, that's the lowering. We've had a wall cloud on this at times. Doesn't look as organized as before. And honestly, it's had a very similar process to the storm that hit Tupelo.
What the heck are the jet?
I can't believe these hooks these storms are making.
What?
Random jet?
Plane intercept out here.
Right, that's a big one.
Looks like southwest, but I can't really tell.
That is nuts.
If anybody's a nerd with planes and wants to try to investigate what plane that was, let me know in the chat.
The wall cloud's back over there.
That's over near, again, near Boyle and Cleveland in western Mississippi, if anybody wants to look into that.
Man, I am so confused why there's a big jet.
I'm going to try to translate in
We're now
Spanish to you.
30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, you do not see that very often. We didn't even have that with the tornado outbreak on Friday or Saturday.
The only Spanish I know is Lugoma Cuatro Mucho Dinero.
Gives you an idea of how rare this is. I mean, we don't really see this many warnings that often. Hey, Taylor, for becoming a member. Don't forget, if you have any friends or family in the track of today's severe storms, feel free to share the stream with them. We'll be live for the next several hours with in-depth severe weather coverage with plenty of storm chasers, live cameras across the deep south and the Tennessee Valley. Today's tornado risk, once again, is slightly more elevated than what it was earlier today. This is our tornado risk for today. So we do have a 5% tornado risk in place.
Translate it for you, buddy.
Tennessee back into northern
Hold
and
on
central
one
Mississippi,
second.
and also a sliver of northeastern Louisiana. But we could still see an isolated tornado or two anywhere from Kentucky back into East Texas, where, again, it's not a very favorable environment today, but there is enough wind shear for there to be a potential tornado. Just going to come down to how strong the low-level winds are, which so far they've been very weak. But we do have a small jet streak that is coming into play now in northern Mississippi. So that might briefly elevate the tornado risk between now and 9 o'clock across northern and central Mississippi. But again, tornado is definitely possible even in East Texas and back over towards western and central Alabama between now and about 1 a.m. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Again, today's risk is a slight risk for severe weather across the Tennessee Valley and back into the southern plains. Main concern, again, being damaging winds and perhaps even a low tornado risk. By the way, a little information about that plane intercept that we just had. It's a Mitsubishi CRJ-200LR from Contour Airlines. It's going from Dallas to Greenville right now. I had no clue that Greenville was even had an airport to begin with, and I was kind of surprised that it's coming from Dallas. But that's interesting. Good to know. Greenville, South Carolina. It's going to Greenville, South Carolina. Plane already landed? Yeah, it has to be going to Mississippi. There's no way it's going to South Carolina. That plane was very low.
So many thunderstorms.
Right,
This is
we're now
crazy.
up to 31 severe thunderstorm warnings. Another one there north of Grenada. Big hailstorm approaching Coffeyville. Ping pong ball-sized hail. And 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern with this storm as it continues to track to the east.
Everything's rotating.
The Tupelo storm has been pretty strong here the last several minutes. Just had a big hail core go over Tupelo. Quarter-sized hail moved through the area, and now it's approaching Fulton and Tremont in northeastern Mississippi. We even have a couple more storms near Okolona that have small little hooks to them. This one right here west of Okolona has a small
tornado.
Hook, but, yeah, it's going to be a matter of if we get enough.
We don't have any tornadoes right now. We have 29 severe thunderstorms right now, though.
So our environment is slightly more favorable further off to the north, but so far, most of the storms in Kentucky have been very disorganized. It's mostly a line.
Like the closest thing we had to a tornado.
Mayfield and north of Union City, Tennessee, we have a line of
these two storms up here. Let me get a radar closer.
Right along the cold frontal boundary, mainly with the
but all these storms, man, they're all rotating, so these can possibly produce tornadoes here the next hour or two.
Uniontown, Tennessee, on the radar.
Let me go back over.
Right side
KG,
of
yep, here we go.
Thunderstorms rolling in.
These are worst two-looking storms, I believe, right now.
The entire structure, but we'll definitely keep a close eye on that.
It's kind of died out. It's still rotating somewhat.
Also in Martin. So ominous skies on the horizon. Pretty much looks like a typical spring day out here. Thunderstorms.
This is the one heading into Fulton. I'll even show you a 3D view of what we can see of the rotation.
Over in western Tennessee, though, those have been terrible. I mean, these have literally just fallen apart so fast after having a tornado warning and a near tornado.
Classic Supercell with the hook, buddy.
This storm,
I mean, it's even rotating all the way through. Last time I checked.
Still has a small little hook on it, but it's still very disorganized. It'll be approaching Bolivar, Tennessee over the next few minutes. And this is, again, that live shot in Bolivar.
There it is, right there.
As of now. And east of Nashville,
that's the rotation right there.
Sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into Lebanon.
It's just not very strong at all.
Eventually going to
it's not reaching down. And then the other one.
Long term, it'll be going towards Gainesboro, Tennessee.
It's right up here.
No severe storms right now, though, either in Kentucky or in Tennessee. All of our severe weather, for the most part, is across the deep south and also into Texas. They have gone ahead and canceled.
Oh, we have two now.
Morning that was north of Florence.
Did I just look at this one?
Back over east of Tupelo. Still a big hailstorm there. We got another one near Water Valley.
Yeah. I just looked at the Fulton one.
And we got plenty back over near Jackson as well.
And then the Nashville, or not Nashville, but Hatton
it's kind of
area.
Like a training storm right now. Lots of lightning on that cell. I wish we had a camera right there because there's
this
so
one's
much
just gotten
lightning
like
popping up right now in the radar detection. Near Terry and
all
Alonzo,
squished up.
just south of Jackson, Mississippi. West of Yazoo City near Rolling Fork, we also got a storm.
The hook just completely disappeared off of this one.
Rolling Fork. For some reason, it's not in the program. Let me try to pull that up here. Not sure if it's actually up though. That's the problem. There is a camera on Rolling Fork. If we get
this
that
one
going,
was just
we'll
it shrunk too.
But plenty of storms right now currently forming in southeast Arkansas and western Mississippi, mostly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. So lots of severe weather, but I'm going to try.
You can see that one's rotating too, big time.
We got one in Greenville too.
Just a weak rotation.
Yeah, we don't have some of these cameras in the program. I don't know why.
How's the weather there now, Keys? Because it looks like it's right on top of Fulton now.
Let's go over to Corey Gherkin just for a moment. Corey Gherkin,
right on top, but you're in the heavy rain almost.
Cleveland.
Looks like it might be going slightly south on you, but looks like the hail's still going to hit Fulton. I mean, Fulton's pretty big, though. It's taking up a lot of room. That's like from here all the way up to here.
Camera.
press. Open.
Anybody speak Spanish? You know, help out this Jay guy. I tried to translate for him.
Zip trip.
I don't know what he's talking about, but the radar doesn't reach Puerto Rico.
So it looks
It only
like
goes
right
down to
now
Miami.
in Tupelo, very ominous skies right now. We have another storm coming out of the west that has a small hook on it.
But yeah, this is going to be a long night, it looks like, Keys, because look at all these thunderstorms out here. Just tons of them forming.
Camera in Amory, Mississippi. Which is a little
We have
further down to
25 severe thunderstorm warnings now,
Amory. Oh, it's right
and
here.
they're
Okay.
all
We
coming
also got
through.
Amory. We're going to put that bottom right. We'll just stay here for now. Thank you, Caitlin, for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support.
Luckily, there hasn't been any tornadoes yet.
Is it slated to stay south? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Because, I mean, like, the entire severe weather risk
Lots of hail, though.
is pretty much any... If you're in a watch right now, or even if you're not in a watch, basically this entire region here is where our main concern for severe weather is. So it'll be mostly south and west of, or south and east of Dallas-Fort Worth, south and east of Little Rock, back into the Tennessee Valley.
Yeah, something
and again,
like
we're
that.
not just talking about severe weather now. This is going to go all the way into the late evening and even into the overnight hours as well.
Oh, he's saying late evening to overnight hours.
We're back up to 28 severe thunderstorm warnings.
So let me look at tomorrow's. See what happens tomorrow with the tornadoes.
Let's go back to Tupelo.
Day 2.
This storm is beginning to reorganize. Currently, it is not
Day 2 is just down here, so.
But we are starting to see the velocities come together a little bit. I had a brief moment.
My
actually,
guess,
where it kinda
the
spiked here on the east side of
severe
Tupelo.
weather is going to push down further south the later it gets. I'm assuming.
So we might have a low-end tornado risk attempting to develop back over near Fulton in Mississippi. That'll be going towards Tremont, really just traveling right along I-22. And this storm west of Shannon is also coming together. So we got a little hook on this storm that's developing. That could also produce a potential tornado risk. And also, I just want to show you guys this. Just popped up. Very odd looking severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know what's going on here, but we got a little, I don't know, a little spike near Mayfield. So if for some reason you are near Hicksville, one of the two homes probably, it's right here near I-69.
They're still the scariest looking storms I see right now are those two. The one near you.
60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail.
This one's kind of... But it looks like more storms are coming at you, too. Like, there's going to be multiple ones coming through tonight. I don't know how many of them are going to hit Fulton directly, but...
Shots of this storm, but there was
I mean, if you look here, if you count all 5 of these storms, they're going to all... One of them's going to have to go through Fulton again tonight. So... You're gonna get some rain. Show who screen?
I gotta say though, these storms right now near Tupelo, for example, those ones honestly look the most concerning when it comes to a tornado risk. And even that, it's not really high tornado risk, but they do have decent organization right now on radar. Let's go over to Ben Williams. I'm not sure if he's currently on this storm, but I know he's in the area. He's just south of Tupelo, and he's going through the forest right now. He's currently in the Plantersville area, so he's just southeast of Tupelo. So he's going to be approaching this storm. We'll go to him in a second. While he does that, this is live in...
I can't leave it on here, though.
The Cellno weather camera.
I can show it briefly, but I'm not allowed to, like, leave it on.
There. We actually have a little wall cloud forming. It was kind of my sneaking suspicion with this storm. So there is a wall cloud on this. Do we have Amory on the program?
They don't have anything exciting going on, though, really. Like, basically just the same thing we're looking at. A bunch of thunderstorms.
Next link hidden is Amory. But you can actually see a wall cloud.
I just don't want to make Max mad by, like, streaming his, video directly over. I don't know the exact rules over it. I know there's like a 15-second rule or something like that.
A little bit of cloud-to-cloud lightning as well.
I'd already gotten in trouble like 2 or 3 years ago for reposting tornadoes to somebody Some storm chasers, like I only pasted like 30 seconds of the tornado and they gave me copyright strikes. I mean, they fell off. This is like 2 years ago, but I did get in trouble for it.
Amory. It's not Selma. For those that don't know, a wall cloud is essentially the prerequisite, essentially, to seeing a tornado. It's not in all cases.
I don't even like.
You'll see some sort of like lowering.
I just did the 9x16 because I figured, there'd be we could reach more people that are just on the phone only. Where like Max and Ryan, they all do the 1080p resolution, right, for basically PC and
across the board, which is going to limit the tornado risk, but that can definitely be overcome, especially if we have some favorable storm.
Well, I've messaged Max a couple times. He's never replied to me, so
this storm near Shannon,
if he would, like I've let him know that I've been, because I do clips of all the tornadoes too, basically, and I'm doing that the last couple of years. If he gave me permission, would actually message me back, I would have no problem with like doing a 1080p stream and like putting him in the top corner of it.
Mississippi storm. That's Ben. That's Tornado Pagey. This is Corey. So Corey has, it looks like
the man's just so famous now. It's like, it seems like the other day I was watching him and he only had 800 viewers. Now I got like 30,000. It's just crazy. He's just blown up. How many does he have right now? Let me see. Got 13,000 people watching him right now. Yeah, well, it's like right on top of you, brother. I mean, where's your storm? It's Tupelo. Fulton. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's the massive hail. Here's Fulton. You can see it better here.
Just north of Greenville.
Okay, we have another update. Back over in Water Valley, Mississippi.
I'll take another 3D view of it as it's over top of you.
So
the rotation doesn't look like it's really picked up, so it's still looking pretty good.
Mississippi. So this is long term going towards Tupelo. There is a small hook on this cell. It's hard to see because we have a little bit of range folding here, but right over 315, there is a little mezzo that's forming. And so there could be a potential tornado risk coming out of this as this moves east. Yeah, just north of Bruce right now. So we're keeping a close eye on that storm. And then again, we have had a wall cloud on the storm near Oklahoma.
That is a monstrous storm, buddy. Look how big that is. 40,000 feet with the severe part. Let me take it up higher, see how high the
screen to Tupelo.
It's about 45,000 feet up. It's
really
gone.
Tell, but it looks like we still have a large
that is a
ring
beast.
Back there in the middle. Still looks like it.
Look at the rotation now.
Larger. The velocities on right now are not really coming together very well. Not much of a couplet. But if we can see a little bit more convergence with this storm, definitely could produce a tornado. But the, again, low-level winds are relatively weak right now. And just for reference, this
looks
is
like it's cutting it off, but it looks like our rotation's going here.
So this is in
but
the Ohio
I got to rescan it.
And really, the more favorable environment today for tornadoes would technically be further to the north. But the wind speeds right now in the wind direction in the 700 millibar level, which is our low-level jet, are more westerly.
That is one heck of a looking Supercell, though, man. That thing's a beauty.
Risk. But you can see how those winds are still the highest with our particular environment in northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. Now, granted, they're also stronger in Tennessee, but we don't have as favorable of an environment when it comes to wind shear in that area. But the winds are
look at that little squirt coming out.
The 850 millibar level. So again, the strongest winds for our tornado risk are mainly.
There's a little bit rotating all the way through. You got like,
if any storm were to produce a
tornado, from like 20,000 to 45,000 feet, really thick rotation. It comes out a little bit tighter down at the bottom.
Water Valley is developing a mesocyclone near Highway 315. Long-term Algoma, Pontiac, and New Holka will be in the track of that storm. That'll be something to watch for as that moves east.
I'm gonna have to time this guy out.
Back over to Corey here for just a moment.
It's my first time I've ever timed anybody out.
Corey Kirkin is.
How do you do it?
the
Patricia, thank you for the PayPal. Greatly appreciated.
currently
Thank
just
you.
north of
Thank you,
Greenville,
Patricia.
Mississippi.
30 minutes.
She's now behind some trees, so we'll go off him here and go to Ben.
Last he sat lower, like
He's on the north side of Greenville now. Still very ominous skies. Big hailstorm going to be moving in here in just a moment.
Pretty sharp looking, though. I mean, that's
Ben Williams is back over.
showing you a
southeast
lot
of
right there
Tupelo.
from that storm. He's asking about stuff in Puerto Rico and stuff, but I can't. I showed him I can only go down to Miami.
My goodness.
Something about rainfall in Puerto Rico, 30,000 feet.
So we are now up to 32 severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is the most I think.
Honestly, I'd be scared shitless of this storm right here. Honestly,
it's pretty crazy. We got 2 more minutes.
If that was coming at me, I'd be really scared.
I mean, 32 is crazy.
But it's not even tornado warned.
Ever been live for was about 4.
But
so
it just looks scary to me.
we're getting up there. Again, warnings are stretching from.
It's just because it's rotating and it's big and it's massive. Like, and you can see the rotation in the 3D view.
Kentucky with a line of thunderstorms.
I'm just scared of anything that's rotating and coming over me. I worry a lot. I can't help it.
Currently south of Calvert City.
Yeah, I know. You never know with weather. That's for sure.
On the radar Omega cyclone port, look at the right side of your screen. A very impressive looking.
I mean, it hasn't touched down yet. It's been this big, massive rotating supercell for like an hour and a half now.
In the background in Union City, Tennessee.
Is it hailing right now there, Keys?
60 mile per hour damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk with this type of storm. But nonetheless, still pretty impressive. This is in Martin. So Martin is a little bit further off to the southeast. Got the bubbling cumulus clouds right now. Off to the north. I do want to go to the cloud tops.
Take a look at some of the other areas real quick.
So the storms right now around Mayfield, Kentucky.
Your radar is KGWX.
But if you go over to, for example, Mississippi, they're upwards of 45 to 50,000 feet tall. We're actually approaching 50,000 feet on the storm near Greenwood. And the storm near Lake Providence is currently at 50,000 feet tall. So these are tall storms, which means that we are definitely talking about a more significant risk for large hail in addition to damaging winds. It's actually pretty impressive how tall these storms are currently. Going back to Amory in eastern
What is this?
Mississippi, look at the right side of your screen. We actually have a wall cloud. We've had multiple wall clouds already, just nothing to show for them, but
That's
there's
Mississippi.
a large wall cloud there. This is a storm that's near Oklahoma.
Near Jackson,
right now.
Mississippi. It's a pretty big storm. Take a look at it.
Also in Millred, Texas, some quarter-sized hail was just reported.
Oh, wow, that is a monster. It's getting cut off by the radar at 40,000 feet, but it could be even bigger. It is a huge storm. That is so beautiful looking.
Do we have the Florence camera? We have Florence, right?
You see all that green and red, that's all rotation. It's just really
Looks
broad.
like Florence right now. My goodness, look at this storm. It's in Florence, Alabama on the HazCam. That is quite the storm. This is the
Hold on, let me
Tennessee
pull this up real quick.
Weather camera. Very ominous skies. Clouds
In
are
Tennessee,
low to the ground right
Gillespie,
now.
Tennessee.
In Florence.
To Texas. Oh, you've been to Florence?
And there's some lightning as well.
This one's just a big old glob. Looks like the the rolling over part
Not even a
there.
wall cloud, just scary clouds. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is. It's basically just scary
You
clouds.
got one here, you got one here, got one here.
That is scary looking, to say the least.
Crazy you can actually see like the curve. This is like where the hot and the cold air is hitting and mixing. It's just rolling the storm over.
Lawrence, Alabama storm. But yeah, that's if you look at radar right now, this is not producing a tornado, or it's really barely even severe. Just 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-sized hail. But nonetheless, it's an impressive storm. Impressive looking, very scary looking.
Greenwood.
I'm working on getting this camera.
This one's kind of far from all the radars.
Right.
A lot of hail. Look at there. See all the blue from the hail core?
All right.
I'd like to get a closer look on this storm. I don't know if there's a radar I can get closer to it with.
There we go.
It's pretty much, look,
Back
here,
up to 27
here.
severe thunderstorm warnings.
It's right in the middle of nowhere.
Crazy number to say. We just got a brand new one back over in East Texas. This is near San Augustine.
That's
going to be for
beast.
60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail that is currently moving to the northeast. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center.
This one's 50,000 feet almost. I mean, it's probably going to be over 50,000. Let me put in the green and blues.
And also, southeastern Arkansas,
wow.
This will be our primary corridor
This thing
for
is
supercells
massive.
in the short term. That is going to be for damaging winds, large hail, and even a low-end tornado risk. It's back over to Florence,
Big
Alabama
broad
right
rotation
now.
down there.
On the HazCam. And scary looking storm rolling in, but main concern right now is 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail.
There's your rotations. Whoop. So broad though, as you can see, it's just like it's like fanning out down here. It's like tight right here.
And then this is back over to
About 20,000
Mississippi.
feet.
Right side of your screen still have a little bit of a lowering there. I do find it interesting. Currently,
Really far from the radar too, so
Tupelo in Mississippi, we still have a
pretty good image though for how far away it is.
The velocities have come together just a little bit more, so we may actually have a legitimate rotation forming east of Tupelo. Currently, the velocities are a little.
What are you trying to share, Michael? I'm sorry.
Some rotation developing now. This is near Tremont,
Michael Blaine,
south of Fulton. And we have had only one tornado warning so far today, and that was still over an hour ago.
Do you guys have any places you're worried about? Type the city and state in chat, and I can pull it up for you, see what's coming at you, and what it's going to be looking like in your area tonight.
Ben has a lowering.
That was big lightning right there.
So Ben Williams is in Nettleton.
Let's go back to Fulton,
which is in Mississippi. That's going to be east of Shannon. So he's looking at the storm just to the south of Shannon.
Eureka Springs, Arkansas. All right, take you out in just a second. All right, here's Fulton. Oh, look at that, buddy. Looks like you dodged it. Unless you're in this part of Fulton. Made its way through. My goodness, the hook on this. It's so crazy to see storms like this, and they're not producing, honestly. Storm's so tall, it's still getting cut off by the radar.
Oh, actually, we got a wall cloud and rolling fork right now, too.
Wow, look at that. You can even see the rotation from each direction. Going away and coming towards the radar.
Okay, it's starting to get black. Our view's starting to go, so we're gonna
That's
move.
crazy. That's so close to Fulton.
Hail here, so we're gonna move. Since we do have a wall cloud, we'll Try to keep.
I can't believe this thing's been rotating that long and hasn't touched the ground. That's absolutely insane. That's good, though. It's good for everybody.
I mean, we're really
All right, let me pull up Eureka Springs now.
I almost just wonder if we should just let it core us and then call it good on the storm.
Okay, here's the SPC outlook for you.
We could head a little bit farther.
Anti-JA. Basically, 2% chance for tornadoes in the green, 5% in the red.
I'm just adding.
Let me see where this is. Look, I even looked up Puerto Rico for this guy. I can't go that far. The closest radar I have is in Miami. He kept going, though. Eureka Springs.
Going to Rolling Fork right now. This is kind of crazy. This is the live shot in Rolling Fork on another Hazcam. That is a large lowering that is forming, and that's why it took a little while. I had to add the camera. But
look at this real quick.
Max got a good one. The west side of Rolling Fork. And this has a mezzo on it. Yeah. It has rotation.
Look at that
and this
lowering.
might get tornado warned.
I wonder if that's the one I just looked at. That's near you in Fulton. Where did he say this is?
So, yeah, that is impressive. It's been very similar on a lot of storms that we've had so far. Even over in eastern Mississippi, those have also had, there's been several wall clouds, and this is yet again another one.
Well, it's looking good for you, Anti-J. You're way up here.
Once again, this is live, and the camera just went out. It's been a little bit spotty.
So you're out of the severe threat tonight?
That's pretty crazy looking right now.
Let me see what's going on out there, though.
The velocities have come together a lot more over the last minute or so on the west side of Rolling Fork. Got a little mezzo on this. The camera just came back.
Let me grab a radar that's not looking at really big storms.
Wasn't there a really bad tornado in Rolling Fork? There was.
Yeah, I remember the Rolling Fork tornado. That was so sad.
Also, this is over in Amory, Mississippi, another wall cloud. Imagine if the low-level winds were any stronger today, we would be having a full-blown tornado outbreak. I mean, it's the one thing I think that's preventing these storms from producing is legitimately the...
Okay, so you're right up here.
The low-level winds are not very strong today, but this storm also has a large lowering forming there.
Man, it looks perfectly clear out there for you, Anti-J. You don't even, you have a couple little blips. Little tiny little rain speckles. That's about it. So you're in good shape tonight. You're not even going to see any big storms at all. Looks like all the storms are like forming southeast of you. Because look at all these, look how we have like 25 severe thunderstorm warnings south of you, Auntie. So it's all down here. So you're in good shape.
All right, let's go back to Rolling Fork. Where again, Rolling Fork, we still have a large wall cloud. And this camera's been in and out. That's why we keep going back and forth between the two. We're still keeping a very close eye on this storm. We're gonna go back to Amory. JP, I don't know what happened. I'm not a mod.
Smithville.
But, I mean, you being a
I think I've seen all the big tornadoes in the last 3 or 4 years. I'm pretty sure. I got them recorded on this channel, I believe.
A 5-year subscriber and still break a rule and get timed out. But I don't know what happened. It might have also been a mistake. Keep in mind, guys, that the chat goes really fast. So, I mean, a mod could accidentally time you out by, like, accident, because the chat goes very fast. So, it might have just been an accident. I wouldn't take it personally or anything.
I can't believe we haven't seen a tornado yet, to be honest. With all these, every single one of these storms with these hooks. It's just unreal.
All right, we're going back and forth again. This is an Amory, eastern.
This is one of the craziest days I've ever seen without tornadoes.
Out again. All right, I'll go back to it in a second. We're gonna stay here on Amory. Bottom right of your screen is that storm in Amory, which right now has a lowering in the middle of your screen.
Ooh, look at that. There's
Small
something
hook as
going
well.
here. It's my closest radar. It's going to be this one. Not very big yet, but they're definitely rotating.
Not really seen much spin. And keep in mind, this camera's like 5, 6, 7 miles away from the lowering, but at least from a distance, I'm not really seeing much spinning on this storm. Looks like on live radar right now.
Much here yet. It's like this storm's just forming right now.
Here. The velocities have not been very impressive. The storm that's further north near Tremont, that's going to be moving into Alabama, this one has been more impressive. We've had rotation on this cell along I-22. That'll be approaching Hamilton, Alabama over the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which the camera has been spotty. We're waiting for it to come back.
I'm pretty sure I recorded the tornado in Smithville.
For the last 10 minutes or so.
I have like so many videos on this channel.
And then eventually going towards
let me look.
Anguilla, western Mississippi. Long-term Silver City Bolzoni will also be on the track of that cell. This is back to the Rolling Fork storm. We'll see if it stays up for enough time for me to click on it. And it's currently...
I'll go into my...
Let me try going to Amory first. And go back to Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork still has a wall cloud. There it is. Oops, what just happened? Oh, it just went out. All right, well, you guys saw it for half a second.
In my studio and see if I can pull up the Smithville one.
Half a second, then disappeared. And there are some connection issues there. We'll keep going back to it when it comes back. But Amory still has a similar look with a large lowering. It's not very organized right now. It's not really attached to the base very well either. If it can organize, tornado's definitely in play. What's the trampoline forecast for today? It's on the medium side. I mean, we have a slight risk. And the risk today for severe weather
Smithville
is more driven towards...
Tornado, Smithville, Arkansas, late night.
Still got a large lowering there on the west side of town. But the risk today is more driven towards scattered hail and wind. It's not like a widespread
Was it 2025? Because this one's showing 3/14/25. That was this year.
And Piedmont and Beckville on its approach to these areas. It's going to cross the Black River. Let's see here. How close is Chris Hall? Chris Hall is pretty. And let's continue to track Chris Hall and Wayne County in Missouri. Very dangerous situation for you. We have a PDS tornado warning that's continuing for our friends in Frederickstown and Markin.
I just started getting into weather about 3 or 4 years ago. I became disabled, so I'm stuck at home, so I watched the weather. What happened to Max?
Once again, this is Rolling Fork, Mississippi on the HazCam from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera.
Rolling Fork.
Rolling Fork again under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and the camera just went out, but it's currently
Camera went out.
a warning for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is back over in Amory, which is eastern Mississippi. So
it's 2 storms, man.
The storm continues to have a very ragged lowering. But could definitely still produce a tornado. I mean, these storms, again, have hook echoes. Going back to live radar. We still have a hook on this storm. This is the one that the camera's looking at, so just northwest there of Amory.
I just started live streaming
which is becoming
like 5 days ago. This is my second time streaming. I never did it. I just recorded the tornadoes.
Towards Hamilton. The warning is currently down to...
I have a video game channel I do too, and I'm like really close to being partnered on my YouTube channel for video games, and
still got that.
I tried streaming for the first time because they said recommend that, or they recommended streaming for
the wind is very weak at the surface.
Getting more subs, and I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And then I'm like, okay, well, now I want to stream on the weather. Try it out, see what happens. See if I can help some people.
Jacob. Yeah, if you're in Rolling Fork, I mean, there's no reason to panic. Just make sure you're going to your safe place. I'd at least stay away from windows. Again, I don't really think that's going to produce a tornado in the next 5 or 10 minutes, but there is a lowering. There is a lowering. So
that 2025 Smithville is the only one I had showing up.
Which the camera
unless I don't know, maybe I put the wrong city in, or maybe it.
We'll go back to Amory.
Like, because if the city doesn't show here on the map, I won't put it in. I'll put the ones in that I see. Like, there could be, like right here, see, I'll put Okolona. But then I zoom in and I see Nettleton, so maybe a tornado hit Okolona, but I didn't show Nettleton in the video, possibly. So it's a possibility I have that tornado, but I left out the city.
Starting to go behind the rain a little bit now.
A new tornado warning has
we got tornado warning.
Well, we now have a tornado warning, and that is for Rolling Fork. So Rolling Fork, Mississippi, you are now inside of a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building near Anguilla. Once again, this is what the storm looks like now, which is now not on the screen. The camera went out. I think Corey Gherkin could be in this area, or he's further north. He might be.
Is that the one I looked at a little bit ago?
He's in Greenville. But again, this is what the storm looks like right now. So we have that lowering in the middle of your screen in Rolling Fork.
I don't have the tornado warning.
Again, this camera's going to keep going in and out, but there is a lowering there, and there's a wall cloud. So we could see a tornado drop. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you
for some reason, the tornado warning isn't set up on this browser.
Bottom right of your screen, going towards Anguilla, and eventually Luis. This is back over in Amory, Mississippi, which honestly, the Amory storm, I wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warned soon, as we do have a large lowering that is becoming more organized. This is back to Rolling Fork. Just actively tornado warned.
I'm going to go back to see where the storm started.
And large lowering. If you look in the right side, that's where the wall cloud is. That
Got
is a
some
rain
rotation
shaft. That's
there.
not a tornado, unless there's one behind that rain. But that's a large rain shaft that you can see there. Do we have Greenville? I don't have Greenville on here either. Why all of a sudden do I not have the Hascams on this program? I don't know what happened.
That's the sharpest rotation I've seen yet.
Back to Amory. Once Rolling Fork comes back, we'll go to it. Again, Rolling Fork, Mississippi is the place that is under a tornado warning.
I'm in Cincinnati, near Cincinnati.
I don't know who owns this camera.
I'm surprised they warned this one out of all the other ones we've seen. Maybe they're just extra cautious with Rolling Fork right now after what happened a while back. Wow, look at that.
This is another crazy looking
perfect anvil stovetop.
Your socks might be knocked off once you
wow.
see this.
That shape's even better than the other ones.
Just got to give it a moment to load. This is Greenville, Mississippi right now.
I didn't even have it all the way in.
Is insane.
Moving it over.
This is a crazy looking storm.
Perfect, iconic. Anvil shape. Supercell.
With the sun setting too. That's an unbelievable looking storm structure.
Oh, whoa, look at that. There we go. That's why they warned it.
Also, moments ago,
that is some really tight rotation right there.
In progress in Rolling Fork just moments ago. This is what it looks like right now in Rolling Fork. The tornado, if it's still in progress, is on the right side of your screen, buried in that rain. From the report, it is a very small little tornado. So, just
coming after here, you can even see the exact spot where it's at, the little red and green right here.
Tornado has been confirmed.
It's exactly where the rotation is coming through here.
It's going to be there in the middle right. The camera's moving around a little bit, but it'll be further to the right there. But there is a tornado by the sounds of it buried back in that rain. From what I am hearing right now.
Yeah, it does.
It is on the ground as of 2 minutes ago. So it's going
I don't even know if they completely rebuilt Rolling Fork yet.
you guys see anything, let me know. I can't personally
They definitely did the right call on tornado warning there, that's for sure.
This is a very low precip supercell, at least where the
right there. That's when they warned it.
Just enough rain to block out us seeing it.
How bright it gets.
Reportedly, it has lifted, so it must have been a brief tornado. This is currently looking northwest, so we're looking directly at where there would be a tornado. If there was one, it would be buried back in the rain here in Rolling Fork. Actually, look right there in the middle. Looks like a little funnel right there. I think that's where we'd be looking. That little funnel.
Max is looking at it.
Very middle of your screen. And the camera just went out. We'll go back to it in a second.
Went out.
Yeah, there's a funnel there. In the meantime, this back over in Greenville, Mississippi, further off to the north and east. Very ominous looking skies right now. Big storm rolling in. This back to Rolling Fork. There is like a little lowering, a little funnel there, it looked like in the middle. Got some rising scud there on the right.
He's talking about that.
Wall cloud is kind of buried back in there behind the rain, but you got that funnel. There's a little funnel right there. I think there's some spin. I think that's where we're looking, right there in the middle.
There. Looks like there.
Funnel cloud. That is definitely a funnel.
And that rotation's still pretty tight.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning for Rolling Fork and Anguilla in western Mississippi. Looks like a tornado is attempting to drop, though. Look at that long rope right there, too. You can see it going from top right to
Bring
middle.
it back. Oh, man, you could see it. It's growing out.
That is a tornado dropping actively. We have a
wow, unreal.
A tornado, I think, in progress
Holy
right
moly,
now.
you guys see that?
So we have a tornado that has dropped. It might not be condensed, but we have a tornado in progress.
He's got it with the cam. A tornado dropping right in front of us. That is unreal.
So a tornado is currently in
progress.
progress.
It's so beautiful.
This
Hopefully
is not
nobody gets
Greenville,
hurt.
Mississippi, by the way. This is currently Rolling Fork. I do apologize. I don't know why the camera says that, but this is Rolling Fork. Tornado in progress. That is a tornado that could even be on the stronger side of things.
With all view.
On the west side of Rolling Fork.
Oh my goodness.
That is
not good. There's a lot of houses there.
Size right now. So we have a tornado in progress on the northwest side of Rolling Fork, and it's likely still in progress. Don't be too deceived here. It's just not condensed, probably.
I mean, it's probably hitting the ground regardless of not being able to see it.
And the camera just went out. We may have had coverage or just some buffering. We'll go back to it in a second. I want to go full screen. We're going to go back full screen. This is what it looks like just moments ago and kind of still live. Again, large...
I think this is the closest radar we have.
Decent sized tornado there off the off to just to the west of Rolling Fork. Looks like it's back kind of in the forest right now. It's a bit more buried back.
Wow, that's really tight right here. Dark red, bright green.
Hopefully it's not hitting any.
That's literally the funnel you're seeing right there. There's these two notches.
All right, we are back on the full cam. This tornado warning has not been upgraded to confirmed, but it's definitely in progress. All right, we just lost the camera again. I'm going to go back to radar. Again, this is right now Rolling Fork. It is currently a tornado that is in progress in Rolling Fork off just to the west, and it's going to be moving in the direction of Luis over the next several minutes. And this is what it looks like on the North Mississippi Storm Chasers HazCam, which this should be live, but I think it's currently just, it has a little bit of connectivity issues right now, but that again is a tornado non-condensed on the west side of Rolling Fork.
I mean, at least it's weak, you know, like, it's not like a super strong tornado.
All right, tornado warning was just updated. It is now a confirmed tornado. So this is now a confirmed tornado. I don't know why the sound effect didn't go off, but it is now officially a confirmed tornado.
Take another 3D view of it. Let me see what else I got here.
But it is now officially a confirmed tornado. So again, for Rolling Fork, we now have a confirmed tornado here. Going back over to the live shot, again, right side of your screen is that tornado right now, which may still be on the ground, but again, it's probably non-condensed.
I don't know if I can get a better 3D view.
There is still a tornado back in there, but again, I think it's non-condensed. Moving through the north side now.
It's picture perfect storm though.
Anguilla over the next few minutes, and you'll be in your tornado shelter, closet, bathroom, basement, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. And actually, I think that might be the debris signature right there near building near Anguilla. Once again, this is what the storm looks like now, which is now not on the screen. The camera went out. I think Corey Gherkin could be in this area, or he's further north. He might be in Greenville. Okay, so he's in Greenville. But again, this is what the storm looks like right now.
Man, perfect.
So lowering in the middle of your screen.
Perfect image.
Which again, this camera's going to keep going in and out, but there is a lowering there, and there's a wall.
Perfect
so
structure.
You can see a tornado drop. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I'll keep it bottom right of your screen, going towards Anguilla and eventually Luis. This is back over in Amory, Mississippi, which honestly, the Amory storm, I wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warned soon, as we do have a large lowering that is becoming more organized.
I wonder if that's a second one that's about to form right next to it.
Just actively tornado warned.
These are reaching too.
And large lowering. If you look in the right side, that's where the
absolutely
wall is.
picture perfect right there.
That is not a tornado, unless there's one behind that rain. But that's a large rain shaft that you can see there.
Like the further I go in, that's the stronger it is.
Greenville?
So once I go in, it's starting to phase out. So it's fairly weak, thankfully.
Why all of a sudden do I not have the has cams on this program? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's another one right here next to it. Looks like.
Once Rolling Fork comes back, we'll go to it. Again, Rolling Fork, Mississippi is the place that is under a tornado warning.
You even got, look, right here. See, here's the second one. One here and one here. But this is the one you're probably seeing dropping because it's much more pronounced. And you can see it. All these storms are producing like 2 funnels. Every single one of them, it seems like.
Okay, this is crazy. I'm trying to get it up right now. This is another crazy looking storm in Greenville, Mississippi.
Spring this in.
Your socks might be knocked off once you see this.
Greenville, Mississippi.
Just got to give it a moment to load. This is Greenville, Mississippi right now. That is insane. This is a crazy looking storm.
These storms like ginormous spaceships or something. They're just so massive.
With the sun setting too, that's an unbelievable looking.
I want to see that storm in Greenville.
Also,
where is Greenville, Mississippi? Let's find it on the map.
In progress in Rolling Fork just moments ago. This is what it looks like right now in Rolling Fork. The tornado, if it's still in progress, is on the right side of your screen, buried in that rain. From the report,
there's way too many Greenvilles, man. There's like one in every state.
So, just moments ago, again, reported by a storm chaser in the area. Rolling Fork tornado has been confirmed.
Okay, so that's right on the edge of Arkansas and Mississippi.
It's going to be there in the middle right. The camera's moving around a little bit, but it'll be
right here.
Right there. But there is a tornado by the sounds of it buried back in that rain. From what I'm hearing
it's pretty
right now,
broad there.
It is on the ground as of 2 minutes ago. So it's going to be buried in that rain somewhere.
Everything, all of this is rotating. My stars.
If you guys see anything, let me know. I can't personally see it. This is a very low precip supercell, at least where the tornado is. There's just enough rain to block out us seeing it. Reportedly, it has lifted, so it must have been a brief tornado.
A whole line of them.
Looking northwest, so we're looking directly at where there would be a tornado. If there was one, it would be buried back in the rain here in Rolling Fork. Actually, look right there in the middle. Looks like a little funnel right there. I think that's where we'd be looking. That little funnel. Very middle of your screen. And the camera just went out. We'll go back to it in a second.
Why do they always keep going out when he's pulling them up?
In the meantime,
is it because everybody else is trying to connect to him too, and it just shuts him down?
Very ominous looking.
Oh yeah, let me look at Fulton. Hold on.
This back to Rolling Fork. There is like a little lowering, a little funnel there. It looked
Fulton is in Alabama or Mississippi?
Scud there on the right. Again, wall cloud is kind of
Can't
buried
remember.
back in there behind the rain, but you got that funnel there. There's a little funnel right there. I think there is some spin. I think that's where we're looking, right there in the middle. You got a funnel cloud.
Up. Mississippi. All right.
That is
oh yeah, I remember where it is now.
Smooth.
It's like in this area, I think, near Tupelo.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning for Rolling Fork and Aguila in western Mississippi. Looks like a tornado is attempting to
find Tupelo. I can find Fulton.
Right there too. You can see it going from top right
There's
to
Tupelo. Okay.
The middle.
Fulton. Oh, you're like clear skies right now, temporarily.
That is a tornado dropping actively. We have a tornado actively dropping. That is a tornado, I think, in progress right now. So we have a tornado that has dropped. It might not be condensed, but we have a tornado in progress near Rolling Fork. That right there is a tornado. So a tornado is currently in progress. Again, this is not Greenville, Mississippi, by the way. This is currently Rolling Fork. I do apologize. I don't know why the camera says that, but this is...
that live, or did I accidentally go back?
A new tornado warning.
Yeah,
so Hamilton, Alabama, just a slight bit further off to the east here. Which, by the way, all the warnings, I think, are still coming in, because I had to relaunch the software, so I do apologize. The warnings that are popping up, those are all not, like, brand new. But
looks like you got a lot more storms coming towards Fulton.
Is currently producing some large hail and damaging winds. It has a strong inflow, so we may see a tornado try to come out of this near Hamilton. We'll be approaching Highway 43 over the next several minutes as well. The storm again near Hatley and Amory. This one does have a hook echo. The latest velocity scan still showing some broad circulation, but it won't take much for this thing to come together and try to drop a tornado. So we may get a tornado.
I mean, Fulton's definitely, you're like in the line of them, buddy. Like, this whole line goes directly through Fulton, it looks like.
So make sure that you're staying weather.
And look how they're all moving
to the east. All right, back to Rolling Fork. This is still technically a confirmed tornado warning, but once again, that funnel cloud got completely roped out. And at this point, we are mainly talking about...
But as the later it gets,
large hail and damaging
you've seen tomorrow's tornadoes is going to be down south, you know, way down here.
Continue to stay in your safe
so the later it gets, it's probably going to move down more, I'm assuming.
Power flash Warehayden. By the way, John, if you get any updates on the tornado that just happened, let me know. And I can have you come up.
So my best guess is, you know, the later we get, the more traumatic ones are going to be further down south. And these are probably going to lose their spin. But we'll see.
Michigan is not seeing severe weather today. All right, this warning has just been updated. They are putting this as 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail near Smithville. No tornado possible label on this as of right now. Also, we have a new update. We now have a destructive supercell in Texas. So this is back over in Kerr and Kendall counties. A destructive storm is currently ongoing near Comfort, which is not very comforting, and near Interstate 10 with baseball-sized hail currently right along Interstate 10, which is going to affect truck drivers and really any people that are traveling right now along I-10 just to the west of Austin, north of San Antonio. Baseball-sized hail is currently happening with this storm right along I-10. Might be a good idea to avoid I-10 right now between Junction and San Antonio. Significant hailstorm right now in progress with baseball-sized hail with that storm. A little quick update for those back up in Kentucky or Tennessee. It's mostly damaging winds with these storms,
Suckers
but we don't really have
rotating
anything
too.
severe anymore. So our severe weather, at least across
Actually, I want to take a look at this storm.
Union City and Martin, is pretty much
Bet
at
you this
zero
thing
right
is
now. Just some gusty winds
massive.
and small hail.
This is down in
This
Texas.
is the cyclone port in Martin, the University of Tennessee in Martin, in northwestern Tennessee. Some ominous skies, a little bit of lightning as well, but gusty winds the main concern there. Also, the severe storm that passed through Nashville has raced off to the east-northeast. It is now just west of Jamestown, still producing 60-mile-per-hour damage.
That's rotating.
Quarter-sized hail.
You got rotation there.
Also, we are starting to see rotation south of Ruleville near Doddsville. Little mesocyclone on this storm moving east-northeast just to the north of Eta Bena. So a little bit of rotation on that storm as of right now, moving to the east-northeast.
Not much rotation, but it is rotating. It's really, you know.
Oh, sorry guys. I didn't
broad
realize the time
rotating.
was off-centered. Thank you. By the way, we did add a new clock that looks way better in my opinion than the one we had before. So that is a brand new
leave this
clock that
radar
we have
down
now on
here.
stream. And we can also change the time zone.
This could end up being a long night, man.
All right.
I mean,
Sean
these storms
has
just
a
keep
report for
keep
us
coming
for the
out, you
Kerr
know.
County,
The longer the evening
storm.
goes, the
Let's
more
go
further
over
out
to
these storms
John,
start
and
happening.
we're gonna try this out. See if it works. All right. How's it going, John? You're on screen.
All right, we're doing well. So for Kerr County, some developing situation for the hail that's occurring in the region. First start off with a 3/4 of inch to hail. Now it is past 1 inch and 3/4 of hail. So the hail in Kerr County is developing where that's destructive.
It's in Tennessee.
All right. Thank you for the insight and report. That's the Kerr County, Texas storm back over near I-10. So, yeah, that storm's producing some very destructive hail.
All right, buddy. I'll see you in a little bit.
Baseball-sized hail. All right, let's go back over to the Amory storm. And the latest couple of scans here, the velocities, again, are kind of broader as of right now. We still have a hook on this storm. Still possible that we get a tornado out of this. Near Hatley, it's going to be moving towards Detroit. For now, the warning was downgraded to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why the text was going off screen there. I got to fix that. That's fine. He was quiet. All right, I'll up his audio. All right, he should be good now.
If anybody has any questions about their area, you can list the city and state in chat, and I can pull you up and see what it's looking like for you tonight, what's coming, you know, what might come. And I can give you a detailed report if you want.
Mississippi. I think the camera just went out, so I don't think we're going to have it. But currently, we don't... I'll just describe you the scene right now in Rolling Fork, because the camera is out right now. But Rolling Fork, we are still looking at a storm that is producing some gusty winds, some small hail. But again, the funnel cloud and the tornado at this point have lifted. We don't have anything confirmed right now. That's in progress. We may have had some damage just west of Rolling Fork, but it did not go right through the town. So that's some good news. Everything's been quiet. I don't know if 25 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning is considered quiet.
25 severe thunderstorms.
Quiet. We have a lot of stuff happening. We have warnings
exactly
right now. Texas all the way to Tennessee. We've had some in Kentucky as well. But this is not your average severe weather event. I mean, for this being a... Actually, let's go to Corey. Corey has a lowering, I think. Corey Gherkin has some sort of lowering.
Rome, Georgia. Central Alabama.
There's a lowering back there. This is near Greenville, Mississippi. I think near Leland now.
All right, let me go ahead and pull these up.
There's a lowering there on the left.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab out the SBC Outlook. So your green is your 2% chance of tornadoes. Your red's gonna be 5%. You see Alabama's pretty much just the northeast parts.
The storm has been rotating at other times.
Anything can happen with weather, but most likely anything severe is going to be in this area right here. And then
we'll keep it on Corey.
You're definitely looking like at a chance of some, you know, some strong thunderstorms and hail up here in northeast Alabama. It's a possibility. Central Alabama might see some stuff overnight, though, because I'm going to go ahead and pull up tomorrow's report. So this is severe weather for tonight, but if we go back to tomorrow, it's moving down south. Let me look at the categorical. That's just tornadoes. Let's look at that categorical. So yeah, I mean, you can have some thunderstorms, but you're out of the area for the tornadoes, though. But you might see some thunderstorms.
All right, we are back.
Yeah, you're looking pretty good in those areas. Let me go ahead and go back to the radars and kind of show you what's going on overall.
Man, this is near Greenville, Mississippi, Leland and Indianola.
All right.
Corey Gherkin currently.
You see all these red triangles where all the severe thunderstorms are basically just moving across through here. So all the severe weather's pretty much coming through this area right here. So yeah, down in central Alabama, you're looking pretty clear, but you know, some of these storms may hit later on in the night. But
for the
chance for it to be severe is pretty low, being outside of the 2% area.
Had anything recently that's been
glad I could help you.
Views that we've had have not shown anything. I mean, the tornado lifted like 10 minutes ago. They just updated the warning, though. It's just been downgraded to quarter-sized hail. So that's interesting. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but they still have it as confirmed. Let's go back to Corey. Corey has impressive structure here near Indianola, and Leland in western Mississippi. Lotus, yeah, I mean, today's threat, a few tornadoes possible. That's pretty much the general wording for today. So, you know, the tornado risk is on the lower side, but we have a big risk for hail and wind. I honestly think today could have been
how quickly can these storms appear? Oh, man, it happens fast. Like, let's say like 2 hours ago, we had like 3 or 4 severe thunderstorms, and like all of these just like formed right through here in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas. They just... I'm not real good with all the physical terms about the convection, all that stuff. Like, everything's just popping up really quick, and they grow big fast. My specialty is just looking for rotation and making sure anybody knows about any tornadoes coming at them. And that's where I use this bottom screen right here, the BV base velocity. And if something's rotating, I'll be able to tell because it goes green and red. And you'll see a mix of the colors if you got a rotation. Let me see if I can find something that's right here. See, going one way is green, the other way is red. So this right here is rotating.
Tornado warning east of Rolling Fork.
This whole storm's just like basically tumbling over sideways.
But continue to stay in your safe place if you're on the east side of Rolling
And if
Fork.
you know, hot and cold weather mixes together and it keeps tumbling to the point where they get really tight, that's how a tornado's formed.
Those in Lotus, just south of
But this is what you just basically show, really broad rotation right here. Just the whole storm's kind of rotating around.
And then back over near Amory, Mississippi, right along the Mississippi and Alabama border. We have a few different storms here producing hail and wind.
These guys right here, they don't seem to be rotating at all yet. Maybe a little bit right in here, but
really in the favor of these supercells. So they are struggling a little bit. But if you are between Hamilton and Hackleburg,
the further west we go, you start to see a lot more rotation. Let me hop onto one of these other radars.
Hail and wind will continue to be a concern with those storms as they continue to track east. The storms west of Tupelo are mostly wind and hail, lots of lightning. We don't have much rotation on those cells. The majority of our rotation
all these storms
right
up here
now is going to be associated with the
these are all
that
rotating
that are developing across
every
the
single one
southeast Arkansas, western Mississippi, and northeastern Louisiana region.
That one actually starting to look a little concerning because it's starting to tighten up. As you can see, the green and the red's working in closer to each other.
Indianola is producing golf ball sized hail. That's the one bottom right of your screen that Corey Gherkin is looking at, which is an unbelievable shot. We also got severe weather ramping up.
It can honestly happen any time of the day, but generally, yeah, it's like in the evenings. Most likely for it to happen in the evenings, but it can happen in the morning, can happen at night. Just when the hot and cold air basically
in Texas, producing
hit together. That's where it happens.
Hail. A more recent report just moments ago in downtown Kerrville, Texas, is tennis ball sized hail. So there will be some.
Tell you what, though, the worst ones are at night when they like happen after midnight and people are in bed. You know, people get hit by tornadoes in the middle of the night. Those are horrible. I can only imagine. The worst thing. That's the last thing you ever want to happen to you is get hit by a tornado when you're asleep in your bed.
Near Greenville and Indianola.
We actually had that happen a couple days ago. The first night, let me see.
Thank you, Mystic, for the super chat.
Let me check and see what day that was.
Wind and hail tonight. There's a very low tornado risk.
I have a bunch of videos on this channel.
Well, I'll do an update on Tennessee in a moment because we do have a few storms in western Tennessee.
So March 14th would actually have been the 15th of the morning. We had a ton of tornadoes after midnight, and I think over 20 people died that night, sadly.
All right, well, let's go back to
just this
live
year.
radar. I do want to give you guys a quick update for Tennessee. Currently, no severe weather on the western half of the state. We had a line of storms form, but it's been pretty weak overall. Just some lightning, some small hail, gusty winds. But really, the biggest concern for anybody in western or central Tennessee tonight will be out of the line.
I'll keep my eye on this storm.
So we had a few
both
supercells
of these.
earlier. We've had some over the last few hours. None of it really that impressive.
Looking,
but this will be
suspicious.
the main concern from here. We're mainly talking about some gusty winds and small hail, potentially a low tornado risk as well as it tracks towards Jackson, Memphis, and as well as Dixon in Nashville. So those are some areas to watch for. Thank you, Gatto, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, my cheese curd is doing well. All right, we do have an update from John regarding the Rolling Fork tornado. Let's go ahead and go to John.
All right, we do have some reports from the Rolling Fork tornado, some damage. We have an image of a home that has been affected a bit. Some parts of the roof have been torn away. Looks like shingles, a bit of awning has been torn off. And then you have screens being blown out of windows, some glass being shattered, and several trees toppled from the images that I'm seeing.
Alrighty, thank you for the report. So, some damage on the west side of Rolling Fork, which would have been back over near Highway 1 and Highway 14. That's where the report happened near the.
No, actually, the city don't pay for the damages.
Still too low. All right, John, you're still too low.
Basically, you just need insurance for it, I believe.
I'll up your audio on my end, though.
I mean, the city would pay for the damages done to, like, the city stuff, you know, like the streets and the power lines and stuff like that.
But,
anything that's owned by the city.
We do have some damage coming in. There are some photos as well.
Yeah, you basically need home insurance for tornadoes.
Tweet those on Twitter, but a lot of damage to just like a single-story home back over.
So, but you got a lot of stuff happening now, like Ryan Hall. They got the All Squad, and they're going around, and they're actually giving people money and supplies and helping them out when they do get hit by tornadoes, which is great. That's something we never had, you know, a while back. That's new within the last couple of years.
Technically a confirmed tornado warning. Until that's gone, we have the confirmed tag.
He takes donations in on his stream, and then they send out their trucks with supplies.
All right, let's back over to.
I don't know how much damages and stuff they're able to pay for, but I know they try to help as much as they can.
Here on this storm.
Yeah, I mean, it was so bad with the hurricane last year in Florida. Like, insurance companies were just straight up scamming people because they you know, there was so much damage done, they couldn't do anything about it. Like, you know, if they would have paid just 1/10 of those insurance claims, they would have gone bankrupt. So they're cutting people checks for like $3,000 for $40,000 for the damage, and they were just. When those mass, big, damaging storms like them hurricanes that they just hit so many houses, the insurance companies just can't do anything about it. Sadly, just people lose out.
In case I don't see something, so we are.
Tornadoes are much more condensed though, so it's like.
I think it'll be probably a thing for a while.
I think it's a lot easier for insurance companies to handle.
We're getting the audio figured out, so.
I just remember watching like.
I fixed some stuff, so.
videos in 2020 about all the people that got scammed by insurance down in Florida last year.
Just an update on the Kerr, Texas storm. This one is still warned for baseball.
There's people that had like holes in their roofs and stuff, and they had to put a tarp over it, and they, you know, getting a new roof costs well over $10,000, and they're getting checks out for only like $2,000.
You know, pretty impressive stuff. I mean, we got 2 destructive hailstorms essentially going through Kerrville in the matter of like 30 minutes, not even. Also, we're up to golf ball sized hail for Washington and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. That warning has been upgraded.
I mean, I don't blame them. They can't help it, you know. It's like
near Leland. So that one at this
you open an insurance company up to try to be the benefit for the people, but when just too much damage happens, there's just not enough money. It doesn't exist.
We're gonna go back to Corey because he does still have a lowering here.
Man, I wish it would stay like this for like another 30 miles.
I know.
The heck?
Yeah, there's a lowering there, middle left of your screen. The lightning is illuminating the sky, helping
take a
you
look
see
at
that
this.
Right
We've got something going on here. It's dark, but the lightning's showing something.
Sir, you can't park there either.
Is this the same John from the computer setup? It is. It indeed is. Thank you, Armin, for the super chat. Where can a degree in meteorology take me career-wise? It could take you a lot of places. You could go into broadcasts, like kind of what I'm doing right now on TV. You could go into like insurance. There's actually a big market for that. There's a big private sector. National Weather Service is an option. I mean, there's a bunch of places you could go with your meteorology career.
Everybody's trying to hire this guy right here. He's blown up.
World, for example, like you can really kind of get like interesting meteorology.
He's like 20-something years old, really young. He's just finishing his meteorology school.
Again, very private. Like you might not even think of it.
He's one of the biggest streamers in the world already.
They have meteorologists, so there's a lot of places that you can do that job in meteorology. With that said, the broadcast space for meteorology has, I mean, like, this is just factual. It has been going down. Like, there's just not as much, at least in, like, the local markets, for example. It's harder to get a job.
Pretty much all these storms right here in this line are rotating.
And stuff, mainly because of, you know, cable going out the door and, you know, that sort of stuff.
Oh, wow, look at that.
New warnings that have just come out. We're back up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. We actually have one in Kentucky, so we'll go to that. We haven't really gone into Kentucky recently.
I'm going to take a look at the other radar. Look at that one closer.
Back up near Frankfort and Lexington with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on this cell. Keep in mind that our severe weather risk for today does not extend into this area. That's why I mean by far north. This isn't even in our general severe weather risk for today, which is in both Kentucky and Tennessee. So just out there, Frankfort.
Yeah, that's rotating there. That's getting pretty tight.
Lexington.
I'm going to take a look at a 3D view of this storm, see what it shows.
Again, our general risk for today,
this area is starting to get kind of tight too. I mean, it's still pretty broad, but it's tightening up.
Nashville back into Austin and Killeen. Main concern, damaging winds, hail, and also the potential for a couple or maybe even a few tornadoes.
That is a huge storm. I mean, it's just stretched out really far too.
Obviously, it's a long time frame, but the peak of the severe weather threat is between now all the way through about 9, 10, 11
This one's 50,000 feet high.
And the Rolling Fork tornado warning is still ongoing. It is, again, technically a confirmed tornado, but it is not. The warning is confirmed, but we don't have anything that's been observed recently or anything like that. So, if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. But, again, for now, it's not as much of a concern. Our concern is really growing across every other storm. I would say every other storm right now is more concerning than our tornado warning, which is kind of hard to believe. But, I mean, we have a bunch of hailstorms. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people do.
I don't know what this one's doing. It's kind of all over the place.
Sometimes, like, people don't think of this, but like hailstorms are
definitely rotating here.
But damage. In some cases, hailstorms can actually be more dangerous.
Doesn't look like it's tightened up at all.
Cost a lot more money than a tornado can. It's been proven time and time again. So these hailstorms are no joke. I mean, we're definitely going to see, you know, car windshields blown through and a lot of other stuff. Not something that you want to see, but I mean, that's going to happen. You could have like patio furniture, even like those patio tables. If they're glass, those could be shattered from the hail. So definitely something to keep in mind.
Oh, this app, this is a GR analyst.
Eastern Mississippi
GR2 analyst.
Also, the tornado warning was just canceled. We have 2 storms right now in eastern Mississippi that are beginning to rotate, one of which is near Calhoun City, and another one with a little bit of rotation south of Algoma, near Pontotoc. So a couple different storms that are rotating just a little bit.
There's other apps you can use too, like there's GR2 analysts, and then the other really popular one's Radar Omega. If you're on a phone, you want Radar Omega.
One-story building on the west side of Rolling Fork, and let's hope that there's no other damage there. But there was a tornado there on the ground.
Radar Omega might be even easier to use on a PC. I bought it on my phone. I just never really use it. The only time I ever use Radar Omega is if we have a bad tornadic storm here and I actually go in shelter. That's the only time I've ever used Radar Omega. I've just been using this one for so long now. It's like, I don't want to switch over, but
it's a low chance. Better shot if you're further over.
Radar Omega is dirt cheap, and it makes it real easy. I think it's a lot more like user-friendly for newer people to weather.
Across this entire region. So this one's going to
I think I paid like $8 for it.
From now, so by 9 o'clock, we are going to have.
But this one's like $200.
It's hard to even put this all on the map. We have widespread storms all the way from San Antonio, Texas, back towards Maysville. And again, the general risk is damaging winds and hail. We could have hail as large as the size of tennis balls and even baseballs, especially with the storms in Texas.
Kind of poking
There's also
in
a
here.
Chance for a couple of tornadoes. By 10 o'clock tonight,
Take
we're
a look
going
at
to have
that
a
one
line
too.
of storms organizing across Alabama, Mississippi.
Let me see where we're at actually on the map.
By 12 to 1 o'clock overnight into early tomorrow morning.
Okay,
there
so
will be
this is
plenty
in.
of rain and
This is like, I think this is
thunderstorm
in the red zone.
especially in Tennessee, northern Alabama, and central Mississippi. Damaging winds will be really happening.
This
across
storm's still in the red
area of
area.
Thunderstorms. By 3 to 4 in the morning, the line
That's
is
a
gonna be
little
crashing to the
concerning
south.
looking.
It's
Look,
gonna be
it's getting
generally
tighter.
weakening. Not much happening in Texas after
Right here, as
sunset,
you can
or
see,
not
it's
after
kind of
sunset,
rapid
after
in
midnight
here
tonight.
with the
But back over
rotation.
near Jackson, we'll have a couple different Boeing segments.
And
Just
this one, it's coming in even
with
more
some
and it's starting to
damaging
turn more
winds and
red.
again, maybe one
I'm
more
gonna get me a nice
tornado.
3D of this
By
one. This is
tomorrow
probably the
morning,
most
all this is
concerning
done,
looking one
and
right
we
now.
really won't have much severe weather left tomorrow. Very low chance for an isolated, brief damaging wind or hail event near the Gulf Coast tomorrow in the late morning, early afternoon. But the risk is overall pretty low. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Monroe in Louisiana, which this just got added to a tornado possible label. So rotation right now just west of Sterling.
Such a huge storm too.
It'll be moving towards Sterling, Colston, and Bastrop, just north of Monroe, Louisiana.
Crap, I knocked it off the screen.
So stay weather aware for this area. I don't know if we have a camera here. I'm going to check, though.
That's where our rotation is.
Just north of Monroe. There are a couple cameras. This is a live shot on Fink's Hideaway. So this is over near Monroe. Kind of hard to see much right now, but it is a little bit gusty for winds. Let's see if we have anything else that.
You can't even tell, but it looks like it's coming from over here. Looks like this one's reaching towards the rotation spot.
A little mesocyclone on this. Probably a wall cloud moving towards Sterling, if I had to guess.
It's really kind of all over still. Got that too.
I'm just checking to see if we have a has cam here. We do not. All right. Corey Gherkin. Let's go to him.
This one right here, the normalized rotation.
Of Greenville, Mississippi.
This one makes it real easy to find the rotations because it just has like the green and blues mixed together. You can see where the rotations are. Like, you know that spot I just told you, starting to look how deep that blue is.
Kinloch, Mississippi, if you're familiar with that area, south of Indianola.
But yeah, if I'm looking at a bunch of storms, it's real easy to pop up the NROT and just kind of find the areas that have the rotation without having to stare really close at all the different colors.
Actually, I do want to go back to radar. Look at this. Back over east of Shreveport.
Rotation there.
Near Gibbsland. We actually have a little hook echo near Arcadia. And there is a little bit of spin. We have a little bit of rotation popping up on radar. So maybe another
Arcadia.
Low tornado risk here going towards Arcadia.
Where is that? Arcadia.
Definitely going to be something to watch for right there.
Let me pull this up.
A little bit of rotation, little hook echo, lots of lightning too. Lightning's been picking up a lot. Actually, this is the last several minutes. Just over the last few minutes, we've been seeing a lot more convergence on this storm. The wind's going away from the radar, intensifying a little bit, and also going towards the radar. So we may get a tornado with this near Arcadia, Louisiana. And again, the one back over north of Monroe is coming together pretty quickly. We might
Louisiana?
get a on both of these, actually. We'll have to wait and see. Over in northwestern Alabama, near Detroit and Beaverton and Winfield, this storm is quickly coming together. Rotation is intensifying quickly. Just south of Detroit, we have a hook on this storm. Near Highway 17 going towards Beaverton, Gwynn, and Winfield in northwest Alabama.
I don't need any radars close to that.
On this, if the velocities stay as strong as they are, it's mainly near Pine Springs. So we have some convergence there. We'll be tracking right along Interstate 22 here very soon. But it is.
Oh, there we go. Wow, yeah.
If we don't get a tornado, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail are likely as it approaches Gwynn, Alabama.
The Arcadia one he was talking about.
If you are in this area, definitely stay weather aware. Long-term carbon.
How far out of this is it? I think that's close to the red zone.
All right, let's go back to Corey here.
Arcadia's like right here. Yeah, that's about where the
your AC goes down.
The severe weather starts.
My AC was not fixed by John, by the way. My AC unit was just apparently the I don't know. What
yeah, there's quite a few people doing it now.
AC, essentially, so
I started live streaming on video games, and I figured I was just documenting all the tornadoes for fun and making videos on them. I figured I'd come on here and try to help people.
2 years ago from yesterday, the Rolling Fork tornado happened. That was an EF4 tornado. You know, some debated it could have been an EF5. That tornado that we just saw, not even an hour ago, that one ended up being, I don't think it was that strong, but there was a tornado about like an hour ago. That's barely a day away from the 2-year anniversary.
Try this radio, or this radar.
Tornado. So, crazy stuff there. What's up with the temperatures? Or the temperature roller coaster in Michigan? It's spring. It's spring in anywhere in the north is usually like that.
Okay, you want to take right here where you just took a right.
Copy. Westbound and down.
Definitely something going on here.
All right, we'll go back to the 3-cam view here. But once again, we're watching this storm.
None of the radars that close to this.
As there's a hook on this, and it definitely is capable of producing a tornado.
That's a perfect formation. It's got the anvil top busting out.
Moving towards
usually when it starts popping out like that, it means it's going to have enough power to push it down to the ground.
Back up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings yet again. And we just got a new one for Greenwood and Sidon here in central Mississippi. Good amount of lightning as well. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main concern with this as this moves to the east.
Can't really get a good look on it though. Looks like everything's dropping down everywhere but at the rotation.
It's probably hail contamination. Actually, this is back over in Texas, northwest of San Antonio for reference.
The formation of that storm, man.
There's a little bit of rotation with this, but I think this is more of a hail risk. It's not very comforting right now.
Rotation goes up through here and pushes up at the top.
With a big hailstorm moving in, and also 60-mile, or not really much of a wind threat here, but a little bit of rotation. And we also just got a new warning back over near Mexica, I think is how you say it, Wortham. Mainly for damaging winds and a little bit of hail. Golf ball-sized hail is the current threat on that cell.
I'm going to leave this radar here because this might get tornado warned. We'll see what happens.
Approaching Tupelo right now, we do have a cell just southwest of Tupelo that is rotating. A little mezzo on it. It's going to be approaching Amory. Amory's bottom middle of your screen. I'm going to see if the other camera looks any better. Holka. Where's Holka? Holka, Mississippi. We are also
just too many storms right now.
So this is near Okalana. Okay, never mind. There is rotation. So this storm is right now rotating, going towards Shannon.
Too many storms to look after.
Just south of Highway 41.
If anybody new that's joined recently, and if you have a certain area that you live at you want looked at closely, I can you can leave the city and state and chat, and I'll try to let you know what's coming at you, if anything, tonight.
Jug of water. So take it away, John.
Alrighty, so the National Weather Service released several of its vertical sounding profiles for the atmosphere so we can look ahead on what's going on with the storms. So just looking ahead, the setup in Texas and Louisiana, there's a lot of instability in the atmosphere. CAPE values, which are convective available potential energy values, are running well over the 2000s, especially in southeast Texas around Houston area, stretching across much of Louisiana. And for context, CAPE measures the amount of energy available for storms to grow. So when you start seeing values over 1,000, that usually is supportive of strong thunderstorms. So 2,000 plus is definitely something to watch. And then furthermore, that instability is then being fueled by a lot of moist air coming from the Gulf due to a lot of southerly winds in the area. And then lastly, of course, there is, on top of that, shear helicity values around the hundreds. So basically, shear helicity is an indicator of rotating updrafts. So there is a potential of rotating updrafts around Texas, Louisiana ahead of all these storms going to those areas. So overall, the SPC, their outlook is definitely lining up to what the environment is currently doing. So just good thing to look ahead for these storms.
Alrighty, thank you, John. All right. Audio's better? All right, cool. All right. I got it fixed on my end too, so it should be better now. All right, let's see. We are up to now 33 severe thunderstorms.
Yeah, there is stuff that can block the radar. I can show you an example.
Time that we were live for 33
the correlation coefficient right here basically just picks up debris.
We still got 7 minutes until like any other ones expire.
So like here's our radar right here, this dot.
To say the least. But we have again multiple storms.
And then in this storm you see the pink, we have hail, right? So the lighter the colors get, this shows debris. So the hail here is basically contaminating the radar further out. Anything past this hail is going to look like there's debris there. So basically, it just contaminates it. This can also be used to like confirmed by tornadoes on the ground. You know, if you got a really small circle that's blue or green, you can actually see the debris that the tornado's pulling up.
Stay vigilant. I'd stay away from windows at the minimum, as damaging winds, hail, and then a potential tornado threat may.
Lots of hail with all this. So
continue to see some favorable storm interactions. We got a little
like all these storms have hail. Just about all of them.
That's something to keep a close eye on. All right, I need to go back to Corey just for a second. I'm sorry, guys. My camera program crashed. I'm trying to launch it. All right. We're fixed
Might
now.
not have gotten the tube, but we had a chunky wall cloud. Chunky wall cloud and some of the best structure you could ask for. The hills were shrinking. Stop it.
All right, I got it fixed now. All right, we're good.
It's been a pretty mild night, though.
Amory, bottom middle. I'm gonna change Greenville out to.
We're having
Paulo. All right, so that's gonna be bottom right.
33
All right.
severe thunderstorm warnings right now.
Jamie for the super chat. I've gotten a lot.
It's going pretty smooth, I'd say. Actually, let me pull up the powder outages. I want to see how much damage they've actually done.
I got the number 50. That's actually a pretty good number. Now, there are some numbers, if you get a signed hat, that are going to be like 331 or something that really don't have much meaning, but getting like number 50 is pretty cool. But I do appreciate the super chat, and thank you for supporting the channel and being here since 100K. That's incredible. Also, thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. I challenge you to grow your hair
It's got a power
out
outage
until the end
map,
of the year.
and it's looking pretty
No
solid.
reason you can't. I don't think so. But I
Like these
appreciate
thunderstorms
the
aren't really doing that much damage, so that's good. Only like 300 people lost power here in Quitman County.
Let's go to Amory. Actually, there is some. What is that? Is that a big
400 people northeast Alabama got taken out of power here. Probably the hailstorms, I'm assuming.
This is looking in Amory. Once we get lightning that illuminates the sky, we might
Tennessee,
see something.
just
There is
one county
rotation,
here,
though,
247
near
people.
Houston, that's coming together.
Yeah, they're pretty mild storms. That's good.
Yeah, that's just a huge rain shaft.
Louisiana looks good.
There is rotation legitimately near Houston, which is just off to the west.
So yeah, I mean, everything's in pretty good shape still for all these big hailstorms.
Latest scan's a little bit broader. By the way, we're up to 34 severe thunderstorm warnings. 34. All right, we do have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center.
New update.
For tonight's risk of severe weather. That's the wrong screen. All right, so the latest is that we still have a slight risk of severe weather in place. Nothing's changed with that. That goes from southern Kentucky all the way back over into South Texas. It is a very large slight risk, even for this time of the year. Our main concern, again, is damaging winds and hail. They do have a hatched risk for hail in place in Texas, as we've already seen baseball-sized hail, and significant hail is still possible over the next several hours. Our tornado risk is still a 5%, so we still have a 5% tornado risk that is in place in southwest Tennessee, Mississippi, northwest Alabama, and a very small sliver there of northeastern Louisiana. One change from this tornado risk is our 2% tornado risk is a little bit further south, and the 5% tornado risk also no longer includes most of western Tennessee.
There we go.
So that's the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center. Just some small
changes. They update it every day like 8 o'clock.
Overall outlook, but we
when
do
all
have
the
a couple
weather balloon
storms
data
that are actually
comes in.
forming just west there of Memphis. So a couple little cells out there just
so
off to the west
that's what
of
it was
Memphis.
earlier. I should refresh this.
Nothing
Should
really
drop
too
down.
significant right now, but keeping a close eye on that activity.
Just what he said.
Also got some storms right now rolling through northwest Tennessee. But nothing currently too severe. Actually, if we go back up to Bowling Green, Kentucky, we do have a little severe storm right now near Russellville. There's a camera there, but it looks like it's out. But just to the west there, Bowling Green, line of thunderstorms producing some damaging winds. Same thing back up near Lexington.
Oh yeah, let me pull up Fulton.
Damaging winds going in the direction of Lexington, Kentucky.
I'm getting good at this, man. Like I know we're looking for Tupelo County or city.
Again, that could always change.
There's Tupelo. Hey, I'm even on the right radar right now.
This is what it looks like right now in Bowling Green, Kentucky. You actually got a little lightning out there in the far horizon.
It's like you got some big storms coming.
Again. Clouds relatively low to the ground, even in Kentucky this evening.
Let me show you some good news, though, all right? Even though you got these big, massive storms coming right at you, I want to show you the power outages for tonight.
If the storm is able to, really rotate, definitely could see a tornado.
You're in pretty good shape. They're not doing much damage. Pretty much everybody's keeping their power.
That's a good question. It depends.
So like nobody's losing power in your area.
It's not
like
too expensive.
35 people here.
It's a good day. Good day to go there.
So at least they're not doing much.
You can definitely spend a day there. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a 13-month member. I know that's crazy.
They're just big and threatening looking, but they're soft.
I'm a Nashville. Are we good for tonight? Can I go to bed in a decent hour? So over the next few hours, we are still expecting storms in Nashville, and this will really happen around 10 o'clock or so. So we got about 2 hours.
But yeah, pay attention. Like, look at this. See, that's definitely rotation.
The severe weather risk is low.
So we got to keep an eye on this.
Talking about some isolated damaging winds.
Rotation here too.
And maybe, just maybe, a brief spin up somewhere here near Nashville. But I'm not very concerned about this area. Just have ways to receive warnings. Again, the risk, in my opinion, is low for Nashville. It's not zero, but it's low. We are beginning to see a little bit more intensification now in the Houston supercell. This storm right here near Houston, I think, is not far from producing a potential tornado. Main reason why is that this storm is entering into a more favorable, it's more favorable now. Like what we're seeing right now is some storm merger activity. You can actually see the hook really forming. We got a hook echo really starting to wrap up here near Houston.
Oh, he's not talking about Houston, Texas. He's talking about Houston.
Once this little activity merges into the supercell, a tornado could definitely develop on this.
That's
we're going to go full cam to the camera in Amory, which is just off to the east of this storm. And this is what it looks like right now. There's a lot of lightning.
That's what I was just looking at.
On the horizon as well. We're going to look closely and see if there's a wall cloud. There might be one. It also could be kind of buried in the rain. But once this rain clears out, I definitely think a tornado is possible. Thank you, Jones, for the super chat. I've been watching since the Minden, Iowa tornado emergency last year, and it barely missed my sister's house, thankfully. That's crazy. Crazy to see damage right after a tornado. Thanks for all you do. It definitely
Light's
is.
not even coming through. This whole area is so dark.
I've seen tornado damage before. The tornado that hit, I think it was Fort Pierce, Florida, from the Hurricane Milton tornado. Like, that was kind of crazy, and that wasn't even that significant. I think it was like
get a 3D
maybe
view of it.
high-end EF2, low-end EF3 damage where we were looking. But yeah, I can only imagine it, when it's anything higher than even a low-end EF3. Thoughts on the upcoming tornado and severe weather season? I think it's going to be active. I don't think it's going to be... I don't think we're going to have as many tornadoes as last year, but I do think we are going to have a lot more strong and even intense and potentially even violent tornadoes. I do think the number of tornadoes that we have is going to be higher. All right, we are starting to see the storm clear out now, so we might be able to see a wall cloud now here in Amory. The storm again has a potential to produce a tornado. Middle right might be it. Middle right, there's something there. Middle right and middle left, that's kind of where we are seeing a bit more of a lowering.
Look like anything to me yet.
I do think
got
the
a big old hole right
really
there.
Ramp up over the next couple minutes after this little merger happens. Unless we keep seeing all this convection feed in, which this is actually going this storm, but unless we keep seeing convection feed into where the inflow is in the hook, this thing could definitely go.
See what
bananas.
happens. We'll watch it closely.
The storm that's just south of Tupelo, near Okolona, not nearly as concerned about that storm rotating. I'm more concerned about the one west of Amory.
See you later, MW. Thanks for stopping in.
In central Mississippi, it's mostly just quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, even around Greenwood. I'm not too concerned about that activity. And back over in Louisiana, the storms here are mostly lightning, some hail, and wind. I'm not seeing much that looks concerning when it comes to a tornado threat. But yeah, honestly, this storm right now south of Tupelo has my full attention. I'm gonna go full cam again to Amory. See if we can see that lowering. It looks like we have a very long cloud base. I mean, the entire thing there, from that light pole, it's kind of middle left of your screen, just north of the RNS and Chasers. There's a lowering there, and I think there's one all the way towards the other, like, cell tower. I think really near that cell tower on the right is the main area, though. Hey, Todd, for the super chat. We're in Columbus for business. What we got, Max?
I honestly don't have no clue what's going on in Houston yet. It's because obviously there's a big rod rotation there, but
Thank you, Cyclonic, for the super chat as well.
when I look at the 3D, I don't see anything
the 17th
yet.
outbreak was the worst tornado outbreak you've ever covered. Yeah, I would have to say it was definitely the worst two-day tornado outbreak we've ever covered. I mean, we were live for 27 hours in 2 days, and that was 27 hours of being live within 36 hours. I think that's saying a lot for the magnitude of a severe weather event.
Be it. Trying to tighten up.
Once again, we do have a lowering, kind of middle right. It's the only lowering I'm seeing. I don't see it really much on the middle left. This is in Amory, Mississippi right now. Supercell is approaching.
This is dead center in the storm.
On radar, the hook echo is coming together. Organizing a lot. The velocities are still pretty mediocre. But we definitely have a little couplet attempting to form. It's not much, but there's a little couplet there.
There you go. You can start to see them form there.
For Henderson, Texas, we just got an upgrade. Golf ball sized hail is now
really
possible.
Low speeds,
which is back up near Tyler. So Tyler, Texas, significant hailstorm. Actually, look at this thing. We had a storm merger happen on a hailstorm, and this thing's gone bananas as well. Near Moore Station, Coffee City, and Berryville. Huge hail core. Just southwest of Tyler.
3D view is usually a couple scans behind too, so.
Yes, the Rolling Fork tornado was confirmed. That was over an hour ago now, but that's not on the ground or anything anymore. If I recall, the last major outbreak we were live for was the longest last May, and that was 15 hours. Yes, that was our longest up until recently. Our longest live stream of all time is now the 15-hour live coverage on the Saturday high risk last weekend. Once again, we got a hook echo. We got a strong inflow near Houston. This thing's clearing out a lot more now. So there's
He's saying with this rain clearing out, it's going to get
full
worse.
cam to Amory on the Has cam from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. By the way, shout out to Carrie, as well as Michaela, Candace, Anthony, Denise, Crystal. We're all picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the support. Don't forget, by the way, if you want to get 1 million subscriber merch, this is your last
you can see how it's coming in and going around.
To get signed hats, t-shirts, mug stickers, and much more. It's the
Especially
top
on the,
link in the description below.
radar moves.
shopmaxvelocity.net. It's one of the best ways to support what we do here and be able to have all the cameras and storm chasers that we have. Birds here are putting out a garden in southern Indiana. Rain can... Bro, I'm guessing you've had a lot of rain so far this spring. Thank you, Douglas, for the super chat. Columbus, Mississippi. All right, let me look where that is. Columbus, Mississippi is not really seen much yet, and by the time these storms shift to the south, because right now they're mostly moving east, but by the time they start shifting a bit more to the south, it'll be more of a wind risk for Columbus. All right, we should have a new velocity scan in a second. Again, hook echo is fully formed now near Houston, Mississippi. The question is going to be the low-level winds. That is the age-old question. Thank you, Leah, for the 10 gifted members. W's in the chat for Leah.
Max is extremely intelligent.
Appreciate your support as always.
I go by what he says.
Thank you also, Jamie, for becoming a 10-month member. What about East Tennessee? Nothing's happening in East Tennessee for probably a while, other than what's already happening, which is just some showers and a little bit of lightning. The severe weather risk in East Tennessee, though, generally speaking, is very low tonight. All right, velocities did not update. This is about 6 minutes old. But the storm is definitely coming together. They have just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll and Montgomery counties, which is back over near Winona, to a tornado possible label. So central Mississippi now, a brand new tornado possible label, and this storm also was just upgraded to 2-inch sized hail. For Carroll and Montgomery counties. They've also just upgraded the warning in Navarro, Freestone, Limestone, and Anderson, Texas counties to golf ball sized hail, which is a considerable damage threat. Seems like so far our biggest thing has been hail. We have had a scattered area of large hail from Texas all the way back over into Alabama. We also got some storms now rolling through Bowling Green, Clarksville, Paris, and also near Union City. Main concern being some damaging winds and a little bit of hail. We also got a big hailstorm just northeast of the radar site. This is near Detroit, Alabama. Huge hail core right over near Detroit. All that white and black, that's going to represent a significant hail core. It'll be on track for Gwynn and Winfield here pretty soon. Also, a little bit of rotation now developing near Okolona. So we got a little bit more rotation developing there, and also near Houston. That storm, velocities have not updated yet, but that rotation is still probably coming together. We'll have another radar scan for velocities in a second. We do have a new update from John regarding the Texas storms. You can go ahead, John. John, you're muted.
This is not going to happen for the first time. All right. So going back to the storm back in Kerrville, where it was labeled as a destructive thunderstorm, in the span of about an hour, they had reports of about golf ball size hail all the way up to baseball size hail about an hour ago. So that shows you how quickly that storm developed. And now it does look like that it has been downgraded to considerable golf ball size hail.
All right, thank you for the report. Also, we do have a new update back over in Texas regarding the Texas storms. Hail risk is converging. They're actually using the word converging towards the San Antonio area with additional storm clusters further off to the northeast. So San Antonio,
Montepeller
Austin,
MS. Here it's
hail risk
calm.
is continuing to stay
Do you want me to look up Montepeller?
Up to tennis ball sized hail is possible across this area.
Pull it
We've
up
already
for
had
you.
baseball-sized hail, though, as mentioned prior on that storm back over northwest of
Here's
San
our
Antonio.
threat tonight. We got 2% chance of tornadoes here in the green and 5% in the red.
Thank you, Michaela, for the super chat. Oopsie. Didn't mean to say your name. My bad. Appreciate the super chat.
I'm not typing good. Montpellier.
All right. Let's go back to... I think we're going back to Amory. Well, it looks like an Amory right now. Again, we got a supercell just off to the west that is rotating. Bottom right of your screen are those two different storms. Lots of lightning right now in the Amory area.
Well, it looks like you're directly in the red area in the Montpellier. Montpellier, however you say it. Montpellier. What are you next to? Europa. Oh, you're in Houston. Or near Houston.
We're moving the camera, but we're going to go middle. I'll just stay on here for now.
I was just looking at the storm over there. Hold on, let me get back to it.
So we got Corey Gherkin back over in western Mississippi.
There's one of the nastier looking storms right here in Houston. Yeah, you're just right here. You are. You're just right below it. Yeah. You got some rain drizzle with a monstrous storm just north of you.
Which means another storm is.
But it looks like there's plenty of stuff coming your way.
Another storm is trying to nudge from the west, which could
not right away in the next couple hours, and all this stuff is rotating
right now. So this is the storm that has a little bit of
tonight's
rotation.
been really weird, though.
We're not going to be able to stick with this storm for a ton of time.
Mark.
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen and Okolona.
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look like it's doing anything yet.
Ben is right over Houston, Mississippi, which is, again, where the rotation is.
Max was saying this is probably going to start getting stronger, but it looks really broad and sloppy at the moment still.
Houston, Mississippi here. Insane lightning.
Like, these storms are massive. They're huge, and they got hail, but they're not hurting anything, it looks like. We've only had one tiny little baby tornado. Let me show you the 3D view of this storm in Houston. Like, it's a monster.
Oh, it's very dark. A lot of rain.
I can
and lightning.
show you the cloud tops.
If he has anything, we'll go back to him.
So, like, yeah. Up over 50,000 feet.
I'm going to put him in place of
monster storms.
For now.
But
question is, what number is he? It's this one. Okay, we got Ben Williams, bottom left of
I mean,
your
we've
screen.
been watching these storms come through all these cities. But look at our,
which has been so far
I like to use this for my power outages. To see like what kind of damage they do.
That's really stopping it right
There's
now.
a lot of power outages, you know. There's going to be like some damage,
as storm
right?
mergers continue, I do think the storm will struggle to produce a tornado. But I mean, if it stops, it's going to have a pretty good window of opportunity to produce something.
There's really
it's
nothing
been slowly
new going on. They're not beating anything up.
Supercell as well near Houston.
This county's had about 300 people out, and that was over an hour ago. So.
Back over Detroit, Alabama.
Looks like it's pretty much smooth sailing for these storms. They're not really messing anything up.
And very heavy rainfall. Be approaching Interstate 22 just north of Gwinn. That's the, I think, second or third storm that's hit that area.
Marion County, 400 people out of power.
Back over in Winona in central Mississippi, we got a hook echo on this storm and a strong inflow right over Highway 82.
So they're big and mean looking, but they're being pretty gentle.
Lots of lightning as well. I think we might have a camera here in Winona. I could be wrong. Might be further east. It's a little bit further east. But in Winona, again, just make sure that you're staying away from windows. It does have a tornado possible tag on there, as there is a little bit of rotation on this particular storm. It'll
got someone else in here in your area from Montpelier.
Walt Hall and
Montpelier.
I
think that's how you say it.
Also, we got a new large severe thunderstorm warning near the Eudora area, Anguilla, and Hollandale, just north of Rolling Fork, which unfortunately Rolling Fork just had a tornado on the west side of town just over an hour ago. So you're going to get more storms on top of what you've already seen.
There's a tiny little baby tornado in Rolling Fork about an hour ago.
Thank you, Samantha, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for coverage on the Indiana and Chicago storms. Our town wasn't. Our town doesn't.
I gotta say, yeah, this is it's going pretty good tonight, actually.
Well aware of the storm. Once it went over our house,
for all these big, huge, severe thunderstorms, like
Well, I'm glad you didn't have any damage. And
it's going really well.
I'm glad I can help.
Damage-wise.
A little quick update in Kentucky and Tennessee. Currently across Kentucky, we got a long line of thunderstorms. That's non-severe, believe it or not. Even though we have a line of storms stretching well over 100 miles northeast to southwest. This is mostly just some
yeah, that's awesome, isn't
really
it?
Getting off the hook for the most part in Kentucky this evening. Moisture is a bit lower up here, so that kind of helps to alleviate significant severe weather.
There are problems if it stays small, right?
Back into Bowling Green.
You don't want to get all crazy like Max's chat, then I can't talk to anybody.
This is a live shot right now in Bowling Green, and again, the clouds are very low on the Radar Omega camera here. But once again, line of storms rolling through, mostly gusty winds and some small hail. Clarksville's also getting hit by that line. And then back over in northwest Alabama, again, we mostly have hailstorms. Nothing really other than that. Not really any rotation.
It's cells. Really
the main concern
a weird
for
night.
Tornado would be these two cells, if they're able to come together, which so far it's been a mess.
It's very rare that you see this many severe thunderstorms.
And also back
like,
over near Winona. The storm near
hardly
Winona,
any
near
tornadoes.
Interstate 55.
So like,
this one's coming together quickly. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with this here soon if the velocities intensify just a little bit more. Actually, let's go to Amory. I just saw a lowering. That's much more clear.
Max
is
Amory, on to something.
This is Ben. This is Amory, Mississippi. If we get another lightning strike behind the lowering, you'll see it. But there is actually a bit more. It's a scuddy lowering right now, but there is a lowering. So we'll see if we get lightning behind that lowering. It's all mostly in front of it right now. Shout out to Kurt, Paul, Candy, and Mike for all picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the support, guys. There it is, right there.
Mm-hmm.
You actually just saw it. If you guys saw it there,
I saw it right there.
There is a pretty clear lowering.
Where is that, though? The stupid thing got in the way.
We get another lightning flash there. There's plenty that are at least illuminating it to some extent. Just west of Amory, Mississippi.
Now it's gone. Can't see it. There's lightning striking on the wrong side of it. It's a ton of lightning.
There's a lot of lightning with this storm. Very highly electrified.
Yeah, family. Oh, I see it again there.
I need to get a screen grab of this. Really need to get a screen grab just so you guys can see the structure better. It's very split that you can actually see it.
I'm really not concerned though, because I can see the tornadoes in 3D view. Actually, like I know when it's bad, and like I don't see anything bad. Ooh.
Hey, Revelant for the
Take
super
a look
chat.
at that
Also,
again.
Austin for the super chat. Henderson County, Texas has a tornado possible label. Okay, good to know. I did not see that. We have so many.
If there's a strong tornado, it shows up on the 3D view very well. Like you can't miss it.
This is back over in Henderson County, Texas. And we do indeed have a little bit of rotation near Mexica and a little bit over near I-45 near Fairfield. Lots of lightning on these storms, too. I mean, a tornado was really not my bingo card today in Texas. But there is a little bit of rotation with the two little cells there. Everything around Austin is hail. Yeah, that's really about it. All right. Let's go back over to Amory, where we do have a large lowering right now approaching the town of Amory.
It's just really sloppy still.
The storm continues to look very disorganized on radar, so I think it's going to take a lot for this to produce a tornado, but nonetheless, it's a pretty scary looking storm. You can see it, again, you just saw it there briefly. Still have that lowering back there. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Jennifer, for the super chat. Watching from Tupelo, Mississippi makes me feel nervous when you're watching our local sky cams and storm chasers in our area. Yeah, I mean, Tupelo has had already a heck of a day. But luckily, in about an hour, I think our severe weather risk is lower. But there will be potentially another round of storms overnight. It just won't be as significant.
Take a look around again, see if we see anything going on.
Hail just south of Austin. Thank you for the report. Also, thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member. Just said that. Appreciate it.
Right now, buddy, it's looking good, Keys. Like, I wouldn't worry about anything at the moment.
Lightning is just illuminating the sky. Go back to the 3-cam view. We'll have that bottom middle.
You get on this radar. KDGX.
This explains all the mosquitoes. Yeah, I mean, it does. We do have a lot of mosquitoes. All the moisture just adds on to it. So you're not wrong about that.
It's kind of strong. Do I got a closer
looks
radar?
Like Ben is in a low signal area. We'll go back to Corey.
Let's take a look at this one.
Oh, yeah, we're at 21 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It's not as bad as what we had earlier, but still got plenty. We actually have one again in Kentucky. Lexington, Kentucky. If you're tuning in from Lexington right now, severe thunderstorm warning for your area. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really any tornado risk up here, as I've mentioned before. And guess what? I can't believe this, but once again, we are outside of the severe weather risk area for today. Not even a marginal risk in place for Lexington. So a little bit of a oddity. Again, this happens sometimes, but we sometimes get storms that are outside of a risk area that are producing severe weather. And in this case, for Lexington, you are right smack dab in the middle of that. You're only in the general risk of storms today, which means
I'm gonna keep an eye on this one now.
But there is some severe weather in your area. That's the second one we've had up there now. Huge hailstorm currently happening near Detroit, Alabama.
And
then we have two cells right now near Amory, just south of Tupelo, that are producing mostly just wind and hail. Still a low tornado risk. And then back over near Winona, we still have a hook echo on this storm right over the town of Winona, just south of Duck Hill.
See you later, buddy. Have a good night.
I don't think we're going to get a tornado warning on that anytime soon unless the velocities really intensify. We just got a new damage report out of Houston, Mississippi, which is where Ben Williams was just moments ago. A tree is down on a house, which is reported by a local emergency manager. So just to the west of Amory. New damage report there. We also had 2-inch sized hail reported in Pioneer, Louisiana just a little while ago. We've had plenty of hail reports. All these little like kind of diamond shaped things that you're seeing on your screen, those are all different hail reports with the number of the magnitude of the hailstone size, and there's tons of them, anywhere from northwest Alabama all the way back into Texas. Our most substantial hailstorm was Kerrville, which produced hail up to baseball-sized hail. All right, let's go back to Amory. See if we can see that lowering again. But the Amory storm near Houston has become much more of a wind and hail threat. Rotation is really just wrapped in the rain now. You just saw it there on the left. Still have a little bit of a wall cloud shape right there. Yeah, there's clearly a wall cloud there on the left above that bright light. Paul, I'm not going to say where I go until I'm done college, just for privacy reasons. But I am...
Oh, whoa. What's this?
And then I'm done. Thank you, Isaiah, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Michaela, for the $5 donation on PayPal. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is something here. Really far from all the radars.
What am I studying? I am about to have my bachelor's in meteorology, so not far from it. Only got like
that come from?
30 more days. Thank you, Alexis, excuse me, for becoming a member.
Yeah, this is two storms
in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is not in the track. All right, we do have an update from John. Go ahead, John.
All right, continuing on the down tree in just reported, there are also more trees down on roads in LaFleur, Mississippi, in Intensifying. And then there were 3 power poles that were knocked down in Colbert, Alabama, and Cherokee. So the winds are very strong with these storms.
All right, thank you for the report. A lot of trees down, and that is going to be a common occurrence tonight with how many storms are severe, obviously, in addition to the damaging winds that we have present with most of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now.
This one's back a few
Going back over to Amory. Sorry, I don't know why I'm coughing. Back over in Amory. The last couple scans are once again showing an area of inflow that is intensifying. So we have a hook echo once again just southeast of Houston, Mississippi, and an inflow notch.
Yeah, it's rotating there.
Going towards Aberdeen. So Aberdeen, Mississippi, you're in the track of this just to the north of West Point.
Like
we'll see what the velocities look like. Again, it's a little bit behind, but if I had to guess, you know, we could definitely get a, you know, a tornado with this.
So right down through
storm
here.
itself, the velocities have not been impressive, but we still have an inflow and a hook. We've had a wall cloud present a few times on that Amory camera.
Yeah.
Which at this point, it's going to be hard to see it because now it's wrapped in rain.
Max
but
needs to look at that.
Yeah, definitely still an interesting storm. Also, right over Amory. Currently got a little hook on this storm. Going right into Amory, Mississippi. The velocities are very weak right now, but it could still see a brief spin up with this. Damaging winds and some hail being the main concerns for Amory. Also back over in Beaverton in Winfield, we got a big hailstorm near Detroit. Traveling right along I-22. And we are beginning to see a line of thunderstorms developing across central Mississippi. So a full-blown line of thunderstorms developing across central Mississippi. Lots of lightning, some hail, some damaging winds, all associated with this. The peak threat of wind is 70 miles per hour near Hollandale. Going back to Amory, if we get you can actually see the big lowering again, middle of your screen. There's a large, looks like wall cloud. Yeah, middle of your screen. There's a wall cloud there. In the west side of Amory. Storms are highly electrified. Definitely have a wall cloud still on that cell near Amory. And the camera has actually just gone out. We may have lost power. That's the first time, I think, today that we've actually lost that camera. Wait and see if it comes back up on the bottom middle. But there is a lot of lightning. Definitely could have lost power there on that camera in Amory. All right, just came back. Never mind. All right, so we're going to go back to it. There is still a large wall cloud. You can see it in the middle once we get more lightning. Doesn't mean we're going to see a tornado with how the low-level winds are pretty weak right now, but definitely still possible if it's able to become more discreet. That is a very impressive lowering. That's gotten a lot closer to this camera, too. I think this is the storm, though, that's over the west side of Amory. It's not the one back over near Houston.
What radar is Max looking at Hollandale with?
That's a massive wall cloud.
Got another one right there.
If only it was daylight, this would look even crazier. We're only able to get a few flashes of it. That's a large wall cloud. Wow. That's probably about 2 miles left to right, if I had to guess.
2 rotations.
Let me give it a couple more flashes, and I want to go back to radar. I mean, that's huge. I really want to get a screenshot of it. Just be able to outline some stuff here. It's hard to time it. Hey, John, can you screenshot the wall cloud and send it to me whenever it gets illuminated? You can go back in the stream too.
GX.
Thank you, Russell, for the very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Foe, for becoming a member. At the bottom middle, we still have a wall cloud there. Once again, we have a couple different storms that are producing severe storms up here near Amory. One of which is over the Amory area. That's, I'm pretty sure, where the wall cloud is actually coming from. There is a little hook in here. It's really getting buried in rain, but there is some rotation there. The other storm that's become a lot more concerning just over the last few minutes is the one east of Houston, which is going towards Aberdeen, Mississippi. Have a very strong inflow, and it's really cleared out a lot out in front of this little hook echo that we have over Highway 8. So A tornado remains possible with this cell. There is no tornado possible label on it, but that doesn't mean we can't see a tornado. Here is a bit more. This is a bit better of a view of that wall cloud that we are seeing right now in Amory, just moments ago. So in case you guys are not able to see it in between the lightning flashes, it's a pretty sizable lowering. I mean, once again, just a large lowering.
Still hasn't said anything about
Hollandale. One of the things that you need for there to be a tornado. You need a large lowering like this.
I even typed it in caps in the chat.
A good amount of organization, lots of wind shear as well, even in the low levels, but it's not quite reaching the ground, which is the one thing that we've had so far today that's been limiting a lot of these storms. They have just issued a new warning for Amory and Smithville with a tornado possible label on it, which again is because of this lowering
pretty concerning
that we have.
looking right here.
We
got the yellow
shot
now.
of that lowering just moments ago in Amory. So again, very impressive wall cloud here. Very low to the ground
gosh.
too. I mean, if I had to guess, that's only about 1,000, maybe a couple thousand feet off the ground at most.
Hollandale, Mr. Max.
Yeah, we still have it a little bit. It's a little bit less organized, but it's still there. This is again the live view in Amory.
Somebody called the National Weather Service.
North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera. Wow, that's impressive. It's gotten a lot closer to the camera too. Much more clear.
There's not a whole lot of people in here, but if you know anybody in Hollandale, give them a call. Tell them to get safe.
Bottom right of your screen is what the rotation looks like. We have a small area of convergence near Amory, which is where the wall cloud's located, but that is a huge wall cloud still. If somebody else can give me a screenshot of this over the last minute or so, let me know. That thing's growing. Again, the velocity's on radar. I mean, it's not very strong near the surface level, and keep in mind, our radar is right here. It's right over Greenwood Springs. I'm curious if we can go from a more distant radar site. But I mean, at least near the ground level, the winds are still not really coming together, not really converging well, but
right there.
impressive to say the least. Got a little, I think a little inflow tail too on the right. Also, we have really strong rotation near Hollandale that has been coming together for the last few minutes. There is a potential tornado risk near Hollandale, Mississippi. It's over in western Mississippi.
Not tornado warned
either. It's west of Silver City. That's pretty impressive. Here's another view just moments ago of the wall cloud. Just, again, it's hard to see with not that, again, being nighttime, it's hard to see, but that's another view of that wall cloud just moments ago. But it does look like it's getting more illuminated now in the camera. Yeah, strong rotation back over in western Mississippi near Hollandale. Near Winona and Duck Hill, we have a couple areas of rotation as well. Might even have a couplet developing here. The velocities haven't updated yet, but there might be a couplet trying to develop there near Amory. We can go back to Amory. This is a live shot with a large wall cloud middle of your screen. Thank you, Mike from Florida, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat. Power flash on Corey. Corey is near... Corey's on Hollandale. Let's go to Corey.
Sweet.
I don't know what button Corey is. Alright, Corey Gherkin's on the Hollandale storm. That one had really strong rotation. Apparently there was just a power flash a moment ago. It's hard to see anything here.
Yeah, you can't see nothing there. Yeah, clearly seen it on the 3D though.
I'm just trying to figure out what the heck on that mountain. Yeah, I kind of want to get out.
Pretty good chance that thing hit the ground.
Lines come down right here in case it's really windy around the front edge. Then we're just stuck.
Yeah, it's hard to see really anything right now.
There's got to be some strong wind up there for that.
We're going to keep a close eye, though, on him. Let's go back over to...
Crap line. Yeah.
Go back to Amory. So the Amory storm is about to roll through. In eastern Mississippi. Still have a large lowering moving in here to Amory. That's what it looks like right now on live radar. Again, main area of rotation and convergence is over the south side of Amory. Be approaching Splunge, Sipsey, Fork, and Gatman over the next 15 minutes. Damaging wind risk is definitely here. There is still a tornado possible label on this cell. The one that's south of Okolona going towards Aberdeen, that one's been struggling a little bit more. That is moving east-southeast. Wow. This warning's gotten up. This warning just got upgraded. We now have a destructive storm here in the Hollandale area with a tornado possible label as well. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are currently possible with this. We're going to put Corey Gherkin bottom right of your screen because he's on this storm. This is a serious storm right now near Hollandale. We're talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which are essentially a EF0, even sometimes in some cases EF1 type tornado, but it's a widespread area of damaging winds. Near Hollandale, it's moving towards Anguilla, just to the west there of Belzoni. Velocities are very strong on this. We definitely could see a tornado with this. I mean, this is a very impressive signature here on radar. It's eventually going to go towards Yazoo City as well. But this is a substantial storm moving out of the southeast. Let's go to Corey, who's again on this right now. This is not. This is in Amory. So Corey Gherkin again currently on this storm near Hollandale.
Frog, BDS hopping frog advisory.
You're not even gonna be able to tell if it's on the ground with all the hail. It's contaminating it all, so even if it did go on the ground,
they're losing connection right now. We'll go back to them, but yeah, this is an impressive storm. And we got a major wind threat going towards Anguilla, Silver City, and Rolling Fork and Yazoo City in the long term. And there's also a little hook again. The little hook there, a little inflow. That is a serious storm right now, moving down to the south. Right along the I-20 corridor, we still have plenty of severe weather happening in northern Louisiana. Mainly some large hail and damaging winds. The Texas storms have also been at times on the more significant side of things. Mostly some half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Nothing really as substantial as before. We had baseball-sized hail at one point. Highest storm there is golf ball-sized hail. And then back over in eastern Mississippi and western Alabama, we got several storms here that are producing mainly damaging winds and hail, low tornado risk. More significant hail risk right now is going to be back over south of Hamilton in Alabama. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning near Huntsville that has already moved through Huntsville. It's going towards Scottsboro and Woodville. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Aside from that, again, the storms in Tennessee and as well as Kentucky are on the low side of things. We're mostly just talking about strong storms right now. Still a low threat for severe weather, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that activity. But the bulk of the severe weather is pretty much lining up near the cold frontal boundary. You know, south now of Arkansas and Mississippi, Louisiana and Alabama, and even parts of Texas. It's back over to Corey, and it looks like we do have a lowering there. Maybe a small little lowering.
Hollandale updated
near Hollandale. Once again, this storm is producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label here. And golf ball sized hail
Just
is also
holding it.
possible.
Heck of a chase, my goodness.
There's a small little lowering there. Middle of your screen.
Pretty sure it touched down before they even started looking at it.
I'm not even sure if it's really a wall cloud, but...
If you go back a ways, it was really powerful.
Thank you, Angela, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Any concern for Clarksville, Tennessee? At this exact moment, it's just some gusty winds and small hail.
I think it was on the ground right here.
So, not too concerned about it.
Pretty sure it was down then.
Probably a
For a brief amount of time, maybe like a minute and a half, 30 seconds. So powerful back then.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is live in Hollandale, Mississippi.
You got
it's on the east side,
90
high winds.
miles per hour one way,
on this.
70 miles the other, miles an hour. But that was, you know, for about a couple minutes ago. Very good chance that could have hit the ground during that short amount of time.
All things considered, I'm surprised they haven't.
It's staying broad
New
after
windshield.
that.
Bro's windshield's gonna get busted out. Is this heading to North Carolina? The good news about this severe weather setup today is that it's not multi-day. It's really just one day, and that's today. So there's very low risk tomorrow too, but it's mainly today. Also, we are now back up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. But just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening, this is what it's going to look like late tonight and into tomorrow morning. Notice how this storm system is spinning back over in the Great Lakes, and it's out of here by late tomorrow afternoon. There's really not much left other than rain along the East Coast and a few isolated storms, but really not much. So, again, the main concern is the next few hours. We got plenty of hail and windstorms out there. The severe weather risk really drops off after midnight tonight, but there could still be some damaging winds and isolated hail. The tornado risk is mostly going to be between now and about 12, and then it's kind of done after that. But, yeah. By the way, completely off topic, but we will have a video tomorrow morning. So just a heads up, we'll have a video tomorrow morning. Big weather pattern change is coming, and there will be a another large storm next weekend that could actually be a bit more concerning than this one. We could be talking about a potential outbreak of severe weather Saturday or Sunday in the Great Plains. It's too early to tell the specifics on that. It's possible, it's not for certain, but we'll definitely have a video tomorrow morning because it looks rather significant. Also, quick update, back over near Amory, we have rotation intensifying right now. We could get a tornado warning here going towards Gatman, Mississippi. And we also have a little area of rotation west of Aberdeen. But this rotation right over Amory is completely rain-wrapped and has been coming together here over the last few minutes. So potential tornado warning on that here soon. We'll see. I'll have another radar scan within the next, 30 seconds. But I do think a tornado might be trying to drop right now in Amory. It's a completely rain-wrapped area of rotation. Luckily, it has just passed through Amory, so if there is a tornado, it would be happening east of the town, going towards Gatman, Wise Gap, Quincy, and Greenwood Springs. But nonetheless, this is a bit more of a concerning storm right now. New velocity scan is literally coming in now. We'll stay here. We got some convergence right over Hatley.
Ooh.
So that's the area of rotation, a little couplet over Hatley. We're approaching Quincy, Sipsey, Fort, Gatman, Greenwood Springs.
Just trying.
And Spelunch. That's a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. Our rotation is wrapped in rain entirely over Hatley.
How you guys doing in chat? Anybody have an area they're concerned about?
And also
if you want to list the city and state in chat, I can pull it up for you. I'll let you know what's coming in your direction or kind of what your forecast is for this evening. Just want to help you guys out.
Avoid the area. Significant hailstorm happening there right now. Back over to the Hollandale
been a
storm.
crazy
Rotation's been a
night,
bit broader over the last few minutes, but we still have damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. That is possible. Again, this is a destructive storm, producing golf ball sized hail and 80 mile per hour damaging winds, again, near Hollandale and west of Belzoni.
Like 30-something severe thunderstorms all night with hardly any
Back over to
damage.
Corey.
One very brief tornado, so it's been a pretty smooth night.
Corey is currently on the storm here in western Mississippi on the Hollandale storm, which is producing 80 mile per hour winds.
I'll pull up
Jamie for the super chat.
Data again real quick here.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Jesse, also for becoming a member, and thank you.
This is our updated SPC outlook. The reds are 5% chance for tornadoes. Greens is our 2% chance.
Appreciate the compliment.
Power outages. Let me refresh this. It's been pretty solid tonight. Lost a little bit of power, but these thunderstorms have been not doing too much damage, so that's nice. Just very minimal.
All right, not really much to see right now.
It's looking pretty solid.
Definitely a significant threat right now in western Mississippi. Going back to Amory. Again, velocities have been tightening over the last few minutes. Again, I'm kind of surprised there isn't a tornado warning here, but there is, again, convergence. We have strong winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. We have a new radar scan coming in now, so we'll see what it looks like. But, again, there's enough rotation here for there to be a tornado.
Yeah, it's really tipping in now.
Highway 278 going towards Quincy.
It's time for a 3T view on that one. Oh, it's so close to the radar, too.
The latest velocity scan.
Gonna be hard to see that. But we'll take a look.
And it's starting to wrap in the wrong direction. So rotation's a little bit broader on the latest scan, and it will probably trend that direction. And this is a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, so it's going to be hard to produce a tornado anyway. But velocities were tight there for a second. I honestly wouldn't rule out that we maybe just had
so
a brief
close,
tornado
it's cutting off half the
near
storm.
Hatley.
Well, let's take a look
Generally
anyway, see if
speaking,
we
the
see
rotation's definitely
anything.
weaker than before.
We see something there.
Any risk for Tuscaloosa or Birmingham tonight?
Definitely.
So Birmingham, Alabama, and Tuscaloosa, you guys are going to see, I think, some storms after midnight, so it's going to be about a few hours.
So it is trying. I mean, that's
this will again form into a line of thunderstorms.
part of the rotation right there. It's working its way up.
This will form into a line, and then
pretty
eventually
high
by the overnight
velocities,
hours into early tomorrow morning, we'll have a few storms in your area, but I don't really expect much severe weather. Should be mostly strong storms. If there's
Can't
anything
really see
severe,
much higher.
60
It
mile
cuts
per hour
off
winds
after
and
that.
a little bit of hail as possible. This is just moments ago. This is again from the Has cams that we've been looking at back over near Amory.
Look at the other one.
This was a few moments ago, but this is about like 10-15 minutes ago now probably. But this was when we had a large lowering near Amory. Large wall cloud. You don't really see this very often.
Pretty sure we had a brief touchdown in Hollandale.
Nothing
there,
to
like
show for it though. The
10,
low level winds are just so weak today.
It's the craziest
Also, we have a
thing
new
I've seen
damage
tonight.
report coming out of the west side of Houston near Pyland in Mississippi. Of report of a report from the public of another tree down. So trees being down is becoming a common
Take a look at
theme
this.
with these severe storms, in addition to the hail that we have basically
Sure,
everywhere
it
right
might
now.
have touched down briefly here for about a minute or two in Hollandale. We'll find out later. Hopefully it didn't, but it looked like it got pretty crazy there for
About
about
Panama
a minute.
City, if you're talking about Panama City, Florida, you guys are fine. The only risk of severe weather down there is tomorrow morning, like late tomorrow morning. Thank you also, Jesse, for becoming a member.
Exactly, is that what county? Belzoni? Belzoni?
The lightning is crazy. There's a lot of lightning. I mean, I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view just so you can see it all, but there's lightning everywhere. This is a very highly electrified area of thunderstorms.
Not sure what county.
Yeah, I'm going to
it
check
is.
real quick the amount of lightning that we actually are seeing
And in
here.
between two when it happened. It's looking like it's
Give you guys an estimate here.
trying to do something.
So over
again.
the last minute, we've had 250 lightning strikes stretching from Kentucky all the way back into Texas. For reference, that means we're getting almost 4,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So these are highly electrified storms. If we only do Louisiana, Mississippi, and Northwest Alabama, that's 180 lightning strikes a minute. So the
142
majority of our
people lost
lightning
power
is
there
out of this slew
recently.
of thunderstorms from Shreveport back into Huntsville. We're currently sitting at about 2,700 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So quite a bit of lightning. What's the record?
Looking a
The
bit
record's very
concerning
high.
again.
It's definitely
Looks
not
like
2,700 or 4,500 or whatever. If I had to guess, we are probably like the record. I don't know the exact record, but probably the record's over 10,000 if I had to guess.
Oh yeah, it's building back up and the storm past Hollandale again.
Yeah.
It's recycling.
Wow. Okay, so this storm is rotating again over Hatley. Right over Hatley in Mississippi. Rotation is again intensifying. We have convergence happening right over the east side of Hatley near Parham.
Looking at the same storm as me.
I am again surprised that we do not currently have a tornado warning on this. This is like not far from producing a tornado. It's fully wrapped in rain.
Oh, that's over near Amory.
That's where the rotation is. But the rotation is intensifying again over Hatley. I feel like there's enough here for there to be a tornado warning. And this is right next to the radar site, so this is even lower to the ground than we usually are accustomed to looking at.
Try to look at it from KBMX.
This is just for reference, a little bit higher up into the atmosphere. This is the velocities, so very strong.
This radar's not showing me anything.
East side of Hatley.
That radar's a dud right now.
That's a little bit higher up. If you go back to the surface, I mean, it's still strong enough here to see a tornado.
By KHTX. And yeah, these radars are just too far.
Quick update on our Texas storms. We got a bunch of storms right now in Texas, and these are all going towards San Antonio. Heads up, if you're back over in San Antonio or even Austin, Texas, some big hailstorms are heading your direction. Definitely make sure you're protecting your vehicle if you're able to tonight. Golf ball sized hail is heading in the direction of San Antonio. We also got a little hailstorm over near Austin that's producing quarter sized hail right now. And there will also be some damaging winds with that activity. They have removed the tornado possible label on the cell that's east of Waco. And also near Jackson, we have another supercell there that's producing a little bit of hail and wind.
Rotation's at. Yeah, it's still there.
I'm going to go back to...
I mean, you can see it right here.
How is this not tornado warned? We might have a tornado. I think we have a tornado. There's not enough here to confirm it yet, but there is a very tight velocity signature over the east side of Hatley in Mississippi, and we still do not have a tornado warning on this. This is going to be near Splunge, Sipsey Fork, east of Amory. This is like plenty for a tornado warning, and there's still not one on this. Likely have a tornado right now. We don't have a confirmation yet, but there is enough here to say that we're very close to a tornado. If not, we have one.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. Right and touching.
There is a very small CC signature there, but it's just not enough to confirm it.
Dead on. See, kind of have this one set up to where it like really filters out the weaker stuff. So if there's any part that's kind of strong right here,
if you have any friends or family near Hatley or Bristow or Parham,
he's dead on
that they are in their safe place. This is a dangerous storm, no matter
really
whether there is a tornado or not. Which again, I think there is one. For reference, in the Hatley area, there is the Hatley Attendance Center, the Hatley Missionary Baptist Church. There's a Dollar General in this area as well. That's mostly on the east side of town. We got another velocity scan coming in, so we'll see what that looks like. But we have very strong rotation on this, and there's
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they have now issued a tornado warning east of Hatley, south of Bristow. If I had to guess, there's a tornado in progress right now. So if you're in Hatley, Bristow, Parham, or Splunge, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm currently that is really stationary. It's not moving much. I don't see a debris signature yet, but the radar is about 4 minutes behind. It should update here in a second. And there is a very small little area that we probably have a tornado in. It's a very small debris signature. It's wrapped completely in rain. But likely tornado. Which this is going to be, if there is a tornado, it's going to be near Weaver Creek Drive. Which there are a few homes there. Got about a dozen homes or so near Weaver Creek Drive. Just south of Bristow. Near Nash Road. Very strong rotation once again. It did broaden out a little bit on this latest scan, but more than likely at least had a brief tornado. You can actually see, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see all the different like buildings here. Got a bunch of little buildings near Nash Road, Hodges Cove Road as well, and Weaver Creek Drive. Got some farms, several different residential buildings and homes there, lots of trees as well.
Some interference here though. What's going on with that?
And also a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning. Just for reference, there are 3,000 people in this warning. This also includes Quincy in Mississippi. There's also a school in this warning. I'm not sure if that's in Hatley, but there is a school in this warning. I think that might be the Hatley Attendance Center, if I'm not mistaken. But if you're in Quincy or Hatley or any of these other unincorporated areas, please be in your safe place. Likely just had a tornado. Again, very small little debris signature on this storm. The velocities were strong moments ago. Again, a little bit weaker on the last scan. The last scan is not loading, but there was a little bit stronger rotation a moment ago. Here's or a little bit weaker. This is the latest scan.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like it's occluding out. So we likely just had a brief tornado. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but we just probably had a brief tornado there. Just east of Hatley, south of Bristow and Parham. But definitely could recycle. Again, this storm in particular has recycled now twice. Maybe even more times than that. Had wall cloud multiple times as well. So definitely a concerning storm here, even if it's not producing anything actively. It could definitely do that again. I'm going to go back over to Corey just for the time being. I'll wait for another radar scan. And we'll go through a full update on every state here in a second as well. I just need to refresh my radar again. It's lagging a little bit.
Looks pretty ominous back there.
Yeah, Ohio's not going to really see anything tonight. Too far to the north. Okay, let's go through a little radar update on everything that is currently happening. And we are going to begin with Kentucky and then go south. So we'll go north to south here. Beginning with Kentucky, we got strong storms literally across the entire state. Mostly gusty winds, a little bit of small hail, plenty of lightning as well. Storms are stretching all the way even into southern Ohio right now, but nothing severe, which is good news. Nothing severe anywhere in Kentucky. Same thing with Tennessee. Nothing severe for right now. The tornado watch does go for about 2 more hours, which does include Nashville, Dixon, and Franklin. Mostly gusty winds as well with this, as it's Nashville. Back over near Memphis, Tennessee, we've had some attempts of some new storms forming, but these have really struggled. Not really expecting any severe weather there. Back over in western Alabama, eastern Mississippi, this has been a focal point here for the last couple hours. We've had many supercells here that have been producing large hail, damaging winds, and even a low tornado risk. We likely just had a brief tornado there near Hatley. Small, very strong area of convergence. Now it's diverging into a much broader area of circulation here near Splunge and Parham. But elsewhere, we still have a big hailstorm near Winfield in Alabama going towards Carbon Hill. The main concern with this is 2-inch sized hail. And then near Aberdeen, we've had a hook on this storm for a while. It has had a pretty nice inflow as well, but it has been struggling to really produce anything other than hail and wind. Again, the low-level wind shear is very...
Yeah, I'm watching max velocity.
Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning if you're in Jasper,
I'm watching him
Alabama,
right now
$half sized hail.
On my other monitor.
Back over south of Duck Hill and near Emporia, We do have a large storm system here. It's more of a line of thunderstorms right now that's producing some damaging winds and a little
His
bit
link's
of hail.
in my description
Lots
if
of lightning
you
as well as that
don't
continues
know
to move
his
east southeast. Notice that we're starting to see the storms
stream.
change directions a little bit. When we began the stream, they were moving more to the east northeast. They're now starting to turn more to the southeast. So we are starting to see storms changing directions. They're moving more to the southeast, and eventually,
no, this is real
they'll all be
live.
moving south for the most part as we go into the overnight hours tonight. One of the more significant storms that we've had for the last
looking
hour
at the
is
storms
north of
live
Yazoo
right
City.
now.
A big wind risk right now, heading towards the north side of Yazoo City near Silver City, Belzoni, Lexington, and Eden for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and half-dollar sized hail. North of the interstate, Interstate 20, north of Monroe, we've had some strong storms there. A couple more severe storms east of Shreveport, mostly gusty winds and a little bit of hail as well. And then back over in Texas, we have plenty of severe storms here across the board. Almost all of these are producing some level of large hail.
Yep, I got max velocity
possible.
right
The
here,
tornado
watching
risk
my favorite
across the board
streamer.
here in Texas is very low to near zero. But back over near Austin, we have a couple of severe storms there with half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And you can actually see north of San Antonio right now, we have an outflow boundary just out in front of this big hailstorm, which is going to lead to even stronger winds before the storm arrives. And then we'll also have downburst winds with the supercell itself. So a couple chances there for severe weather when it comes to the wind threat. All right, let's go back over to the tornado warning, which on the latest scan, we really don't have much left. The velocities have completely diverged. Not much there. All right, let's go over to John. John has an update for us. Go ahead, John. And I'm going to get a snack real quick, but go ahead.
Alrighty. So taking a look at some late arriving soundings that we've got from the National Weather Service. So starting in Mississippi, Cape values are still sitting around the 1,000, 2,000 values. And for those that are new to the stream, Cape basically stands for convective available potential energy, which is an indicator of how much energy is available to fuel the thunderstorms that are happening in the region. So higher the Cape, higher the energy available to fuel these storms. And then going on to storm relative helicity values.
The audio is
these are
for
in the
me.
200s, so they're higher than what we've seen in Texas. And this is a indicator of rotating updrafts or the chance of rotating updrafts, which are needed for supercells and tornadoes potentially. So this is definitely what we're seeing overall in Mississippi. Then going into Alabama, this is another sounding that came in late. Cape values in northern Alabama, where the station is at, doesn't show any yet. However, there's a lot of moisture coming from the Gulf, so as the cold front moves through,
I am here talking as well as Max. We're both
see
here.
some thunderstorms firing, especially in northern Alabama, moving to the south, where especially in southern Alabama, when the storms are lifted and the moisture is able to rise, we'll be seeing a lot more thunderstorms out, so we can't rule out any thunderstorms expected in South Alabama. And then for Georgia, moisture is not as prevalent, so around Georgia, can't see very strong thunderstorms like what we're seeing now expected.
All right, thank you, John. Also,
this Simsboro one's looking kind of.
Limestone counties in Texas, that warning was just upgraded to observed golf ball sized hail. So all the way back over here to Tague and Groesbeck, this storm is still plowing along. Golf ball sized hail. And
this channel advertises for Max Velocity is what it does. It advertises for him on YouTube Shorts Live.
All right, back over to our tornado warning, which once again has not been as impressive the last few minutes. We had a brief tornado, I think, near Hatley, and then since then it is just in a completely divergent area of velocities, basically meaning that our winds are going basically away from each other. So we don't really have anything converging anymore, not really any couplet. So the tornado threat there is dying off. That tornado warning will almost undoubtedly be canceled here in a few minutes. But elsewhere, we got a slew of...
I am using my own audio. I am watching Max Velocity.
A new severe thunderstorm watch, maybe a little extension for Tuscaloosa and maybe Birmingham here soon, as the damaging...
And you guys are like acting like little kids.
A little bit here over the next couple of hours. All right, we'll go back to the 3-cam view. Thank you, Lotus, for the super chat. Let me look up who this person is.
This is my second time ever streaming. Stream
sniping. I don't know who you are, but you need to take down whatever you're doing. A fat copyright strike. Apparently he's taking my audio. That's pretty incredible. Thank you, Starlove, for becoming a member. For the record, I honestly don't care too much about like people like.
See, Max says he doesn't care. I'm not stream sniping him. Thanks for all the attention, though, guys. This is great. You guys are making me popular.
Watching my stream in like a full cam or whatever, like everything's on the screen that I don't care as much, but like.
See, he doesn't care. You guys are acting like little kids.
Else, it's just kind of weird.
You guys are acting like little kids.
Get cheese curd on it.
Good lord.
Cheese curd is eating. Actively eating.
This channel is sponsored by cheese curds.
I don't have criteria. Never have, never will. I don't think there is a need for criteria. I literally just go live based on what I think I need to go live for. Like yesterday night, we were on standby for a live stream for that small 2% tornado risk in Missouri. You know, we almost went live. If the rotation was a bit stronger, we would have probably gone live, but we never got a tornado warning. Let's go over to Corey real quick. Oops. Corey is in a severe storm right now. Back over south at Hollandale. It's the one that was destructive near Bolzoni, producing 80-mile-per-hour winds and some hail. Some nice rain coming down.
Yep, I'm literally just doing weather reports for people because Max has 30,000 people in his stream. And if they want help, you know, he can't help all 30,000 people. So if they come in here, I can look up their city and state for them. That's what I'm doing.
Alrighty, so we have some reports coming out of Mejia, Texas. Some emergency managers are reporting some ping-pong-sized hail. So 1.5 inch.
That I'm defending from a bunch of little kids coming in here and attacking me. It's funny. But it's good, though. This is really good. You guys are blowing up my channel, and I thank you so much.
Texas hailstorms.
You guys are doing great. 61! Oh my god, this is the biggest my stream's ever been.
East of Austin.
I thank you guys so much.
Pretty much everywhere. We have a bunch of different cameras even on like the bottom of your screen right now. There are so
I'm not turning off Max. I watch him. I've been watching him ever since he started. I want to listen to Max. I love Max.
Tupelo and even Amory, which is where we had that tornado warning, which they have now just ended the tornado warning. So tornado warning has now ended.
There's no Max is not on my stream. This is my stream.
Terry, if you're talking about Texas, it's mainly going to be a hail risk.
I even sent Max. I referred 1,300 people to his stream from YouTube Shorts. Last stream. It's working for him really well, actually.
At this point, the storm that was tornado warned has become very much just dominated by wind. There's not really much of a tornado risk left here, but if you are east of Amory, continue to stay away from windows. If you're in any of these warnings,
you can't get it right from this. I'm not copying his stream. I'm literally watching his stream. It's funny though. Keep it up.
Not too concerned about the tornado risk right now.
Keep it up, guys. You're doing great.
Could change.
Anybody want to be a moderator? Got anybody that want to be a mod in here? It's getting kind of crazy.
Label go away. It is. Yeah, they don't have a tornado possible label, or at least on the southern storm they don't. They still have it on the initial warning, but the rotation on this isn't really that impressive. I mean, we have broad circulation near Euphoria or Eupora.
Smiley, I think I'm gonna make you a mod because you're doing awesome.
Michael, but it's not really that impressive. It's very rain wrapped. It's a very disorganized area of storms, and as I mentioned before, all these storms are going to start moving just purely south, which is going to lead to a much more wind-driven risk here of severe weather rather than tornadoes. So
JJ, you want to be a mod too?
And low tornado risk.
Just say something, bro. I got to pay attention to the weather, you know? I got to make sure the people that come in here and they want to know if their area's in danger, I can let them know.
You know, at this point, it's a lot more hail than anything. And we also still have a major hailstorm that's about to roll into San Antonio. San Antonio, Texas. Right now, the main concern, $quarter to $half sized hail. There's a big.
So glad you guys blew up my channel, though. This is the most people I've ever had. I thank you so much. I'm just here trying to help people. That's all I'm doing.
Hi, jeez. That's looking at me. All right. Quick little forecast just for a moment. I do want to show you guys what's happening in the future after today. Today's thread, again, not over yet, but it's mostly hail and wind at this
I'm
point.
watching Max.
After today, it's going to be quiet, I think, for Tuesday, Wednesday. And then what we're going to be talking about in tomorrow morning's video is a large storm system that is likely by next weekend. We don't know what this is going to bring yet. There could be a severe weather outbreak of some kind with how intense this low pressure system's forecasted to be. Southern Plains and the
Can we hit 500 subs, guys?
Are the main areas I'll be looking at, which is basically what we're covering today, and that'll eventually move into the Ohio Valley. And then we're probably going to see a lot more storm systems after that. But keep in mind, our jet stream right now is basically an omega block pattern, which means that we have a huge high pressure system on the west coast, and so the storm system we're dealing with today is actually almost an Alberta clipper in a way. So kind of an interesting little storm setup. But that,
if anybody's concerned about weather in your area and you want me to look it up, type in the city and state in chat, and I can pull it up for you.
That move through the United States, and severe weather outbreaks and tornado outbreaks are going to become a lot.
This is our SBC outlook right here. If you're in the red, it's 5% chance of tornadoes. Green, it's 2%.
We'll have a video tomorrow morning. Tuesday morning's unlikely. Wednesday we'll probably have another video. Thursday, I don't know.
Storms have been really mild tonight. As you see, we haven't lost a whole lot of power.
Until we start to see a more concrete large storm in play.
Been a lot of hail, but luckily not a lot of wind damage, not a lot of power outages. It's been pretty solid.
If we have more information on Tuesday, we'll have a video, but we'll definitely have a video tomorrow morning, no doubt about that. I know we didn't have one today, but there wasn't really much to talk about other than what's happening now. So I thought a live stream was a good replacement instead of a video. So
look at that.
This next storm will make dads mad. That's the title tomorrow. This next storm will make dads mad. Honestly, a W title idea. That's not even Father's Day. Whenever Father's Day comes around, we got to do it. You always have a video? I didn't have one today. Took a break. I think we did one in a row for like probably over a month. I look forward to your forecast every morning. I appreciate that. It's different during like the winter and even spring when it's active.
Oh my God, this guy's making fun of people.
Like, that's significant. I think it's a good thing to not have a video, honestly. So I think it's just
harassment.
Kind of space it out a little bit. As long, I mean, again, I'll probably still mostly do daily videos. There will definitely be occasions though where we only have like, you know, singular.
Anybody else want to be a mod?
Like a video every other day. So. Yeah, Mother's Day is in May, and then June is Father's Day. We still
Jackson, Mississippi. Let's pull it up for you.
So this entire area, nothing in Tennessee or Kentucky right now that's severe. It's all from Alabama back into Texas. Huge slew of severe thunderstorm warnings still in place. Mostly hail and wind.
All right, Jackson.
Is Kansas City good? You are good. There's nothing happening in Kansas City. We might get a new, right now, this storm back over near Solgen in Alabama. We actually have a little bit.
Looks like you're right on the border of the 2% and the 5% in Jackson. Let's take a look at what storms are coming at you right now.
This could become something that's tornadic in like 10-15 minutes as it goes towards Winfield and Gwinn. I think Winfield and Gwinn in western Alabama have now seen, I don't know, this is probably like the third supercell that's gone through your area. So we got another severe storm that's going to be
looking pretty smooth in Jackson, mainly just some rain showers. I don't see anything big coming at you. All the severe weather looks like it's north of Jackson, so I think you're going to be pretty good tonight.
That might become something here in just a few minutes.
I think Shide Lotus would be a great moderator.
We actually have a little hook on this storm right now, just south of Groesbeck, Texas, going towards Jewett and Buffalo. Little inflow notch. Rotation's actually there. A little convergent area near Highway 3371 near Lost Prairie, Old Union, and New Hope. Won't rule out a tornado with
I know, it's funny.
It's in Texas,
I mean,
this environment's
this
not
is
that
what I
great,
would
but
expect, you know, from
just east of
a
Waco,
bunch of
Oregon.
kiddos online. It's normal, you know. I knew it was going to happen eventually, you know. Max is my favorite streamer. I love watching him, and
Hey, Lori, for becoming
I like to listen to him while I'm looking at the weather, you know, make sure I don't miss
girlfriend,
anything.
don't have a girlfriend.
I mean, I find stuff he misses
Probably
too.
won't have
It's
one for a while,
good teamwork.
I have way too much stuff going on. Way too much stuff. You guys don't understand. Like, literally, even right now, like, last few weeks, I have had no free time. I've had none. It's been weather coverage nonstop. It's been videos. You name it. It's been everything. College.
Little rotation going here.
Quite literally insane. No excuses. It's not even an excuse. It's just factual. Way too much stuff going on. Apparently Dibble was gonna make my my Tinder profile though, so we'll see how that goes. Homework this time of the year is nuts. That's pretty typical for spring. Pretty typical. This is the MRMS radar. A little bit more zoomed out. Storms are continuing everywhere. Nothing tornadic right now. Just all hail and wind. Should stay that way, I think, for the rest of the night. Maybe one more tornado. Tinder loss.
I mean, literally all I'm doing is trying to help people that, you know, Max has 15,000 people. He can't help every single person if they come in there and they want help, you know, so I'm trying to help people that are unable to reach him.
After college. I don't have any intentions
right now. I mean, I've been watching Max since he started. Ryan Hall too. I got him linked in my description, by the way. So if you need to find Max Velocity's channel, it's in my description, by the way.
I mean, I don't find it as a job. I honestly just enjoy doing it. So. Yeah, I'm not planning on going to like a TV station or anything like that right now. And I mean, for the record, like we're expanding. Like, I know many of you guys might not realize this, but like for example, John tonight, like he's probably going to be somebody that's on the streams a lot more. And I mean, we're going to be probably hiring some people, doing some stuff. You know, it's going to be busy over the next few months trying to organize some stuff. I can do a lot, obviously. I've been doing everything by myself for like 3 years. Even now, I still do most of the stuff, but just having like an extra person or two doing some like, you know, stuff like, you know, cameras, for example, being able to get the right camera, you know, building our camera database up essentially with all the different cameras that are across the country that you can use. And, you know, relaying reports, having somebody else that can, you know, basically help you in real time of what's happening. I think it's a good thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I was kind of reluctant on hiring anybody, to be honest, but I think it's a good thing. I'm driving from Huntsville to Tuscaloosa. Will I be okay? You're probably going to be mostly seeing just a few thunderstorms. I would say by the time you get there, it won't be as concerning, though. A lot of rain, a little bit of lightning, a little bit of hail, maybe some wind, and that's really about it.
Take a look at a 3D view of this. There's quite a bit of rotation there.
Little update back over in Western Alabama. We actually
have a storm that's
been wrapping up over the last few minutes near Beaverton. It's the same one that produced a tornado only about 20 minutes ago near Hatley. But velocities haven't really come together. Wind's going towards the radar, not really coming into this storm. Still not very organized.
Near Silver City.
Area. A little inflow notch too near Henson Springs. Eventually go towards Gwynn and Winfield. All right, we have another update from John. Go ahead, John.
All
appreciate
right.
it, Shady. You're
Gwynn,
doing
Alabama, it's been reported
great
by broadcast media that there is now a hail ranging from quarter to half dollar size. And then back in Tucker, Alabama, Marion County, there is reports of golf ball size hail in Winfield Trava Plaza. And lastly, for the recent reports in Lost Creek in Texas, amateur radio is reporting 3/4 of an inch size hail.
Alrighty. Thank you for the report and the update. All right. Thank you to Michelle for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Currently hail in downtown Austin. Now, there's a pretty good hailstorm moving through there. I think it's mostly just around quarter size, though. Luckily, it's not anything bigger. If there's anything larger, we'd be talking about a destructive hailstorm or that populated of an area. And is Nashville doing all right? Winds are starting to pick up. We got some strong storms that are moving towards Nashville. It's actually a little bit more organized than before, but it's still just a strong line of thunderstorms. There's nothing really severe with this. So if you're in Nashville, Hendersonville, Gallatin, or anything like that, you can mostly just expect some strong winds, and that's really about it. There isn't much more to it. So Tennessee clear. I would say for the most part, Tennessee is pretty much done. There could be some more.
I can't really see anything there.
Damaging wind potential. But other than that, the severe weather risk is pretty much near zero. But so far, I mean, this has been a small, I would say this has been a severe weather outbreak with the hail and wind that we've had.
You don't want to be a mod anymore, Shady?
Though we've only had maybe one, if not two tornadoes. So today's not going to classify by any means as a tornado outbreak, but we did have a couple brief little tornadoes. We had one near Rolling Fork earlier in the stream live on the Hazcam, and then one near Hatley in Mississippi, which I'm not entirely sure if that was definitely a tornado, but it was very likely at least a tornado there briefly. So, by the way, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we have our next video, which we'll have a video tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. It'll be a big video. It's going to be talking a lot about what's upcoming over the next 7 to 10 days, just a general forecast. Might even have one on Tuesday. We'll see. Might have one on Wednesday. We'll probably have one every day. Probably. We'll probably have one every day. If not, we'll have one tomorrow and then we'll have one Wednesday. So if you don't see a video on Tuesday, do not be surprised. By the way, don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Those links are in the top or down in the description below. Don't forget to follow us on those platforms. And if you want to join our weather community, you can on our Discord server, which is linked in the description as well. So definitely recommend you go check all that good stuff out. Join our community, follow us on other platforms. And yeah, that's really about it though for today's stream. I mean, there's not much else to really talk about. We got a lot of hailstorms, a lot of windstorms, but the tornado threat overall is winding down. I would stay live, but I want to get to bed so I can actually make a video tomorrow morning. So that's kind of the goal that I'm trying to achieve right now. So just to make sure we can have a video tomorrow morning and kind of give you a full-blown update. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the night. But as always, thank you all so much for watching today's live stream. Thank you to all the mods as well for being here. Appreciate you guys keeping the
Thanks,
chat
Max,
safe.
for the good stream
Thank you
today.
Anybody that super chatted, became a member, donated via Venmo, any of that stuff.
Make sure you guys and like Max's stream for him.
Live stream. But other than that, I'm going to sign off for the night. I'll be back tomorrow morning again with a video. And yeah.
Titusville, Florida. I don't think we have anything going on there. Let me check. Let me pull up Titusville real quick because we do have severe weather coming in tomorrow. and there's parts of Florida. So this is our chances for tornadoes right now tonight. 5% here, 2% here, and then tomorrow we have parts of Florida. So let me pull it up. See exactly where Titusville is. So you're right here. Oh yeah, you guys are good. You're in the clear. So everything tomorrow morning is going to be up here. So Titusville's in the clear for tomorrow. You guys should be good. I don't know if there's going to be like regular thunderstorms or anything like that tomorrow, but there's not going to be any severe weather. I can check the categorical too. Yeah, you're not even going to have any weather at all tomorrow. It's going to be nice and sunny probably. We do have a bunch of severe thunderstorms up here, though. Alvin, Texas. Yep. Right. So you're near Houston. Tomorrow, this weather, you're clean. Let me look at tonight. Looks like you could definitely get some rain and thunderstorms, but I don't see any severe weather coming, Alvin. Let me take a look and see what it looks like right now, though. I know we had a bunch of storms over there earlier. I think they were near Dallas, though. You're south of Houston, I believe. Let me double check. Yep. But yeah, it looks like there is a lot of severe thunderstorms in Texas, but they're all north of you, basically up here near San Antonio, and they're going to keep moving in and towards Louisiana and whatnot. So you look like it's going to be clear there for us tonight. Maybe some rain showers, but that's about it. Hope that helped you out, Killsaws. Good night. Max's stream has nothing to do with mine. I was just listening to him. Well, I mean, I guess it does, because I mean, I'm basically advertising for him, so. Because he streams on regular YouTube, and I'm streaming on the live shorts. And I looked at my first stream, and 92% of all my viewers were through YouTube shorts, which he's on regular YouTube. So basically, I introduced 1,300 people to Max on my last stream. You know, I mean, I talk about him when I'm on the stream, you know, like let him know who he is, and link of his streams in my description. I got all of them though. I got Ryan Hall and like all the storm chasers and stuff. Hold on, buddy. I'm trying to pull it up. Had to go AFK for a second. Fulton. You're back. I thought you went to bed. Where is Tupelo? There's Tupelo. KGWX. Dang, you got nothing but storms coming towards you all night long in Fulton. We had a tornado warning there not too long ago. It was near Amory a while back, a couple hours ago. It wasn't that long ago. It was a brief one. I mean, everything's still rotating. I think we've only seen like one tornado tonight, just a brief one. Yep, sure. All right, do we got any more tornadoes coming on? Some rotation here. What time's the threat supposed to end? Around midnight. I think that's what Max said. New tornado warning in Jackson, LA. Oh, shoot. I see it right there. Oh, wow, yeah. Take a look at the 3D view on it. Dang, that's a big storm. Oh, yeah, you can see it right there. Oh, man. It's not looking too good. Got any CC drop on it? Oh, no. Not going to be able to tell. There's too much interference, it looks like. Definitely a strong rotation, though. Yeah. I'm just trying to see, like, if we could even see a CC drop on it. What radar are we on? There's so many storms between here and there, and possible hail. Like there's hail here, here. Just gonna get a better look at it. Well, that's probably too far away. Where is that heading? Near Eris? Vernon? Oh, that's some interference. Yeah, we gotta keep an eye on that. My goodness, there's still severes all the way through. Yeah, take a look at KDGX. Yeah, they got really pissed. Nope. I'm from Ohio. I've lived in Florida, though. Dear Cincinnati. That's looking interesting. Like our tornado warning kind of fizzled out. Everything's been so brief tonight. Ohio's home of Jake and Logan Paul. And who else? Who's that really good basketball player? I forget his name. Oh, is he from Ohio? I was thinking LeBron James. That's who I was thinking of. I don't think there's anything really to worry about tonight. Everything just kind of like spins up really quick and gives up. It's been such a relaxing night for having so many severes. Like I'll pull up the power list again. Like nobody lost power. Or hardly anybody. I think that's where a brief tornado was there in Bolivar. It was a really quick one. It was only for like 3 scans. Oh, we don't have Georgia. Georgia didn't get nothing. Alabama looks good. Tennessee looks good. Like for all these severe storms and hail, like nothing really got taken out. It's been nonstop severe warnings all night. New severe T-storm in Texas. One do I want to keep? I'm running 3 radars right now. Or I don't want to keep them all. Holy crap, Texas got so many severes going. Good Lord. But they're not even like, I don't even think we can have any tornadoes in Texas, the way the weather balloons are saying. Like it doesn't even stretch out that far. Well, I guess part of Texas. About here. And that's where we're seeing the rotation, kinda. Oh, no, that's a little further in, but that's definitely rotating. Got a ton of severes. Nothing left of this tornado warning. Yeah, I don't know. I like listening to Max when I do it, because it's just, I've always watched him. It's looking pretty mild still. Pretty much the same way it's been all night. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get a cam. I mostly work on my main YouTube channel. I do video game stuff. I've just been a real weather enthusiast since I became disabled, so I see a lot of people on Max and Ryan Hall stream, and there's like hundreds of thousands of people, and they're all asking like, "What about the weather here?" And they're like, "Well, I can't answer everyone. You can't answer all 30,000 people." So I figured I'd just help people out with it, and I just don't know if it's what I want to do. I'm really like focusing on my gaming channel. Hold on, I'll link it. Have fun, Berghoff. Yeah, that's the main one. Like all I've been doing here on this one's just been like clipping the weather, like all the tornadoes. I think I told you earlier. But yeah, I'm just like clipping tornadoes and stuff the last couple years. The gaming one I work on like all year long. This is just kind of like seasonal. Kind of could just come and do it for a little bit, and we see action in what, March, April, and maybe for a couple days in the winter you might see some severe weather down south. But yeah, it's a lot to do by yourself. It is like Max is really good at it. Now he's finally got someone helping him, like Ryan Hall. They got tons of people in Discord that's, they can constantly make them aware of certain tornadoes and stuff that's happening. So it's crazy how well Max does. I think he pretty much does it all by what he's looking at himself. But no, I've been in like Ryan Hall's Discord and stuff, and I've seen how they have a whole channel that's just discussing what's going on, so like nothing gets missed. You can't click on the link. Weird. Lets me click on it. I don't know. How do I? Can I pin the message? Will that work? I'll let you click on it if I pin it. Well, this is the thing too. Like, I don't know as much as Max and Ryan knows. I haven't gone to school for being a meteorologist. I've been watching tornadoes for years on GR2, and I know how to see one. I know how to spot one. I know how they work. How it happens, but I'm not like, I don't know all the how CAPE works and the millibars and all that stuff. I'm not very fluent in all that stuff. Like, I mean, I have understanding where I know it's like the hot and cold air and how it turns the storm sideways, but I'm not like a meteorologist. But I can look at a radar and I know when there's a tornado coming. I feel 100% confident with that. I wonder why it won't let you guys click the link. Try this. It's Game Throughs is my channel. It's a picture of, I don't know if you heard of Starfield. Will it let you copy and paste the address? Thanks, buddy. Dude, I'm so close on getting partnered with that channel. I just I have 7,000 hours watch time, but I need like 60 more subs. You only need 3,000 hours watch time per year to get partner, but I got the hours down. I'm just trying to get subs. It's hard to get subs with gamers. It's like if you ask, they deliberately won't do it. But I've never live streamed before until like a week ago. And I did it with the gaming and it was kind of fun. So I figured I'd try it with the weather. Oh shoot, I actually had it over my channel, I think. That's what it looks like. What do you mean? Oh sweet, it lets you click it? Good. I was telling Keys like a couple years ago, because I like copy I was copying some of the tornado footage. And I got copyright strikes a couple years ago, but they fall off. So I know it pretty well, but yeah, you just can't you just can't put a lot of footage from other people on your channel. Yeah, I don't know. Like Asmongold, like literally Asmongold's entire channel, he's like one of the biggest gaming streamers in the world. Like that's all he does is like watch other people's streams, you know. It's like and I was just like listening to I was just listening to him and they got triggered so hard. Yeah, I know. He said he didn't care. I was listening to him on his stream. They even brought me up on his stream. He's like, I don't care. I mean, I literally got him, like, because I have in my description, it's linked to Max, right? And I was trying to tell them that it's like the way I have this streaming 9x16. This is going to YouTube Live Shorts. Let me see if I can show you from the last stream I did. That's wrong browser. Got multiple browsers for different YouTube channels. The live stream I did last time. New achievement. People are loving your videos. That's funny. Let me try to find the video from the last live stream I did. Get the analytics on it. Because I didn't even know. Like, I didn't know there was such a thing as live shorts. Like, I don't even understand how that works. I don't know if it's going to show me the analytics on it or not. It's got to be here somewhere. Right here it is. Okay, I can put it on the stream. Engagement. Audience. See, look, it was 76% mobile phone. Because I was doing it. When I seen it originally, okay, so 1,200 people came last time I streamed the weather a couple days ago. It told me 92%. Here it is, yeah. 91% shorts feed. So, like, Max is under YouTube search, basically. The other, the rectangular version. Yeah, but like the way my stream's going up, like none of the weather streamers do it through YouTube Shorts, right? They do it as a normal YouTube video live. So the way I'm doing it, it's like hitting more people with phones. I mean, I got like tons of videos on this channel. I don't know how much you guys can see, but how many videos do I even have? 417 tornadoes recorded on my channel. And these videos have Ryan Hall and both Ryan Hall and
tell your friends, family in Jonesboro, Arkansas. There's a good reason that warning's out.
Max
And it's
like
gonna be
I'll
40
put
minutes
whatever
or so
person
before it's
I'm
even
watching when
close
I
to you,
clip
so,
it.
You have plenty of time to let people know in that
Like,
area.
and I've never
very
gotten a
strong
copy strike
tornado
for
that is
this. Like,
approaching
it's
the area from the
basically
west-southwest.
I don't know what they
All right,
call
thank
it.
you so much.
Like fair use
meteorologist
policy
Andy
or
Hill
whatever.
for
I don't
taking
know.
us back over here
But I'm
to
just like
Newport
basically recording
and
tornadoes because it's
Tuckerman,
fun.
in Arkansas, where we just got a new PDS tornado warning. We've got a large.
I've done this for like every tornado I've
on the
seen
ground
in
right
the
now,
last 3
doing
years.
significant damage near Diaz.
Might have been longer
moving
than
up
that,
towards
but yeah, I've been
Airport
recording
Village
clips
and
of every
Mammoth
single
Addition.
tornado. Just depends who's streaming that day, whoever I'm watching, either Ryan Hall or Max. Well, I mean, all my tornado videos are anywhere from like, like 10 seconds to probably like 15 minutes long. It just depends like how long the tornado was, and just depends on the situation. You have 391 videos? What do you make videos on? How do I can go to your channel. Keys. Fortnite. I just started playing Fortnite like a week ago with my kids. My son and his can't. I'm not sure how I feel about Fortnite. I mean, it's all right. I just like I have so much learning to do, and I don't like playing cheating games because there's cheats for all of them, and everybody buys them. And it's like if you play long enough, you're gonna be fighting against those cheaters every time. So I try to avoid. My favorite game is Path of Exile 1 and 2, and well, I really like Kingdom Come Deliverance too. That was a really good game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 blew me out of the water. I cannot believe how good the story is in that game. That's it. I just started. I refused to play Fortnite all these years because I knew I was going to get addicted because it's like such a popular game. So I just didn't. Pretty sure I got some people banned tonight. I reported a couple people. They dropped the R word on me and stuff. Can't do that in 2025. Minecraft. My kids are 19 and 18. I'm 43. Yeah, they play Minecraft, Fortnite, uh, Project Zomboid, Colony, like Stalker, that one Stalker game that's kind of like Skyrim. Oh, they both love Skyrim and Fallout. And I got them that. I bought them that. Don't sound 43. I know I do sound kind of young, don't I? What else? Terraria. I played Terraria with them. Roblox. I actually tried making Roblox games. When I first became disabled like 8 years ago, I spent a couple years coding in Roblox, tried to make some games because my kids liked Roblox so much. Man, I spent so much time making games. And I had like a zombie survival shooting game that I made, and like I had it completely set up, and I had bugs I couldn't figure out how to fix. Not really. I played Elden Ring. Neither of them played Elden Ring. Path of Exile is like my main game. I can make guides on that game, and they get tons of views, and I always get subs when I make guides on Path of Exile. But like, I just gotta wait for the next league. The next league for Path of Exile 2. Well, it's not a league. It's just a big patch update. Is on April 4th, and then I plan on going back to Path of Exile 2 for that. So it's like midnight and 30 minutes. Isn't that when the thread's supposed to end? By now I need a new PC too. I'm using a 2060 Super still, but it's 8 gig video card. It works great. I was looking at the 5060 is only 8 gig too. It's like hardly any better than the 2060 Super. They're just kind of pumping them out like See you, man. Thanks for helping out, St. Louis. I want to be able to make game or videos in 4K basically. That's the main reason why I want a new PC. Because like if anybody's gonna want to see videos in 4K, it's gonna be a gamer, right? Wouldn't you think? I'm just thinking like if you're making YouTube videos, if you need a 4K video, gaming's the first place you're gonna need it, and that's how I would judge it. Because like everybody plays in the ultra wide, like 1440p, or yeah, the 4K. Oh no, that's not green. Geez, yeah, you were gone, man. They really dug into me pretty hard. They were out for blood. They were out for blood, man. I couldn't believe the stuff they were saying. I couldn't even do the weather because I had to like keep I had to keep timing them out because I could get in trouble if I didn't time them out for the stuff they were saying. There's like a warning on my YouTube thing. If you don't moderate your channel, you can get in trouble for what people say. it was pretty crazy. I don't know how many people are here now. Let me see if I can. Okay, there's 4 people here now, 8 people here. But yeah, it got crazy. I don't even know how to ban people. All I do is I can like right click or I click on the name. It says put user in timeout, or I can remove message. I'm gonna stream for about 25 more minutes and shut it down. See if anything happens. Can't pin or ban. I don't even know how to ban. I think I made you the highest level mod. There was 2. I made you the highest, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me remove it and get back. Managing modder. There's managing modder and there's the other one. But I mean, like, technically, even though they kind of, like, rated me, like, it was still kind of good. Because, like, I mean, there was, like, over 60 people here. at the time. Like, they just kept coming and coming and coming. I can move this radar over. I got KGWX. I got this one on. Does it let you see all the deleted messages now that you're a managing mod or whatever? I tried to get my son to come in here, but I think he's talking to his girlfriend. I was like, Rowan, come help. I'm under attack. He wanted to mod anyways. It's basically affecting this line right here. Only like the north part of Alabama. Let me pull up the here's our SPC outlook. The green's 2% chance of tornadoes, red's 5%, but I think we've only had 1 or 2 tornadoes today, maybe 3, but all of them are really quick. Like, there was no tornado down for that long at all. EGX. I honestly don't think anything's going to happen right now. Autonomic neuropathy. Google it. It's pretty annoying. Like, pass out when I do physical stuff. That's like the main thing. But there's a lot more to it. I think I have anything on this radar anymore. Like, I don't even need KDGX. I can close this one. Everything's here in like Louisiana. What about near Austin, Texas? All right, let's go look. That's over by Asmongold. Exactly as Austin. Down here. That's Corpus Christi. Isn't Austin near Houston? Let me pull it up so I know for sure. I know it's down here somewhere. This is the severe weather for tonight, if you haven't seen it, but it should be ending here in the next 20 minutes. You got a 2% chance in the green and 5% chance for tornadoes in the red. And then tomorrow morning, it's going to be moving down to here. But there is going to be storms in Austin, I think. Oh, yeah. Pretty sure. I think there were storms in San Antonio. There's all kinds of thunderstorm warnings down here. There's Austin. Yeah, oh my, you got all kinds of storms, buddy. Nothing major, though. Just your regular thunderstorms and hailers. There shouldn't be any tornadoes. The weather balloons didn't call for tornadoes in your area tonight. I could take a look at a 3D view of one of these. So you're north, up a little bit more north. Oh, it's so close to the radar. It's chopping the storm in half. See what direction they're going into. Man, they're moving weird. They're kind of rolling this way a little bit. But yeah, I think the worst thing you might see tonight is like a thunderstorm in Austin. Maybe some hail if you're unlucky, but there's really nothing there. It looks like you just got rain showers right now in Austin. Yeah, Austin looks good. I wouldn't worry about anything. Go to sleep. Don't worry. All right, Monroe, Louisiana. Let me pull this one up. Oh, you're in the hot spot. Right here. So you're close to the red. You're in the green here, 2% chance of tornadoes, but there's really nothing going on right now. Let's get back up there. Let me go to radar that's closer. Shreveport. So the Shreveport radar. There's Monroe. Oh yeah. All these big storms are coming right through Monroe. But we haven't seen anything but like maybe a quick 1-minute tornado, maybe 3 of them tonight. Everything's been so short. And like all that's pretty much dying out. Like we have very little rotation. And just so you can know like how mild these like thunderstorms and hailers been, like we have lost like no power tonight anywhere. Let me pull that list up here so you can kind of see what kind of damage they did. Got it here somewhere. I accidentally closed it. I'm going to pull it back up. So the power outages, like basically all the storms that came through, like Alabama hardly got hit. Louisiana, you're looking good. I mean, there's a couple people that got taken out, but these storms have been pretty mild, so I don't think you really have anything to worry about. You should be in good shape. But, I mean, you do have thunderstorms coming through Monroe, probably for the rest of the night. And then let me show you two for tomorrow, because these warnings are supposed to end around midnight right here, these tornado warnings. And then looking at tomorrow, Everything's moving down south. So all the chances for tornadoes are going to be down south here tomorrow. So I don't think you really have anything to worry about in Monroe unless something crazy happens. I mean, you can watch the radar, but I think it feels pretty safe. Like, we haven't seen anything spin up in the last hour or two. It's been really mild, just thunderstorms and hail. What do you want to look at? Keys? All the storms coming? Well, you see the line of severes. They've been on the same path all night. Like, the same path. Oh, and Fulton? Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up Fulton again. You're by Tupelo. Ooh, whoa, what do we got here? Oh, that's just some scud. I thought that was some rotation here, but that's all like, wait. No, what's going on with this? This is the first thing we've seen in a while. Got a little bit of rotation at Salis. Pretty broad still, but the Enrot's definitely picking up. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Where is Mossman? Tupelo's back here, right? I gotta bring my other radar back. I'm getting lost. But I'm gonna leave this radar in this storm. So that's looking interesting. Let me bring the other radar back over to where you're at. I don't think so. That just looks like a big old Bow Echo straight line wind QLCS like storm going on, like the normal. Because when you get those big straight line wind storms, usually they all look like that on the Enrod. It'll be like a big long line, just because like all the wind's going really fast at the edge of the storm. Generally. I don't know why I can't find Tupelo. Is Tupelo in Alabama or is it in Mississippi? Dadeville. Yeah, it's in Mississippi. Over here, right? AGW. I mean, you've been in like the line of storms all night. Finally, I found it. There we go. There's Fulton. You're in a big open clear spot right now, unless that's hitting you. These storms are just like all like just spread out and falling apart, so that's good too. These are all still kind of rotating up here, it looks like, but it's all broad. What's going on? I was gonna say that all these storms still look like they're rotating north of you, but it's all like broad rotation. But it looks like everything south, like everything north of Fulton's still rotating. Everything south just quit rotating. Like it's just all like kind of spread out and all over the place. A little bit here in Sturgis. No, what the red and green does, that means it's rotating. So if it's green here and then there's red here, that means it's rotating. It's going one way and the other. That's how you tell if it's rotating. The opposite colors. The red doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Because it depends on like one side of the radar, right? So like you got the radar here. Red means it's moving this way. Green means it's moving this way. But like, yeah, when you have them really close together, that's how you see when you have a rotation. Like, let me see, go back to that other one I was just at, right here in Solace. Like, you see how close the green and the reds are? Because this is like spinning here. You should be good, man. Like I say, we haven't seen nothing tonight. Like, chance of a quick little 30-second tornado hitting you tonight's like 1 in a billion. So, because they're so small and they last for like 30 seconds, and we haven't seen one in like over an hour or two. So, just don't sleep outside. But yeah, like this one's bulging out with a little hook right here. And you kind of see how it's starting to make a little hook and the red's coming in and the green's there. So it's like everything's just spinning right here. That's how you can see the rotation with the red and the green. The normalized rotation likes to pick it up. I think you've gone to bed like 3 times already tonight, haven't you? Knowing my school has a quick 36 get me out of school, so you see anything tries to threaten us, it just goes right away afterwards. That's how it's been all night. You know, I've seen storms having rotation, you know, going from 5,000 feet all the way up to 40,000 feet, and it just fizzles out. That's all it's done all night long. Look at all these like rain showers building up and starting down here. That's crazy. It's like giving birth to a bunch of rain showers here. Well, I'm going to shut it down in 3 minutes. Good night, buddy. 2 more minutes. Nothing's going to happen. Is it going to be a late night, they died max velocity raid right after you leave? Yeah, that's a good question. Is it supposed to be valid till midnight my time or midnight their time? So it might be, still might be another threat for another hour. Last minute, yeah. All right, it's midnight. I'm closing it down. Is anybody still here? Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you have a good and safe night. Looks like, hopefully, we don't have any more tornadoes tonight. I enjoyed going over the weather with you guys. It's been fun. I'll see you again later, maybe. Good night, buddy.